Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 301, Hunt. Chapter 301. Hunt. The first days inside the Pocket Realm were a constant test of endurance and adaptation for everyone. Kirian advanced alone through the ancient forest, moving like a silent shadow among the colossal trunks. He did not sleep for long periods, only brief meditations of 1 or 2 hours at the top of tall trees, where he could observe the surrounding terrain. The rest of the time was pure hunting. On the second day, the beasts were still relatively weak. Wooden wolves at the 6 degrees and 7 degrees stages of chi liberation appeared in packs. Spike boars and vine serpents were common. Kirian eliminated them with brutal efficiency, barely needing to draw his sword. His ancestral sword intent cut through reinforced bark as if it were paper. Each victory added points to his leaf. The golden rune shone brighter and brighter against his chest. On the third day, the scenario changed. As he moved away from the initial arrival zone and approached the central region of the Pocket Realm, the beasts became visibly more powerful. Their bodies were larger, the bark harder, and the chi cores denser. A colossal black wooden bear at the peak of chi liberation forced him to use more strength than expected. Kirian needed 3 precise strikes to destroy its internal core. Even so, he did not stop advancing. He hunted calmly, as if he were at home. He observed movement patterns and identified weaknesses in the wooden joints. The more he killed, the more he understood the beasts were not independent. They were living extensions of the will of the central core. When one fell, a faint wave of green energy returned to the forest, as if the dimension itself recovered part of its strength. On the fourth day, Kirian felt a much stronger presence. He was running through a deep ravine, giant roots hanging like ancient ropes, when a roar shook the entire area. The ground trembled. Spiritual birds flew in panic. Kirian stopped at the top of a thick root and looked down. A titanic wooden serpent rose from the bottom of the ravine. Its body was as long as a suspension bridge, covered in scales of black bark and bright green. Chi crystals pulsed along its spine like living veins. Its eyes were 2 spheres of pure emerald, filled with primitive intelligence and hunger. 4 degrees stage of the core formation realm. Kirian felt the oppressive pressure of the beast. It was the strongest creature he had encountered so far. The serpent detected him immediately. Its colossal head rose, wooden tongue vibrating in the air. With a fluid and terrifying movement, it attacked. Kirian jumped from the roof at the exact moment the serpent's head collided with it, exploding the ancient wood into splinters. He spun in the air, drawing his sword from the spatial ring in one clean motion. The blade met the serpent's skin mid-flight. The impact was violent. Kirian's sword left only a superficial cut, tearing off splinters of bark but not penetrating deeply. The serpent roared in pain and fury, its long body lashing like a living whip. Its tail swept through the air, forcing Kirian to dodge at high speed. He landed on another root and quickly analyzed. The defense is high. The core must be protected in the center of the body. The serpent did not give him time. It coiled and lunged again, mouth open, revealing green crystal fangs dripping with corrosive plant venom. Kirian ran along the ravine wall, using the roots as support. The serpent pursued him, destroying everything in its path. He counterattacked. His sword intent exploded in a pale green arc. The blade cut through the air and struck the serpent's neck with full force. This time the bark cracked. Green chi gushed from the wound like blood. The serpent howled and twisted its body, trying to crush him against the wall. Kirian jumped, landing directly on its scales. He ran along the colossal body, sword in hand. The beast writhed violently, trying to throw him off. Kirian drove his sword into its flesh to maintain balance, and continued running toward the head. When he reached near the skull, he concentrated all his sword intent into a single point. The blade descended like a green lightning bolt. The sword pierced through the reinforced bark, directly stabbing one of the crystalline eyes. The titanic serpent convulsed in agony. Its entire body trembled, roots bursting from the ground around it in a final frenzy. Kyrian did not stop. He pulled the sword out and struck again, opening a deep cut in the creature's skull. The chi core, a pulsing green sphere the size of a fist, was exposed. With one final clean strike, he destroyed it. The titanic serpent let out one last distorted roar and collapsed, its gigantic body crumbling into dead wood and dry bark. A huge amount of green light flowed into Kyrian's leaf. The golden rune now displayed 874 points. Kyrian stepped down from the beast's body, breathing in a controlled manner. He cleaned and stored the sword back into his ring. He murmured to himself. He looked in the direction he imagined to be the core of the pocket realm. The density of chi increased the further inward he went. That meant stronger beasts and soon other cultivators. So far, he had not encountered any participants from other domains. They were probably still in the peripheral zones, hunting weaker beasts and adapting. But Kyrian knew that would not last. The more points someone accumulated, the more attractive they would become as a target. He kept advancing. In the following days, the pattern repeated. He hunted nonstop. He faced packs of increasingly organized beasts. He encountered a group of wooden eagles at the 3-degree stage of core formation that attacked in coordinated formation. He destroyed a nest of vine spiders at the 5-degree stage. Each fight forced him to use a bit more of his real strength. His points rose constantly. Kyrian did not feel real physical fatigue. His body was accustomed to much more. In a clearing illuminated by rays of sunlight that managed to pass through the canopy, he stopped to rest briefly. He sat on a root and observed the leaf in his hand. The golden rune shone intensely. He imagined that Mo Tianhai and the others were also progressing, probably hunting in a group, covering each other. It was the safest method, but Kyrian preferred it this way alone, without needing to worry about anyone's safety, without needing to split points. Just him, the forest, and the beasts. He stood up, stretched his shoulders, and continued running deeper inside. The closer he got to the center of the pocket realm, the more he felt that something was changing. The chi became denser, more hostile. The trees seemed older, more conscious. And somewhere ahead, he already imagined he would encounter the first cultivators from other domains. The true hunt between humans would probably happen in the coming days. Chapter 302, in first place. Chapter 302. In first place outside the pocket realm, the central plateau of the domain gathering was in complete frenzy. Thousands of cultivators filled the floating stands arranged in layers that rose toward the sky. All eyes fixed on the dozens of gigantic holographic screens hovering above the plateau like windows into another world. The crystalline projections transmitted real-time images from inside the pocket realm, capturing dozens of scenes simultaneously. Groups hunting in teams, lone disciples running among the trees, explosions of chi illuminating the dark forest. The air vibrated with a mixture of excitement, high-stakes betting, nervous laughter, and gasps of astonishment. This was the most anticipated event every 10 years. No one wanted to miss a single second. At the center of one of the main screens, a gigantic golden list floated, updating in real time. First phase ranking, accumulated points position 1 degree, Kyrian, Vern Sword Sect, 860 points position 2 degrees, Hualing, Flame Sword Sect, 402 points position 3 degrees, Muqing, Ancient Forest Sect, 380 points position 4 degrees, Jinlei, Golden Mountain Sect, 359 points position 5 degrees, In Shui, Shadow Valley Sect, 350 points, position 10 degrees, Wei Fong, 6 Poisons Sect, 280 points since the first day. The name at the top had never changed. Kyrian remained isolated in first place like an unreachable mountain. The gap to the second place only grew with each passing hour. While the other names rose and fell according to their hunts, Kyrian's seemed untouchable. In the common stands, the chatter was deafening. Who is this Kyrian? shouted a young disciple from a minor domain. Verdant Sword Sect. That sect that barely makes the top 30? He must be cheating somehow. A group of elders from one of the domains argued heatedly. Look at the difference. He has more than double the second place. Meanwhile, in the VIP sections reserved for the leaders and elders of the 50 domains, the atmosphere was more controlled, yet filled with palpable tension. The leader of the Ancient Forest sect, seated on his floating throne of living wood, watched the main screen with a faint smile of interest. Beside him, the Flame Sword leader, a man with blazing hair and an aggressive aura, frowned deeply. Kyrian, from such a small sect. Interesting. Several other leaders turned their gaze toward Feng Yuan, who sat calmly in his reserved area beside Mei Ran. The weight of dozens of powerful gazes fell upon him all at once. An elder from the Golden Mountain domain could not hold back and spoke loudly enough to be heard. Leader Feng Yuan, where did this disciple come from? The Verdant Sword sect has never produced someone like this in past gatherings. This is... Feng Yuan smiled slightly, maintaining his composure. He is a special case. Mei Ran, at his side, kept a serene expression, but her eyes shone with contained and deep pride. She had already expected Kyrian to stand out, but seeing such an absurd gap still surprised her internally. Suddenly, one of the main screens shifted focus dramatically. The image zoomed in on a deep and shadowy ravine. Everyone saw clearly. Kyrian is facing a titanic wooden serpent at the 4 degrees stage of the core formation realm. The entire crowd held their breath at the same time. The colossal serpent attacked with savage fury, its long body lashing and destroying ancient trees as if they were twigs. Kyrian dodged with minimal and precise movements, almost elegant. His sword cut through the air in clean, pale green arcs, opening deep wounds in the beast's reinforced bark. Someone shouted, incredulous. The battle continued on the screen. Kyrian ran along the serpent's body, planted his sword, reached the head, and destroyed the core with a clean and brutal strike. The titanic serpent collapsed into dead wood, releasing a massive amount of green light that flowed into Kyrian's leaf. The golden rune jumped to 874 points. The entire plateau exploded in a wave of exclamations and shouts. 1 degree stage of core formation and already able to kill 4 degrees stage beasts so effortlessly? In the VIP sections, the reactions were even more intense. The Flame Sword leader narrowed his eyes, the flaming aura around him trembling slightly. That boy, his sword intent is pure. The Ancient Forest leader chuckled softly, looking directly at Feng Yuan. It seems you hit a dragon among fish, Leader Feng. Several other leaders of powerful domains exchanged meaningful glances. Some were already calculating how to approach Feng Yuan after the gathering. Recruiting a talent like Kyrian would be a huge gain for any 4th-level force. Feng Yuan merely smiled calmly, offering no further explanation. Mei Ran, at his side, leaned slightly and murmured only for him. He's dominating the phase alone. Feng Yuan nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the screen where Kyrian had already stored his sword and continued advancing deeper into the forest, as if the fight had been nothing remarkable. Yes, in the stands, the name Kyrian was already being repeated by the thousands. Young disciples looked at the screen with genuine admiration, dreaming of one day reaching the same level. Elders commented on the future of the Verdant Sword sect. Meanwhile, on the screens, Kyrian disappeared once more among the ancient trees, running toward new distant roars. The first phase of the domain gathering was only on the 4th day, and the name Kyrian had already become the center of all attention at the event. But Kyrian had no idea of this, although he imagined he was in first place, and he knew that wouldn't change because he wanted everyone to pay attention to the Verdant Sword sect. These were his last days in that sect, after all. Chapter 303, Cleaning the Central Area. Chapter 303, Cleaning the Central Area. Kyrian continued his relentless hunt through the ancient forest, moving ever deeper into the interior of the Pocket Realm. The following days were a blur of plant blood, shattered bark, and green light constantly flowing into his leaf. The farther he moved from the peripheral zone, the denser and more hostile the forest became. The trees grew even more imposing, their trunks wide enough to house entire palaces, with roots that rose like natural walls and leaves so dense they turned day into a perpetual twilight. On the fifth day, the beasts were already consistently in the core formation realm. Kirian faced a pack of green crystal wolves at the 3-degree stage, then an ancestral thorn bear at the 4-degree stage. Each battle was more demanding than the last, but for him, they were still manageable challenges. His sword cut through reinforced bark with surgical precision, while his ancestral sword intent pierced chi cores as if they were made of mist. On the 6th day, he got closer to the core. The chi around him was so dense it felt liquid. The air vibrated with wild vitality. Here, all beasts were in the core formation realm. Kirian encountered a wooden shadow panther at the 5-degree stage, then a black bark titan bear at the 6th. He defeated them without much difficulty, but realized that his speed and precision needed to become even greater. Then, on the 7th day, he encountered the strongest beast so far, a draconic wooden beast at the 7-degree stage of the core formation realm. The creature was colossal. Its body slithered between the trees like a living river of black bark and veins of bright green crystal. Its scales were thick like spiritual armor plates, and its emerald gold eyes shone with a primitive and cruel intelligence. Kirian judged immediately. None of the young participants from the 50 domains would be able to defeat it alone, perhaps not even in a group. The difference in strength was far too great. But for him, it was not that difficult. The serpent detected him and attacked with terrifying speed. Its long body lashed out, destroying ancient trees like twigs. Kirian dodged at the last instant, leaping into the air. The serpent turned, mouth open, revealing crystalline fangs dripping with corrosive venom. Kirian did not retreat. He advanced directly, sword in hand. The first strike cut one of the scales, opening a deep wound. Green chi gushed like blood. The serpent roared in fury and tried to crush him with its body. Kirian ran along its scales, driving his sword in to maintain balance, and reached the head. 2 precise strikes to the skull. The third pierced directly into the chi core. The titanic serpent convulsed violently before collapsing, turning into dead wood. Kirian landed on the ground, breathing in a controlled manner. His robe had a few superficial cuts, but no serious injuries. He looked at the leaf on his chest. The golden rune now displayed 4,012 points. He sheathed his sword and looked toward the center of the realm. A colossal aura pulsed there, the true ancestral tree, the core of the entire pocket realm. A massive tree, so large it seemed to support the sky itself. Kirian decided it was enough. He had already hunted practically all the main powerful beasts of the forest during the first week. There was no longer any real challenge in the wooden creatures. His interest had faded. He judged that he was comfortably in first place. The gap to second place must be enormous. He did not need to accumulate more points now. Kirian calmly walked to the base of the ancestral tree. Its branches were as wide as roads, its bark glowing with ancient runes. He climbed it with ease, choosing a high and stable branch with a privileged view of much of the surrounding forest. He sat there cross-legged and simply waited. The following days passed in relative calm. Kirian meditated, mentally reviewed his formations and pill refinements, and observed from afar the occasional bursts of chi that indicated battles between other participants. He did not descend. He no longer hunted. He simply remained there, conserving energy, recovering his body and mind for what would come next. His leaf remained at 4,012 points. Second place, whoever it was, probably had not surpassed 1,500 points. In the second week, he saw from afar several signs of clashes between cultivators. Columns of green smoke, flashes of colored chi, roars mixed with human screams. The stronger participants were beginning to encounter one another. Kirian observed everything calmly. He would not descend yet. He would let the others fight among themselves without concern. When only 1 week remained before the end of the first trial, something changed. Kirian saw from afar several people approaching the core. They were small groups and some individuals, moving cautiously between the colossal trees. Some were injured, with torn robes and dry blood. Others seemed relatively intact, but carried visible tension in their eyes. There were disciples from the Flaming Sword, the Ancient Forest, the Shadow Valley, and other domains. Some walked alone, confident in their strength. Others hunted in groups of 3 or 4, covering each other. They were getting closer and closer to the ancestral tree. Kirian remained seated on the high branch, motionless like a statue. The gentle wind swayed the leaves around him, but he did not move. His leaf still showed 4,012 points, an absurd distance from any other participant. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, other cultivators began to notice something strange. "Hey," murmured a disciple from the Golden Mountain sect, looking around with a frown. "The closer we get to the center, the fewer we find." One of his companions nodded, wiping sweat from his face. "That's true. In the last few hours, we only found weak beasts, at most 7 degrees or a 9-degree stage of chi liberation. We're the ones at the 1-degree or 2-degree stage of the core formation realm." In another part of the forest, a group from the Flaming Sword sect stopped in a clearing, confused. "Something is wrong," said Hualing, the second place in the ranking, with a frown. "The closer we get to the core, the emptier the forest becomes." They did not know. No one knew. What they did not know was that Kirian had hunted practically all the strongest beasts in the forest during the first week. Wolves, bears, serpents, panthers, eagles, and almost all creatures at the 5-degree stage or higher of the core formation realm had been eliminated by him. Only the weaker ones remained, scattered along the edges or in small groups, for the other participants to hunt. Kirian had cleared the central region alone. He watched calmly from atop the tree as the first cultivators drew closer. Some were already looking up, sensing the enormous presence of the ancestral tree. Chapter 304, Above the Ancient Tree. Chapter 304. Above the ancient tree, Kirian remained seated on the high branch of the ancestral tree, the gentle wind swaying the leaves around him. He observed everything with half-closed eyes, his mind calm like the surface of a still lake. Below him, the scene began to change. Around 30 young talents arrived almost at the same time at the base of the colossal tree. They were the strongest among the participants of the 50 domains, those who had survived the initial hunts and accumulated enough points to reach the core of the pocket realm. Disciples from the Flaming Sword, the Ancient Forest, the Golden Mountain, the Shadow Valley, and other powerful domains. Some came alone, confident in their strength. Others in small groups of 3 or 4, still maintaining a temporary alliance. They stopped in the gigantic clearing around the tree, looking at one another with caution. Murmured a young man from the Flaming Sword, Hualing, frowning as he looked around. "The closer we get to the core, the fewer we find." A disciple from the Ancient Forest, Mu Qing, nodded slowly. "Exactly. The powerful beasts simply disappeared." The others noticed the same. The central region, which should have been the most dangerous, was strangely empty of strong prey. Only weaker beasts wandered along the edges. It was as if someone had cleared the place before they arrived. No one understood why, but everyone understood what it meant now. There were no more beasts to hunt. The only way to gain remaining points was to steal from other participants. The air grew heavy. Gazes crossed with poorly concealed hostility. Glowing leaves were openly displayed by some, showing their accumulated points, between 800 and 1,800 in most cases. Others kept their leaves hidden inside their clothes, tried to avoid unnecessary attention. No one made the first move. They looked at each other, calculating strength, weighing risks. A palpable tension filled the clearing. The smallest wrong movement could start a massacre. Then someone looked up. "Hey," said a disciple from the Golden Mountain, pointing. Everyone raised their heads almost at the same time. At the top of the ancestral tree, sitting casually on a wide branch with his legs dangling in the void, was a solitary figure. Long black hair swaying lightly in the wind. A simple black robe from the Verdant Sword sect. An almost perfect appearance, cold, and refined. And those distinct green eyes, with sword-shaped pupils that seemed to shine even from afar. Kyrian. He had taken the leaf from his chest and held it in his hand, deliberately displaying it for everyone. The golden rune shone intensely. 4,012 points. Absolute silence took over the clearing. Then came the shock. 4,000. He is only at the 1-degree stage of core formation. Their gazes rose again. Kyrian watched them from above, with a momentary interest that soon turned into indifference. Practically everyone there was still in the Chi liberation realm, with a few at the 1-degree or 2-degree stage of core formation. Their strength was pitiful compared to what he had faced in the Cloud Empire or the Blood Court. Kyrian quickly lost interest. Outside, on the central plateau, the audience exploded in commotion. The holographic screens focused on the scene. Thousands of people watched live as Kyrian's name shone at the top of the ranking with an overwhelming advantage. 4,012 points. That kid is a monster. In the VIP sectors, the domain leaders were equally impressed. The leader of the flaming sword tightened his grip on the armrest, his flaming eyes fixed on the screen. This Kyrian, he cleared the central region alone. The leader of the ancient forest chuckled softly, looking at Feng Yuan with newfound respect. Feng Yuan merely smiled calmly, saying nothing. Mei Ran, beside him, maintained a serene expression, but her eyes shone with pride. Inside the pocket realm, the tension in the clearing increased. The 30 geniuses looked at Kyrian with a mixture of caution, greed, and reluctant admiration. No one dared to attack first. The gap in points was too large, and Kyrian's strength had already been indirectly demonstrated. Kyrian, on the other hand, continued sitting calmly, waiting. He had hunted enough. Now, he would let the others hunt and fight among themselves. He was no longer interested in participating. But if any of those below dared to try to face him, Kyrian would not mind eliminating them from the competition. The stalemate continued beneath the great tree. No one dared to make the first move. The 30 young geniuses remained scattered across the clearing, exchanging glances filled with caution, greed, and cold calculation. The air was so dense it felt ready to explode. Glowing leaves were openly displayed by some, while others kept them hidden, but everyone knew the true targets now were people, not beasts. However, no one wanted to be the first to challenge Kyrian. He was up there, sitting calmly on the high branch, his legs dangling in the void. His presence was like an invisible blade hanging over everyone. The golden rune on his leaf shone with 4,012 points, an abyss no one there could ignore. Attacking him meant risking everything against someone who had clearly dominated the first phase alone. No one was willing to be the pioneer of that madness. Instead, hostile gazes began to turn toward the other participants. Temporary alliances dissolved in silence. Hands tightened around sword hilts. Chi began to leak faintly into the air. Kyrian observed everything with indifference. He did not care about them. His mind was elsewhere. His green eyes slowly swept across the forest horizon, trying to locate familiar signs. He searched for Mo Tianhai, Mo Xia, Long Shui, Shenyu, and Wu Jian, the group that had arrived with him. He had not yet seen any of them approaching the core. Kyrian thought, they're more cautious. He waited patiently. Minutes turned into almost an hour. Occasional bursts of chi echoed in the distance, indicating that clashes had already begun in other parts of the forest. But in the clearing around the ancestral tree, the tense silence persisted. No one climbed to challenge him. No one dared. Kyrian finally lost complete interest in those 30 geniuses. They were strong by the standards of the 50 domains, but still insignificant compared to what he had already faced. He leaned slightly against the trunk, closing his eyes partially, maintaining only the awareness necessary to react if someone tried anything. Below, the tension continued to grow. Low murmurs began to rise. Whispered plans, exchanged glances. The true battle between humans was about to erupt, and Kyrian, high above the tree, simply waited. Chapter 305, Silent King. Chapter 305, Silent King. The stalemate finally broke. No one dared to challenge Kyrian at the top of the tree. His presence was like a blade suspended over everyone, silent, sharp, and lethal. The 4,012 points shining on his leaf served as a clear warning. Whoever tried to steal them would be signing their own elimination. But greed and pressure could not be contained forever. The first move came from a disciple of the Six Venoms sect. He was at the 1-degree stage of core formation, with 1,240 points displayed openly. His red eyes gleamed with greed as he targeted a solitary youth from the Golden Mountain, who possessed only 980 points. Without warning, he attacked. A poisonous purple mist exploded from his hands, transforming into toxic blades that sliced through the air. The youth from the Golden Mountain reacted too late. He was struck in the shoulder and arm, screaming as the poison corroded his flesh. And just like that, chaos began. Like a lit powder keg, the clearing around the ancestral tree exploded into violence. Temporary alliances dissolved in an instant. Screams, flashes of colored chi, and the metallic sound of clashing swords echoed everywhere. 30 of the most talented youths from the 50 domains fought mercilessly for the chance to steal points and secure their place in the gathering. Hualing, in second place with 1,392 points, was one of the first to act. His flaming sword cut through the air, releasing a wave of red fire that engulfed 2 disciples from a lesser domain. He did not hesitate to destroy their leaves, absorbing their points instantly. Mu Qing, from the ancient forest sect, fought with deadly elegance. Spiritual vines emerged from his sleeves, binding opponents before piercing them with sharp thorns. His leaf shone with 1,287 points. He had no intention of losing his position. Kyrian watched everything from above, sitting calmly on the high branch. His green eyes with sword-shaped pupils recorded every movement, every intention, and every weakness. He did not descend. He did not interfere. He simply watched, as if he were observing an interesting play, but not enough to capture his full attention. Outside, on the central plateau, the audience went wild. The holographic screens broadcast the chaos in high definition. Millions of cultivators shouted, cheered, or cursed as they watched their representatives fight. Look at Hualing. Mu Qing too. But where's Kyrian? He's just... In the VIP sections, the domain leaders watched with varied expressions, some proud, others frustrated, many calculating. The leader of the ancient forest sect, seated on his floating throne of living wood, watched the scene with eyes shining with genuine excitement. He leaned forward, a wide smile spreading across his normally serene face. His fingers tapped on the arm of the throne, clearly entertained by the bloody spectacle unfolding below. He declared aloud for the other leaders to hear. His voice carried a tone of clear amusement and deep satisfaction. Only 100 youths will advance to the next and final phase. He chuckled softly, his eyes fixed on the screen showing Kyrian sitting calmly at the top of the tree, like a king watching his subjects fight over scraps. That boy, he understands the true spirit of the trial. No need to dirty his hands now. Let the others eliminate themselves for him. Smart. The leader of the flaming sword let out a rough laugh, striking the arm of his chair with force. My Hualing is doing well, but this Kyrian, he doesn't even need to move. He's treating the trial like a casual stroll. Other leaders murmured among themselves, casting frequent, meaningful glances toward Feng Yuan. The admiration mixed with envy was evident. A talent like that emerging from a mid-rank sect was something rare, almost offensive to many. Asked an elder from the Celestial Clouds domain, narrowing his eyes. Feng Yuan merely smiled calmly, offering no further explanation. Mei Ran, beside him, maintained a serene expression, but her eyes shone with restrained and deep. Pride. She leaned slightly toward Feng Yuan and murmured only to him. He hasn't even moved. Feng Yuan replied softly. Back in the pocket realm, the chaos at the base of the tree only intensified. A disciple from the Golden Mountain was surrounded by 3 opponents. His golden defenses held for a few seconds before being shattered. His leaf was destroyed, and he disappeared in a green light, eliminated from the gathering. Hualing advanced like a living flame, burning everything in his path. Mu Qing controlled the battlefield with vines and plant-based illusions. Others formed quick alliances only to betray them moments later. Cries of pain and rage echoed through the clearing as leaves were destroyed one after another, sending participants out of the pocket realm in flashes of green light. Kyrian remained seated, his legs swaying lightly in the empty air. He saw everything. He saw the killing intent, saw the weaknesses exposed by exhaustion, saw who truly possessed talent, and saw who had only been lucky until now. He thought calmly, "They're getting tired." He felt no urgency whatsoever. His advantage was far too great. 4,012 points against a maximum of 1,800 from the others. Even if the others gained a few more points, he would still be comfortably at the top. As the massacre continued below, Kyrian simply watched the forest horizon, waiting for Mo Tianhai and the others to finally appear. The first phase was entering its bloodiest stage. And Kyrian, at the top of the ancestral tree, was the Silent King who watched it all. Chapter 306, Silent King 2. Chapter 306, Silent King 2. Kyrian remained seated on the high branch of the ancestral tree, the gentle wind swaying the leaves around him as if the tree itself breathed calmly. He watched the chaos below with half-closed eyes, his mind serene like the surface of a still lake on a windless night. Nothing down there attracted him enough to descend. Not yet. The clearing around the colossal tree had turned into a true battlefield. Cries of pain, explosions of colored chi, the metallic sound of clashing swords, and the roar of spiritual techniques echoed without pause. The ground was covered with splinters of wood, fresh blood, and destroyed leaves that still pulsed faintly before completely fading away. Of the 30 youths who had previously occupied the area, nearly half were already fighting with visible injuries. Some had deep cuts, bleeding profusely, others coughed up poison blood, and a few could barely stand, breathing with difficulty. Even so, no one retreated. The greed for points was greater than the fear of elimination or death. Outside, on the central plateau, the ranking list updated frantically, like a racing heart. First phase ranking. Accumulated points 0, 12 points, 187 points, 934 points, 756 points, 000 points. But the gap to Kyrian was still overwhelming. Names appeared and disappeared from the list every few minutes as participants were eliminated and their points redistributed to the victors. Kyrian looked down and realized that, of the 30 who had arrived earlier, only 20 remained. 10 had been eliminated in fast and brutal fights. He also noticed that several youths were arriving from all directions, drawn by the deafening noise of battle and the intense flashes of chi techniques. Probably because the beasts were running out, they could no longer accumulate points by hunting wooden creatures and needed to steal from other cultivators. Everyone who arrived immediately perceived the chaos. Eyes widened at the sight of the massacre, but greed spoke louder. They threw themselves into the fight, swimming in turbulent waters, tried to eliminate those who seemed more exhausted and carried more accumulated points. The only one who was not targeted by absolutely anyone was Kyrian, who still remained above the tree, untouchable, like a living statue observing the mortal world. Meanwhile, in another region of the forest, Mo Tianhai ran at high speed toward the core of the realm, leading the group from the Verdant Sword sect. His eyes burned with determination and excitement. He now possessed 650 points, earned by hunting beasts and, mainly, eliminating other disciples from lesser domains on the edges of the realm. Mo Xia, Long Shui, Shun Yu, and Wu Jian followed closely behind, each with between 400 and 600 points. Said Mo Tianhai without reducing his speed, his voice full of confidence. Where else would he be? They did not know what position they were in, nor how many points would be necessary to advance. The leader of the ancient forest sect had not revealed the exact number of qualifiers, only to accumulate points. But they knew they needed to reach the core. Along the way, They encountered other disciples from rival domains and eliminated them without mercy, absorbing their points in flashes of green light. At the center, more and more people arrived. New fights erupted between the newcomers and those who were already exhausted. The clearing turned into a whirlpool of violence. Those who arrived saw the chaos and recognized the opportunity to attack the most tired and steal hard-earned points. Kyrian remained seated, impassive, watching the fights with a certain fleeting interest, but still more focused on observing those who gradually arrived in the central area. Due to the flashy battles, he was certain that Mo Tianhai and the others would arrive there soon. Outside on the central plateau, the audience was completely hysterical. Look at this. They're killing each other like wild animals. Kyrian is still up there. He hasn't even blinked. But I would like to see how Kyrian would face the others, or see everyone join forces to face him since he has the most points, but it seems that won't happen. In the common stands, Kyrian's name was repeated like a mantra of admiration and fear. The guy is crazy. Monster. He really is a monster. In the VIP sections, the leaders murmured louder and louder, their expressions growing increasingly serious. Commented the leader of the ancient forest sect, still smiling. But Kyrian, he is the true highlight. The leader of the flaming sword crossed his arms, but there was a glimmer of reluctant respect in his flaming eyes. My Hualing is doing well, but that boy from the verdant sword. As the massacre continued below, Kyrian simply watched the forest horizon, waiting for Mo Tianhai and the others to finally appear. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly. In the distance, he caught familiar movements, known energies rushing at high speed through the trees. Mo Tianhai led the group, followed by Mo Xia, Long Shui, Shun Yu, and Wu Jian. They were heading straight for the core, eliminating anyone who crossed their path. Kyrian moved for the first time in hours. He slowly stood up on the branch, looking in their direction. Below, in the clearing, everyone noticed the movement. The fight stopped almost at the same time. Heads turned upward, wide eyes fixed on the solitary figure who had finally risen. The Silent King had moved. The tension in the clearing reached a new level. Chapter 307, Silent King 3. Chapter 307, Silent King 3. Kyrian remained seated on the high branch for a few more minutes, watching the chaos unfolding below as if observing a distant storm. The gentle wind continued to sway the leaves around him, carrying the metallic scent of blood and burned wood. He felt no urgency, no excitement, only a deep calm, almost bored. But then something changed. His green eyes caught familiar movements in the distance. Known energies were rushing at high speed through the dense forest. Mo Tianhai led the group, followed by Mo Xia, Long Shui, Shun Yu, and Wu Jian. They were heading straight for the core, eliminating anyone who crossed their path. Kyrian slowly stood up. Without saying a word, he took a single leap from the high branch. The air whistled around him as he fell like a black arrow. The impact, when his feet touched the ground, was violent. A dull thud echoed throughout the entire clearing, raising a cloud of dust, splinters of wood, and dry leaves that spread like a silent explosion. The ground cracked slightly beneath his feet, forming small fissures that spread like spiderwebs. All the fights stopped at that exact moment. Heads turned, eyes widened, breaths were held. The chaos that had consumed the clearing moments ago abruptly ceased, as if someone had frozen time. The 30-something talented youths who were still fighting stood motionless, swords raised, chi pulsing unstably, all facing the figure who had just ascended. Kyrian. He did not look at anyone. He did not give a single glance to the fighters around him. His expression remained cold and indifferent, as if the massacre happening there was no more relevant than the wind blowing through the trees. He simply began to walk. Each step was calm, unhurried. The dust still lingered in the air as he moved toward the edge of the large clearing that opened around the ancestral tree. Those nearby instinctively moved aside to avoid standing in his path, opening a wide corridor. No one dared approach. No one dared speak. Fear and curiosity mixed, creating a suffocating tension. Kirian stopped at the edge of the clearing, looking toward the forest from which his companions were approaching. Outside, on the central plateau, the audience erupted into a wave of exclamations. He descended. Look, just as descent made all the fights stop, just as presence below the tree made everyone focus on him. Is he going to participate now? Finally, in the VIP sections, the leaders leaned forward, eyes fixed on the screens. The leader of the ancient forest smiled even wider. Interesting. Meanwhile, inside the pocket realm, the silence lasted nearly 15 minutes. No one dared resume the fights. Everyone waited, tense, watching the solitary figure in black robes at the edge of the clearing. The air was thick with anticipation. Then, finally they arrived. Mo Tianhai burst into the clearing at high speed, followed by the other four. Their bodies were dirty with soil, leaves, and dried blood from previous battles, but their eyes shone with determination. As soon as they saw Kirian, their faces lit up. Mo Tianhai shouted, running toward him. Kirian gave a slight nod. The five quickly approached. Mo Tianhai gave him a firm slap on the shoulder, laughing. We knew you'd be here. Look at those points. Kirian looked at Mo Tianhai's leaf, which showed 650 points, and at the others, who ranged between 400 and 600. He said briefly, without a tone of judgment. Montauk Tianhai smiled confidently. We're not like you. But anyway, we can still get more. Kirian nodded, thinking for a moment. All right, soon, the chaos here will return. He added, looking toward the center of the clearing, where the other participants watched the scene with tension. I will wait at the top of the tree. Enjoy hunting. Mo Tianhai and the others nodded. They knew Kirian would not actively participate in the carnage. For him, it would be like beating children. But they also knew he would not let any of them be eliminated easily. It was a silent protection, but a powerful one. Kirian said nothing more. He made a light jump and returned to the top of the great tree, landing on the same branch as before. He sat down again, his legs swaying slightly, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, more and more youths arrived at the central area, drawn by the noise and flashes of chi. Many stopped upon seeing the scene. The paused massacre, the verdant sword group gathered, and Kirian once again seated at the top of the tree. They understood immediately. No one dared approach the great tree. It was as if the ancestral tree at the center of the pocket realm was Kirian's official territory. A neutral zone, or rather, a forbidden zone. Mo Tianhai looked around, smiling fiercely. Now, each of us will be on our own. Mo Xia, Long Shui, Shen Yu, and Wu Jian responded almost at the same time. They spread out, searching for opponents with points similar to theirs. The fights, which had paused momentarily, exploded again with even greater intensity. New alliances formed and broke. Brilliant techniques illuminated the clearing once more. Kirian watched everything from above, impassive. He had hunted enough. Now, he would let his companions shine. The first phase of the domain gathering was entering its most bloody and unpredictable climax. And he, at the top of the tree, remained the silent observer who controlled the rhythm of everything without needing to move a single hand. Chapter 308, Silent King 4. Chapter 308, Silent King 4. Kirian returned to the same high branch of the ancestral tree with a light and silent leap, as if he had never descended. He sat down again, his legs swaying casually in the empty air, the gentle wind slightly tousling his black hair. His expression remained calm, almost bored, as if the bloody massacre happening dozens of meters below him was merely background noise. Outside, on the central plateau, the audience's reaction was like a bucket of cold water thrown over a crowd in flames. The enthusiasm that had exploded when Kirian descended died almost instantly. Thousands of cultivators who had been standing, shouting, and cheering sat back down with expressions of frustration and discouragement. Heh, grumbled a young disciple from a lesser domain, crossing his arms with a disappointed look. Another beside him agreed. It doesn't seem like he wants to participate in the battles. With his strength, he shouldn't be afraid of anyone here. We can only conclude that he's not interested in increasing his points right now. Several discouraged comments echoed through the stands. They'd spent weeks watching Kyrian hunt wooden beasts nonstop, accumulating points in an absurd manner. But what the audience really wanted was to see the monster of the Verdant Sword sect fighting other human geniuses. They wanted to see his sword cutting through real cultivators, not just constructed creatures. He only came down to protect his friends, murmured a female cultivator, shaking her head. Said another, trying to console himself. This is still just the first stage. The discouragement was general. The holographic screens continued focusing on Kyrian, but now with an almost comical tone. The young man at the top of the tree swung his legs, as if he were at a picnic, while hell unfolded below. In the VIP sections, the leaders also commented. Asked the leader of the flaming sword, almost disappointed. The leader of the ancient forest chuckled softly. He has already done what he needed. Feng Yuan and Mei Ran watched in silence. Mei Ran had a slight smile on her lips. He has always been like this. Meanwhile, inside the pocket realm, after 5 minutes of Kyrian returning to his place at the top of the tree to observe, the chaos resumed with even greater intensity. Disciples with few points continued arriving from all directions. They were easy targets, but also hungry hunters. If they did not obtain enough points, they might not pass to the next phase of the gathering. So countless battles began happening at the same time. People hunted each other for points, while some hid in the shadows of the trees, waiting for the right moment to attack those weakened after a fight. Those present had to focus on their own battles, but also on the surrounding environment. Betrayals happened every second. Alliances lasted less than the blink of an eye. Kyrian was no longer completely bored. His sword-like eyes were focused on the 5 battles of his companions at the same time. He observed every movement, every enemy intention, ready to act if someone tried to eliminate Mo Tianhai, Mo Xia, Long Shui, Shun Yu, or Wu Jian in a way they could not perceive. Mo Tianhai's fights happened quickly. Despite his cultivation not being the highest, his sword intent was pure and destructive. In just a few brutal attacks, he could eliminate those with few points. Now, he fought an opponent with 800 points, smiling as he exchanged heavy blows, his sword cutting through the air with controlled fury. Mo Xia fought with calculated coldness, using her agility to dodge and counterattack. Shun Yu and Wu Jian also held their ground well, each with their own style. But Long Shui was the one who most caught Kyrian's attention. She fought against a strong opponent, a young man who used fire-based punching techniques and possessed 900 points. Long Shui had been targeted by him and was struggling to continue fighting. Her defenses were constantly pressured, the fire burning her clothes and skin in some areas. But she did not give up. She continued fighting with strength and determination. She was no longer the timid and fearful girl who had lost her memories. Now she was an independent cultivator, confident in herself. She also had one-sided confidence in Kyrian. If he said he would protect them, she was certain she could fight with all her strength without worrying too much. But then, suddenly something happened. Long Shui was so focused on her opponent that she did not notice the surroundings. Suddenly, 2 more people jumped from the shadows, attacking her from different directions at the same time, one from the left and the other from behind. Her opponent was already strong enough to demand all her attention. Now, with 2 additional opponents, she was certain she was finished. At the last second, she released all her cultivation into a chi barrier to protect herself and close her eyes, waiting for the fatal impact. But the impact never came. When she opened her eyes, something unbelievable had happened. The 2 who had tried to ambush her were lying on the ground, coughing blood. On their chests, where their leaves were, there was a clean and deep cut. Their clothes and skin were also cut in the same place. In another second, they disappeared, being teleported out of the pocket realm, eliminated. Long Shui was confused for a moment. Not only she, but her opponent also looked around in pure terror. He did not know who had helped the girl. His companions who came to assist him in the fight had been eliminated without him even realizing how. He looked around in fear, searching for an invisible enemy, but found no one. Meanwhile, Long Shui smiled and raised her sword again toward her opponent. The fight, which had been difficult before, began to become easier as the opponent also shifted his attention around, trying to find Long Shui's invisible ally. But he found nothing. In a moment of distraction, Long Shui cut his leaf with a precise strike, completely eliminating him. His body disappeared as she took a deep breath, with a relieved and grateful smile on her face. She then looked toward the top of the ancient tree with genuine gratitude. Her gaze met Kirian's eyes as she murmured softly. Kirian, from above, understood her words and only gave a slight nod. 650. Previously, upon seeing those two men approaching Long Shui, he knew he had to act. The moment they tried to eliminate her, he moved. With a single glance, an invisible slash of his sword intent emerged from nowhere and eliminated both before they could even realize what had struck them. Kirian returned to observing calmly. Chapter 309, Silent King, 5. Chapter 309, Silent King, 5. Long Shui did not know exactly how Kirian had helped, but she knew it had been him. She was still breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling as she looked at the place where the two attackers had fallen. The clean cut on their chests, the way their leaves had been split in half, and their bodies disappeared in flashes of green light. Everything happened too fast. She did not see the strike. She did not feel the chi approaching. It was as if the air itself had cut them apart. But she knew that kind of cut. Pure sword intent, sharp like nothing she had ever felt before. It could only be Kirian. Outside, on the central plateau, the crowd watching the battles of the members of the Verdant Sword sect erupted in confusion. Many had shifted their focus to Kirian's group precisely because he had descended to meet them. With the fame Kirian had gained in the past weeks, the mysterious young man who dominated the ranking effortlessly, everyone wanted to see how his sect companions fought. The holographic screens alternated between the battles of Mo Tianhai, Mo Xia, and especially Long Shui. Someone shouted when they saw Long Shui surrounded. 3 against 1. But then, suddenly, the two who attacked her from behind were eliminated. Their bodies appeared in the central arena of the plateau, coughing blood, leaves destroyed, expressions of shock and terror frozen on their faces. The audience fell silent for a second, then exploded. I didn't see the attack. It was Kirian. These strange things continued happening with the members of the Verdant Sword sect. Mo Xia, who was facing 2 people at the same time, was about to be eliminated. Her agility was impressive, but her opponents were experienced and pressured her mercilessly. When one of them prepared the final blow, something strange happened again. One of her opponents was cut in the chest invisibly. His leaf split in half, and he disappeared in green light. Again, the audience questioned what was happening. Another one. Kirian is helping them. But how? A murmur flooded the stands. Thousands of voices spoke at the same time, confused, impressed, and increasingly fascinated. Yes, I didn't see him move at all. In the VIP section, the leaders of the other sects also questioned aloud. The leader of the Ancient Forest sect narrowed his eyes as he thought, his gaze fixed on Kirian through the screens. Most likely, he said slowly. The leader of the Flaming Sword sect also commented, crossing his arms. Yes, it is definitely a special physique with an ocular power. They then turned to Feng Yuan, who remained seated calmly beside Mei Ran. Asked the leader of the Ancient Forest sect directly. Feng Yuan smiled faintly, a light and enigmatic smile. He knew he would not be able to hide it forever. Once Kirian returned to the central arena after the first phase ended, everyone above the spiritual awakening realm would be able to sense that he was a mortal with an innate talent. So, he did not deny it. Feng Yuan replied, his voice calm and confident. The momentary silence that followed was filled with anticipation. The leaders exchanged glances, some with a gleam of expectation in their eyes. Such a powerful ocular talent was extremely rare even among special physiques. If Kirian truly possessed a special ocular physique, his future was limitless. Back in the pocket realm, the chaos below the central tree continued. People were eliminated every second. Points rose and fell as leaves were destroyed. Disciples who arrived with few points became easy prey, but also desperate hunters. Betrayals happened constantly. Someone who had just formed an alliance would turn their back the next moment to steal their partner's points. Kyrian remained quiet at the top, lightly swinging his legs. His sword-like eyes calculated at high speed all the movements of the enemies. The moment he saw that he needed to help, a slash of pure sword intent was released, invisible, silent, and lethal, to interrupt anyone who tried to. Eliminate Emotion High and the others. He had said he would protect them from being eliminated. So he would do it, especially because he wanted it to benefit the Verdant Sword sect as a whole. The more points his companions accumulated, the better the overall performance of the sect would be. Long Shui, after eliminating her opponent, looked upward again. Her smile was grateful and determined. She knew Kyrian was there, watching over them. That certainty gave her the strength to continue fighting without fear. Emotion High, in the middle of a fierce battle, also felt the invisible help when an opponent who was pressuring him was suddenly cut in the chest. He laughed loudly, knowing exactly who had intervened. Kyrian, he shouted before finishing his opponent with a destructive strike. The chaos continued. But now, with Kyrian's invisible protection, the group of the Verdant Sword sect became increasingly dangerous. They were not only surviving, they were hunting. Meanwhile, in the stands, the audience began to understand the pattern. Kyrian is helping them. It's like he's cutting from afar. The first phase of the domain gathering continued its bloody and unpredictable course. And Kyrian, at the top of the tree, remained the silent observer who controlled the rhythm of everything without needing to move a single hand. Chapter 3:10. End of phase. Chapter 3:10. End of phase. The following days inside the Pocket Realm were of pure, escalating chaos. What had once been sporadic fighting at the base of the ancestral tree turned into a total and relentless war. More and more participants arrived from the peripheral regions, drawn by the constant noise of chi explosions, cries of pain, and the intense glow of battle techniques. They came exhausted, covered in dirt and blood, but with hungry eyes. They knew the wooden beast had practically disappeared. There were no more easy points to hunt. The only way to secure passage to the next phase was to steal from others. The clearing around the colossal tree became a living slaughterhouse. Kyrian observed everything from above, seated on the same wide branch, his legs lightly swinging in the empty air. His green eyes with sword-shaped pupils registered every detail without emotion. He saw groups forming only to betray each other minutes later. He saw disciples hiding in the shadows, waiting for the exact moment to strike those who were weakened. He saw temporary alliances being born and dying within seconds. His own points continued to rise slowly, not because he hunted, but because from time to time he interfered to protect Emotion High and the others. Each invisible elimination added points to his leaf. 0-12 points. An absurd gap. 0-0-0 points after a series of brutal victories, but was still far from threatening Kyrian's lead. The last week inside the Pocket Realm was extremely bloody. Emotion High and the other members of the Verdant Sword sect fought with fierce determination. They had hunted beasts on the outskirts and, above all, eliminated other disciples from lesser domains. 900 points, a solid position. 700 points. They knew Kyrian was protecting them from afar, which gave them the confidence to fight with everything they had. Kyrian, from atop the tree, helped briefly when necessary. An invisible slash of sword intent here, a precise strike there, just enough to save a companion without drawing too much attention. He did this mainly to benefit the Verdant Sword sect as a whole. The better the collective performance, the greater the sect's prestige would be. Finally, time ran out. On the last day of the first phase, an intense green light burst from the ancestral tree. All the participants still alive were enveloped by it and transported back to the central plateau. Kyrian was one of the first to appear. He landed calmly on the arena floor, his black robe immaculate despite everything. MOT on high and the others appeared shortly after, exhausted but alive and with good points. The leader of the ancient forest sect floated to the center of the stage, above the great tree the elders had made grow at the beginning of the ceremony. He raised an ancient wooden plaque and sent his chi into it. The plaque shone intensely. He announced, his voice echoing throughout the plateau. But not all will continue to the next and final phase of the domain gathering. Everyone turned their attention to the great golden list that appeared in the sky. Out of the approximately 400 initial participants, only 100 would advance. Kyrian looked up. It was obvious he was in first place by a wide margin. MOT on high appeared in position 38, an excellent placement. The others from the Verdant Sword sect were between 45th and 78th place. It was, without a doubt, the best performance in the sect's history. A huge commotion took over the plateau. Many sighed sadly for not having passed. Others celebrated, jumping and shouting with joy. The Verdant Sword sect, a sect considered average among the 50 minor domains, had stood out in an impressive way thanks to Kyrian and his group. Comments about them spread like wildfire. An average sect producing a monster like Kyrian. They entered the top 100 with 5 disciples. The leader of the ancient forest sect continued. Everyone will have today and the entire next day to rest. Kyrian followed Mei Ran and Feng Yuan back to the greensword tree, the accommodation designated for their sect. As soon as they entered the central hall, Feng Yuan gave several firm pats on Kyrian's shoulder, laughing loudly with evident pride. Good, 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 he exclaimed, his voice full of satisfaction. You truly represented the sect very well. Mei Ran, beside him, nodded, a rare, gentle smile on her face. It was an exceptional performance. Especially you, Kyrian, she said, looking at the group. MOT on high, and the others were extremely happy with the words of the leader and the elder. Their faces lit up with pride. For them, coming from a mid-ranked sect, reaching this far was a dream come true. They talked for a few more minutes, recalling moments from the trial. Feng Yuan then grew more serious and announced, the next phase is always the same. It will be one-on-one battles. I am confident in all of you. He paused, looking at each of them. In the coming days, envoys from 4th-level sects will likely arrive. If any of these envoys take a liking to you, you will have the chance to be recruited into those forces. This will benefit you, as you will enter a much larger world, and it will benefit the sect, which will gain valuable connections. Kyrian was already part of the Blood Court, but if the others entered 4th-level sects, it would be excellent for everyone. He nodded silently in agreement. Everyone nodded excitedly and returned to their rooms to rest and recover their strength. Kyrian entered his room, sat on the balcony, and looked at the floating city glowing with thousands of spiritual lights. The domain gathering was far from over. Chapter 3:11, Final Phase. Chapter 3:11, Final Phase. Kyrian and the others slept deeply that night. After the end of the first phase, the accumulated exhaustion from weeks of intense hunting, battles, and constant tension finally took its toll. Everyone returned to the green sword tree in silence, each retreating to their room without many words. Both body and mind needed recovery. Kyrian woke early the next day, even before the sun broke over the horizon of the floating city. He opened his eyes in the dimness of the room, feeling the pure chi of the environment revitalizing his body. There was no need for training or refinement today. Everyone had decided to use this day to rest well. The final phase of the domain gathering would begin the next day, and they needed to be in peak condition. MOT on high, and the others remained in their rooms for practically the entire day. Some meditated, others cultivated calmly, regulating the flow of qi and soothing their overburdened meridians. Long Shui spent hours sitting in the lotus position, mentally reviewing the battle she had faced. Mo Xia read ancient scrolls about sword techniques, refining her understanding. Shun Yu and Wu Jian alternated between deep meditation and light breathing exercises. Kyrian, as always, opted for a simpler routine. He spent the morning mentally reviewing his formations, and the pill refinements he had studied, then sat on the balcony, observing the floating city pulsing with life. He felt no need to train physically. His body was already at its ideal limit. At night, Mot on high appeared in the central hall with an excited smile. "Shall we go out to eat?" Everyone agreed. Kirian went along as well. He had nothing better to do and was somewhat curious about the local spiritual foods. They descended the suspended bridges to one of the most famous restaurants in the city, the Hall of Nine Essences. The place was packed with participants of the gathering and local cultivators. As soon as Kirian and the group entered, the atmosphere changed. Several youths from other domains, seated at different tables, turned their heads and waved in respectful greeting. Kirian had become famous even before the final phase. The news that he alone had cleared the central area of the pocket realm, eliminating nearly all the powerful beasts, had spread like wildfire. Now everyone understood why they had encountered so few strong prey. Respectful murmurs echoed across the tables. "It's him. They are strong." When they left the restaurant, the sect leaders had already explained to their disciples that Kirian had cleared the central region practically by himself. This raised the prestige of the Verdant Sword sect extraordinarily. A sect once considered average was now seen in a new light. Everyone treated Kirian and his companions with cautious respect, almost reverent. After eating their fill of dishes of grilled spiritual meat, soups of crystalline roots, and luminous fruits, the group returned to the greensword tree and went to sleep early. The next day arrived quickly. Everyone got up before dawn. The air was thick with expectation. They dressed in the sect's immaculate black robes and set out toward the central plateau. Thousands upon thousands of people also climbed the great stairways of living wood, filling the floating stands. The final event drew all eyes. Kirian and the others were led by disciples of the ancient forest sect to their designated seats. Feng Yuan and Mei Ran were guided to one of the VIP areas reserved for leaders. Kirian, Mo Tianhai, Mo Xia, Long Shui, Shun Yu, and Wu Jian were taken directly to the central arena, where 100 participants gathered beneath the great ancestral tree. After half an hour, the 100 talented youths stood in the center of the arena, under the imposing shadow of the tree. The atmosphere was heavy, charged with tension and determination. Then, the leader of the ancient forest sect arrived. He leapt to the center of the stage, above the great tree, and first welcomed the envoys from the major fourth-level sections. At that moment, everyone looked toward a floating stand that hovered above all the others, a great living trunk rising from the ground to the sky, where about 10 people sat with imposing presence. Kirian also looked. Even from afar, he managed to see the symbols on their clothes. He was somewhat surprised to recognize several forces he had encountered in the Cloud Empire. They were the Earth Forge, the Deep Root sect, the Southern Wind Dynasty, the White Crane sect, the Grey Blade sect, the Scarlet Rock sect, and the Celestial River Alliance. The other 3 envoys were from nearby fourth-level forces, but Kirian did not recognize them. After the leader welcomed the envoys, he turned to everyone present and announced, "Suddenly, 100 leaves flew from the great tree once again, flying toward all the participants." Kirian caught his and noticed that the number 1 was engraved in gold. Each leaf had a number indicating the disciples' positions. The leader of the ancient forest sect then explained the rules in a clear and firm voice. First place will fight last place, second place will fight second to last, and so on. The rules are simple. No use of external treasures or pills to increase strength. A silence filled with anticipation took over the arena. The final phase, the direct one-on-one battles, was about to begin. Kirian held his leaf with the number 1, his calm gaze fixed on the center of the arena. He could feel the gazes of all the fourth-level envoys upon him. He knew his performance so far had drawn too much attention, but he did not care. He was already part of Force, the Blood Court. Chapter 312, Final Phase 2. Chapter 312, Final Phase 2. After the announcement by the leader of the ancient forest sect, a wave of excitement swept across the entire central plateau. The 100 talented youths who had advanced to the final phase stood in the center of the arena, beneath the great ancestral tree. The air vibrated with anticipation. Thousands of cultivators in the floating stands murmured, placed bets, and commented excitedly. Finally, the direct one-on-one battles would begin. The true spectacle of the domain gathering. The first match immediately drew everyone's attention. Kyrian. He would fight against the weakest opponent in the ranking, a young man at the 8th stage of chi release from a minor domain. Everyone knew Kyrian would win. The difference in strength was absurd. But what everyone wanted to see was how he would win. At the center of the plateau, an arena made entirely of living wood slowly rose from the ground, growing as if the ancestral tree itself had generated it. The floor was smooth, durable, and glowed with protective runes. That was where all the fights would take place. The leader of the ancient forest sect looked at Kyrian and his opponent. Kyrian walked calmly to the center of the wooden arena. His opponent, a simple-looking young man in worn gray robes, climbed up shortly after. He showed obvious nervousness, hands trembling slightly on the hilt of his sword, sweat running down his forehead. Being the first to fight against the obviously strongest person, there was a harsh sentence. He knew he had no chance, but he could not give up. Retreating would be an even greater disgrace. The judge of the match, an elder from the ancient forest sect, raised his hand. Kyrian's opponent took a deep breath and pointed his sword, releasing all of his sword energy. He attacked first, desperate to at least show some resistance. But Kyrian did not want to waste time. As soon as the judge gave the signal, his sword eyes spun slightly. A pure, ancestral sword intent, sharper than anything anyone there had ever felt, exploded into the air. With a simple blink, an invisible blade cut through space. Kyrian's opponent was sent flying backward as if struck by a giant hammer. His chest was torn open by a clean and deep cut, ripping through clothes, skin, and muscle. He screamed in pain, falling outside the arena with his body trembling. It was not a fatal blow, but enough to leave him completely incapable of fighting. The judge immediately declared. Disciples of the ancient forest sect rushed to retrieve the injured young man and carry him away for treatment. The entire plateau erupted in commotion. A glance. What kind of power is that? Monster. Everyone had finally seen Kyrian in action. He had used only his sword intent, released through his eyes, to eliminate his opponent. No one understood how he was able to do such a thing. It was as if the air itself had turned into blades under his command. At that exact moment, Kyrian felt several powerful spiritual senses sweep across his body. They belonged to the domain leaders, and especially the envoys from the 4th level forces. All of them believed that Kyrian possessed a special ocular physique. But they were wrong. The leader of the Blazing Sword sect suddenly stood up from his seat, his flaming eyes wide with shock. Damn, now I understand. The other leaders looked confused. They had also probed Kyrian's body with their senses, but did not understand the exaggerated reaction of the Blazing Sword leader. After all, it was something so rare that not everyone even knew the legends. The leader of the ancient forest sect let out a deep sigh, looking at Feng Yuan with a mixture of respect and disbelief. He said out loud, for everyone to hear, "So, Kyrian is a mortal with an innate talent." A heavy silence fell over the VIP section. All the leaders understood at the same time. An innate talent, something so rare that it existed only in ancient legends. A gift that allowed a mortal to ignore common limitations and grow and cultivate in a terrifying manner. It made perfect sense for his strength to be so overwhelming. Meanwhile, in the area reserved for the envoys of the 4th level forces, the reaction was even more intense. One of the envoys, wearing the robe of the Southern Wind Dynasty, murmured. Another asked, "Not just me. I believe most of us here do," he replied, looking at his companions. Kyrian was in the Cloud Empire months ago, participating in the Grand Auction. "But I heard he was part of the Blood Court," another envoy commented. "I can't say." They did not reveal any more details about Kyrian's origins. They decided to remain silent and simply observe. The battles continued in the arena. After Kyrian's overwhelming victory, it was Huoling's turn to step up. The young man from the blazing sword fought with controlled fury, and it did not take long for him to send his opponent flying out of the arena, his chest burning and a bleeding cut across it. The next fights were equally intense, but quite uneven. Those in higher positions were obviously more powerful than those in lower positions, but no one really cared about that. They just wanted to see the battles unfold. Kirian watched everything calmly, seated in his designated position among the participants. He had already fulfilled his role in the first match. Now, he awaited his next bout. Meanwhile, the name Kirian echoed throughout the entire plateau. His fame had definitively exploded. The final phase of the domain gathering had begun, and Kirian, once again, was the center of all attention. Chapter 313, Final Phase 3. Chapter 313, Final Phase 3. The battles continued without pause. The Livingwood Arena was already stained with blood in several places, but the protective runes prevented the damage from spreading or the structure from deteriorating. Motion High was the next from the Verdant Sword group to step up. His opponent was a young man at the 9 degrees stage of Chi Liberation, coming from one of the weaker domains. The youth wielded a pair of double axes, each the size of his torso, and his energy was heavy, clearly focused on brute strength. As soon as the judge gave the signal, the opponent charged like an enraged bull. The axes cut through the air with a deep hum, creating shockwaves that made the wooden platform tremble. Motion High did not move. He simply raised one finger. His destructive sword intent exploded forward like an invisible tidal wave. The air in front of him distorted, and the opponent was struck head-on before he could even complete his attack. The axes flew from his hands. His body was thrown backward like a dry leaf in the wind, hitting the ground outside the arena with a dull thud. Blood flowed from his lips, and his eyes were wide in shock. He did not even see the attack. The judge announced. Murmurs spread once again through the stands. Motion High stepped down from the arena with a neutral expression, as if nothing had happened. He sat beside Kirian and merely nodded slightly. Kirian simply nodded. Don't complain. The two exchanged a quick glance. They knew the more difficult fights were yet to come, but for now, the initial matches were just to eliminate the weakest. Next was Motion. She stepped into the arena with her slender sword in hand, her eyes sharp as blades. Her opponent was a young man at the 9 degrees stage of Chi Liberation, coming from a domain known for its movement techniques. He was fast, very fast. The fight began, and Motion attacked first, her sword drawing silver arcs through the air. But the opponent dodged every strike with impressive agility, moving like water flowing between stones. She pressed forward, forcing him back, but he counterattacked with an unexpected strike. An open palm hit Motion's shoulder, and although she partially blocked it with chi, the impact made her stumble. Taking advantage of the opening, the opponent unleashed a sequence of rapid strikes. Motion managed to block the first two, but the third struck her sword arm. The sword fell from her hand. She still tried to fight barehanded, using palm techniques, but the difference in close combat was far too great. A well-placed blow to her chest sent her flying out of the arena. Motion fell to her knees outside the arena, biting her lip. She struck the ground with her fist, frustrated, but there were no tears. Only anger. Anger at herself. Long Shui was next. Her fight was more balanced. She faced a girl at the 9 degrees stage of Chi Liberation, a specialist in ice techniques. The two exchanged blows for nearly 5 minutes, a beautiful clash to watch. Blades of ice against blades of wind. The entire stage became covered in a thin layer of ice and deep cuts in the wood. But in the end, Long Shui's opponent managed to trap her in a formation of ice, pinning her feet to the ground. A precise strike to the abdomen, and Long Shui fell, unable to continue. Long Shui was supported by disciples of the ancient forest as she left the arena. Her face was pale, but she kept her head high. At least she had fought well. Wu Jian stepped up next. He was stronger than the two girls at the 9 degrees stage of Chi Liberation with a solid foundation. His opponent was a young man of the same level, but with inferior technique. Wu Jian dominated the first minutes of the fight, his heavy sword cutting through the air with crushing force. But then he made a mistake. He underestimated a counterattack and left his flank open. The opponent seized the chance and landed a spinning kick to his ribs. Wu Jian felt the bone crack. The pain made him hesitate for a second, and that second was enough for 2 more strikes to land on his chest and face. He fell, like a felled tree. Wu Jian spat blood onto the arena, trying to get up, but his body did not respond. The disciples had to carry him out. Only Shin Yu remained. The calm-faced young man stepped into the arena with his straight sword in hand. His opponent was a warrior at the 9-degree stage of Qi liberation, muscular and armed with an iron staff as thick as a man's arm. The signal was given. The opponent attacked with fury, the staff whistling through the air. But Shin Yu simply moved. His steps were light, almost floating. He dodged every strike with absurd precision, as if he already knew where the staff would fall before the opponent even decided to attack. His qi was extremely pure. Every time he channeled energy into his sword, the blade shone with a crystalline white light, so clean it resembled flowing water. After 3 minutes of evasion and precise attacks, Shin Yu found an opening. His sword cut the opponent's staff in half as if it were rotten wood, and a palm strike to the warrior's chest sent him flying out of the arena. He stepped down from the arena calmly, without celebration. He simply nodded to Kirian and Mo Tianhai, who were watching from the side. "Good work," said Mo Tianhai. Shin Yu only replied. By the end of the day, the sun had already set behind the distant mountains. The floating city was illuminated by spiritual lights that glowed like giant fireflies. The stands were still full, but most of the fights had already taken place. The leader of the ancient forest sect rose at the center of the stage, his voice echoing across the entire plateau. "Today's battles are concluded. Those who have qualified will return tomorrow for the continuation of the final phase. Everyone rest." The participants stood up, some exhausted, others frustrated, and a few confident. Kirian looked at his companions. Mo Xia and Long Shui had their heads lowered. Wu Jian limped, supported by a disciple of the ancient forest. "Let's go back," Kirian said simply. The group walked in silence back to the verdant sword tree. The night was cool, and the stars above the floating city seemed closer than ever. Feng Yuan and Mei Ran were already waiting for them at the entrance. "You fought well," said Feng Yuan. Mo Xia did not respond. She went straight to her room and closed the door. Long Shui did the same. Wu Jian was taken to his room after receiving a pill from Feng Yuan to recover from his injuries. Only Kirian, Mo Tianhai, and Shin Yu remained in the central hall for a few moments, sitting in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Kirian looked out the window. Outside, the floating city pulsed with nightlife. Cultivators celebrated their victories. Others drank to forget their defeats. He thought about the envoys of the 4th-level forces. "Let's rest," Kirian said, standing up. Mo Tianhai let out a low laugh. "Serious? Good for you," Shin Yu replied dryly. The 3 of them went up to their rooms. The verdant sword tree fell silent in slumber, while outside, the floating city continued to shine beneath the starry mantle. Chapter 314, Final Phase 4. Chapter 314, Final Phase 4. The sun had not yet risen when Kirian opened his eyes. Outside, the floating city was already awake. Spiritual lights flickered among the giant trees, and the distant sound of crowds echoed across the suspended bridges. He stood up, put on his black robe, and left the room. Mo Tianhai was already waiting for him in the corridor, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Kirian replied. One by one, the others left their rooms. Mo Xia and Long Shui were still downcast, but they had regained their composure. Wu Jian limped slightly, but his gaze was firm. Shin Yu, as always, seemed calm and serene. Feng Yuan gathered them in the central hall. Today things will be different. The fights will be more balanced. Mei Ran added, and remember, winning is important, but showing your talent is more so. The group nodded and set off toward the central plateau. When they arrived, the place was already packed. The floating stands overflowed with cultivators. Some had clearly slept there, sitting in the lotus position or leaning against the living wood railings. It was no surprise. Cultivators did not need to sleep full nights like ordinary mortals. Many had simply meditated and waited for the arrival of the new day. The buzz was deafening. Today he'll fight again. Kyrian and the others were led to the participants' area. The center of the arena was still empty, but the great ancestral tree was already glowing with a soft golden light. After about half an hour, the leader of the ancient forest sect appeared in the sky, leaping from branch to branch until landing at the center of the arena. Today, he announced in a powerful voice. He raised his hand, and 50 leaves flew from the great ancestral tree, each spinning in the air before floating toward a participant. Kyrian caught his. The number 13 was engraved in gold. He lifted his eyes to the sky. At that same moment, a giant list appeared above the plateau, formed of golden light. The names and fight numbers appeared one by one, in the order they would take place. Kyrian read quickly. 7th fight. Kyrian, verdant sword, versus Jean Lay, Golden Mountain. His eyebrow lifted slightly. Jean Lay. He recognized the name. The young man had placed fourth in the first phase of the domain gathering, with a high score. His defensive technique of the Golden Mountain was well known in the region. They said no attack of the same level could pierce his golden barriers. Murmurs spread through the stands as soon as the list appeared. I bet he will. The first fights happened quickly. Disciples from various domains went up and down the arena. Some fights were balanced, lasting several minutes. Others ended in seconds, with devastating blows. Blood stained the wood once again, but the audience barely paid attention. All eyes were on the 7th fight, when the judge announced, Kyrian of Verdant Sword versus Jean Lay of Golden Mountain. A tense silence fell over the plateau. Kyrian walked calmly to the center of the arena. His steps were light, his face impassive. The black robe of Verdant Sword swayed gently with the wind blowing through the giant trees. On the other side, Jean Lay stepped up with firm strides. He was a tall young man with short dark hair and defined muscles that looked carved from bronze. His robe was golden, embroidered with symbols of mountains and lightning. He carried a short staff on his back, but did not draw it. The two faced each other. Jean Lay spoke first. His voice was calm, without fear. Kyrian nodded slightly. He said nothing. He did not need to. The judge raised his hand. Jean Lay acted first, not to attack, but to defend. A golden barrier appeared around his body, shining like a miniature sun. It was the supreme defensive technique of the Golden Mountain. They said it could withstand the attack of a cultivator at the 1-degree stage of core formation. But Kyrian was not an ordinary cultivator. His sword eyes blinked. An invisible cut, made of pure chi and sword intent, tore through the air. There was no sound. There was no warning. Only space distorting for an instant. The golden barrier trembled. Cracks spread across its surface like spiderwebs. Jean Lay felt the impact in his meridians and stepped back, teeth grinding. He managed to hold, but barely. Before he could celebrate, Kyrian looked again. This time, Kyrian used more strength. Much more. The second cut was like a divine blade descending from the heavens. The golden barrier shattered like glass. The cracks turned into shining fragments that dissipated into the air. And the strike continued. It hit Jean Lay squarely in the chest. The young man of Golden Mountain was thrown backward like a dry leaf in a hurricane. His body crossed the boundary of the arena and hit the hard ground of the plateau, rolling several times before stopping. His golden robe was torn. Blood flowed from a deep cut on his torso. He coughed, spitting blood, but he was alive. Kyrian had held back enough not to kill. The judge announced, after a brief moment of silence. The entire plateau exploded. 2 glances. What a monster! In the stands, the envoys of the 4th-level forces exchanged meaningful glances. Some shook their heads. Others smiled with interest. Kyrian stepped down from the arena without looking back. He returned to his place and sat down, crossing his arms. The fights continued. Most were interesting, but overshadowed by what had just happened. Everyone was still murmuring about Kyrian. Then it was Shun Yu's turn. His opponent was Huo Ling from the Blazing Sword sect, the second-place winner of the first phase. The young man with flaming hair stepped onto the arena with his red sword in hand, his eyes glowing with spiritual fire. Shin Yu faced him calmly, his straight sword pointed at the ground. The fight began. To the surprise of many, Shin Yu was not eliminated quickly. His chi was extremely pure, so pure that the envoys of the fourth-level forces straightened in their seats. Each strike of Shin Yu had a crystalline quality, as if the very essence of heaven was channeled into his blade. He exchanged blows with Huoling for several minutes, and, at some moments, it seemed like he could win. But Huoling was a genius. When he unleashed the supreme technique of the blazing sword, a phoenix of fire that engulfed the entire arena, Shin Yu could not resist. His defense fell, and he was thrown off the stage with burns on his arms and chest. Shin Yu stood up on his own, without help. He looked at his burned hands, and then at Kirin, shaking his head. "That was close," Kirin murmured. Shin Yu simply nodded. Mo Tianhai was the last of the group to fight that day. His opponent was a young disciple of the ancient forest sect itself, someone who had placed among the top 30 in the first phase. The fight was short. Mo Tianhai unleashed his destructive sword intent with full force. The arena trembled. The opponent was thrown out before he could even raise his defense. The sun was already low on the horizon when the leader of the ancient forest sect rose again. Today's fights are concluded. Those who have qualified will return tomorrow. Chapter 315, Final Phase 5. Chapter 315, Final Phase 5. The sun rose golden over the floating city among the great trees. On the third day of the final phase, the central plateau dawned even more crowded. The floating wooden stands overflowed with cultivators who had traveled from distant domains just to watch the decisive battles. The buzz was deafening, a mixture of expectation and speculation. Only 25 competitors remained. Among them were Kirin and Mo Tianhai, the two representatives of the verdant sword who still remained in the competition. Mo Xia, Long Shui, Wu Jian, and Shin Yu had already been eliminated. Shin Yu, in particular, had fallen to Huoling the day before in a fight many considered one of the best so far. The young man of pure chi had fought well, but not enough. Now they were in the stands, watching with serious expressions. Shin Yu had his arms bandaged, burns still visible on his neck, but his eyes were fixed on the arena. The leader of the ancient forest sect appeared at the center of the arena, his voice echoing across the entire plateau. Today, 25 competitors will compete for 13 spots in the next stage. 12 fights will take place. Murmurs spread among the participants. A draw? The elder raised his hand. 25 leaves of golden light floated from the great ancestral tree, spinning in the air like small suns before flying toward each competitor. Kirin caught his. Number 6. He would fight. Mo Tianhai looked at his own leaf and frowned. The number 0 was written on it, the symbol of the draw. "I advanced directly," he said, incredulous. Kirin raised an eyebrow. Montauk Tianhai laughed softly. "This is boring." Around them, other competitors looked at Mo Tianhai with a mix of envy and relief. Some murmured that he was too lucky. Others said it was a shame. They wanted to see more of his destructive sword intent in action. The list of fights appeared in the sky, formed by golden characters. Kirin read quickly. 5th fight. Kirin, Verdant Sword, versus Luo He, Shadow Valley, the Shadow Valley sect. A sect known for its dark and poisonous techniques. It was one of the strongest domains. Its disciples were feared for their unpredictability. The first fights began, and they were surprisingly balanced. The first fight was between two disciples at the 10 degrees stage of Qi liberation. One from the Silver Moon sect, the other from the Ancient Forest sect. The exchange of blows lasted nearly 10 minutes. The audience cheered at every clash. In the end, the Silver Moon disciple won by a thread, with a deep hole in his arm and his face covered in blood. The second fight was even more intense. Two brute force warriors faced each other, one with a giant hammer, the other with a pair of axes. The wooden arena trembled with each impact. Splinters flew in all directions. The hammer won, but the victor could barely stand. Fight after fight, the audience gasped, shouted, and applauded. Unlike the previous days, there were no weak opponents left. All 25 remaining were the best of the best. A young man from the Wind sect used wind techniques to disorient his opponent and win without taking a single hit. A girl from the Thornflower sect nearly lost, but recovered at the last second with a healing technique that surprised everyone. A cultivator from the Mortal Fist sect shattered his opponent's sword with a single blow from his fist covered in spiritual metal. The crowd was in ecstasy. When the sixth fight was announced, silence once again took over the plateau. Kirian walked to the center of the arena. His opponent was already there, waiting. Luo was a thin young man with pale skin and eyes as dark as coal. His black and gray robe seemed to absorb the light around it. He wielded a curved black sword, and an oppressive aura emanated from his body. He smiled, a cold smile without warmth. "I heard you defeat everyone with a glance," Luo said, his voice a rasping whisper. Kirian did not respond. He simply waited. The judge raised his hand. Luo acted first, not to attack, but to disappear. His figure dissolved into a cloud of shadow, spreading across the arena like poisonous smoke. Multiple dark images appeared in all directions, each wielding a phantom sword. Multiple shadow technique, the main technique of the Shadow Valley sect, someone murmured in the stands. Kirian looked at the shadows, and his sword eyes blinked. The first cut was not directed at any specific image. It was a circular cut, an invisible blade that expanded in all directions at the same time. The shadowy images were torn apart like burning paper. The cloud of smoke dissipated with a muffled scream. Luo was revealed, retreating hastily backward, his pale face even paler. The sleeve of his robe was torn, and blood flowed from a thin cut on his forearm. He whispered. Kirian looked again. The second cut was direct, straight, and relentless. Luo tried to raise his curved sword to block, but the invisible blade passed through it as if it did not exist. The impact struck his chest, and he was thrown out of the arena, falling heavily onto the plateau ground. He coughed blood, but he was alive, just unconscious. The plateau erupted once more. 2 glances. Isn't that ocular technique? Once again, Kirian's fight was the only completely one-sided one of the day. While the other 11 fights were contested to the limit, with winners emerging exhausted and bloodied, Kirian simply looked twice, and it was over. In the VIP stands, the envoys of the 4th-level forces exchanged glances. "He is still holding back," one of them said. "Very much," another agreed, simply because he would probably kill his opponents. The other fights continued. A disciple of the Ancient Forest sect used wood techniques to bind his opponent and won by immobilization. A young man from the Blazing Blade sect engaged in a sword duel that lasted 15 minutes, both bleeding profusely, until a final strike decided the winner. The 12th fight was between 2 beasts, a warrior from the Purple Rock sect against a disciple of the Golden Mountain. The combat was so violent that the arena had to be repaired by the protective runes 3 times. When the last fight ended, the sun was already setting. The sky was painted in orange and purple, and the spiritual lights of the floating city began to light up. The leader of the Ancient Forest sect rose. The 13 spots have been decided. Tomorrow, the fights will continue. Kirian stood up and walked toward the exit. Mo Tianhai joined him, still looking bored for not having fought. Montak Tianhai Laukit. Next time we switch leaves. The 2 returned to the greensword tree. Shinyu was already there, sitting in the central hall with Mei Ran and the others. Kirian sat on the balcony, watching the floating city shine beneath the stars. The competition would continue the next day, and it would likely be the last day. Chapter 316, Final Phase 6. Chapter 316, Final Phase 6. The 4th day dawned with a clear, cloudless sky. Kirian opened his eyes before sunrise, as usual. He sat on the balcony of the greensword tree for a few moments, feeling the pure chi of the floating city envelop his body like an invisible mantle. Mo Tianhai appeared beside him, leaning against the wooden railing. Kirian asked, excited. Mo Tianhai replied with a half-smile. The two went down together. Mo Xia, Long Shui, Wu Jian, and Xin were already waiting for them in the central hall. Feng Yuan and Mei Ran wore serious expressions. Today is the decisive day, Feng Yuan said. Only 7 will advance to the next phase. The group set off toward the central plateau. When they arrived, the atmosphere was different. The floating stands were more crowded than ever. There were no empty spaces left. Even the branches of the giant trees around were occupied by cultivators who had not managed to get seats in the official stands. At the center of the arena, the 13 remaining participants were already gathered. Kirian observed each of them carefully. Most were names he already knew from the first phase, those who had dominated the pocket realm with high scores. Hua Ling and Hua Jiao, from the Blazing Sword sect. The two brothers were feared by all. Hua Ling was the second overall, and Hua Jiao was not far behind. Mu Qing and Mo Sun, from the Ancient Forest sect. The host sect's disciples were always treated with respect, and these two in particular had demonstrated impressive wood techniques. Yin Shui, from Shadow Valley. The sect of Luo He. Yin Shui was different, more silent, more dangerous. His black eyes seemed like voids. There was also a tall and robust disciple from the Silver Moon sect, wielding a spear that shone like moonlight. A bearded giant from the Warhammer sect, carrying a hammer as large as his own torso. A young woman with flowing hair from the Wind sect, whose steps barely touched the ground. A girl with a gentle expression but sharp eyes from the Thornflower sect, with real thorns growing on her arms as part of her technique. A muscular man with calloused hands from the Mortal Fist sect, who did not even carry a weapon. And finally, a silent disciple from the Purple Rock sect, whose skin had a faint violet glow. 13 warriors. 13 slots are at stake. The leader of the Ancient Forest sect appeared at the center of the arena. Today's rules are the same as yesterday. The fights will be decided by a draw. Once again, golden leaves flew from the great ancestral tree. Kirian caught his. Number 3. He would fight. Mo Tianhai held his leaf and frowned again. Number 5. He would also fight. This time, there was no luck for him. The one selected by draw this time was Mo Sun, from the Ancient Forest sect itself. The young man with green hair bowed his head in gratitude, but his face remained serious. He knew luck would not carry him far if he did not have the strength to keep up. The list appeared in the sky. Third fight, Kirian Verdant Sword versus Hua Jiao, Blazing Sword. Kirian raised an eyebrow. Hua Jiao, the younger brother of Hua Ling. He was not as famous as his brother, but his strength was respectable. The first 2 fights happened quickly. The first was between the disciple of the Silver Moon sect and the girl from the Thornflower sect. The silver spear against poisonous thorns. It was a battle of patience and precision. In the end, the Thornflower girl won with a strike that poisoned the opponent's arm, forcing him to surrender. The second fight was between the Warhammer giant and the Mortal Fist disciple. Pure brute force against brute force. The hammer broke 2 fingers of the Mortal Fist fighter, but the man's fist pierced the giant's chest with a single blow. The winner was the Mortal Fist, but both were carried out of the arena on stretchers. When the third fight was announced, silence took over the plateau. The two stepped onto the arena. Hua Jiao was a young man with reddish hair and eyes that seemed to contain living embers. His red robe fluttered with the heat emanating from his body. He wielded a dark red sword, and thin smoke rose from the blade. Finally, I will face you, Hua Jiao said with a confident smile. Kirian looked at him with a certain respect. A sword sect, a sword warrior like himself, was standing before him. The judge raised his hand. Hua Jiao did not hesitate. Supreme blazing sword technique. He was not joking. From the very first second, Hua Jiao unleashed his most powerful move. A massive phoenix of flames emerged from his sword, expanding until it occupied half of the arena. The heat was so intense that the air distorted around it. The phoenix flew toward Kirian with a deafening cry. Kirian did not move. His sword eyes blinked. The first cut was direct, straight, and concentrated. An invisible blade of pure sword intent and sharp chi sliced through the air toward the phoenix. The two attacks collided at the center of the arena. The explosion was deafening. Flames and invisible blades annihilated each other, creating shockwaves that made the arena's protective runes glow intensely. The audience instinctively recoiled. When the smoke dissipated, Hua Jiao was still standing. His phoenix had disappeared, but Kirian's first glance was gone as well. Hua Jiao shouted, his eyes shining. But Kirian was already preparing the second. Before Hua Jiao could gather energy for another supreme attack, the second cut came. Faster than the first. Sharper. More lethal. Hua Jiao did not have time to prepare another phoenix. He raised a barrier of fire chi around his body, a desperate defense. The invisible blade struck the barrier. Cracks spread across the flames, but the barrier held. For a second, only a second, Hua Jiao was thrown backward, but he did not leave the arena. He fell to his knees, coughing blood, but still within the bounds. The audience erupted in shouts. Hua Jiao tried to stand, his sword trembling in his hand. I can still. Kirian looked a third time. The third cut was softer than the previous ones. Kirian controlled it carefully, reducing its power so as not to kill his opponent. But it was still powerful enough. The strike hit Hua Jiao in the chest. He flew out of the arena like a burned leaf, crashing heavily onto the plateau ground. Blood flowed from his lips, and his sword rolled away from his hand. The plateau fell silent for a moment, then erupted into applause and murmurs. 3 glances. Hua Jiao is strong. Kirian stepped down from the arena without looking back. His face was thoughtful. Hua Jiao had endured more than most. The fourth fight was between Yin Shui from Shadow Valley and the disciple of the Purple Rock sect. Yin Shui won in minutes, using dark techniques that left the opponent paralyzed with fear. Then it was Mo Tianhai's turn. Chapter 317, Final Phase 7. Chapter 317, Final Phase 7. The judge raised his hand. Mo Tianhai stepped onto the arena with firm strides. His expression was serious, but his eyes shone with an intense light. Finally, a real fight. A worthy opponent. Mu Qing was already at the center, waiting. The disciple of the ancient forest was tall and slender, with dark green hair that seemed to move softly even without wind. His robe was green and brown, embroidered with leaves and branches. He carried no visible weapon, but his hands were covered by a thin layer of living wood. Said Mu Qing, his voice calm like a stream. Mo Tianhai laughed, a rough and confident sound. The honor will be mine. The judge gave the signal. Mo Tianhai wasted no time. His destructive sword intent exploded from his body like an invisible shockwave. The air around him distorted, and small cracks appeared on the wooden floor of the arena, even with the protective runes trying to contain the damage. He attacked first. A straight slash, filled with sharp chi and destructive intent, surged toward Mu Qing like a giant invisible blade. Mu Qing did not retreat. He raised his right hand, and a wall of living wood sprouted from the arena floor, growing instantly to the height of a man. The wood was dark, dense, glowing with a fluorescent green. Mo Tianhai's slash struck the wall. The impact was deafening. Splinters of wood flew in all directions. The wall trembled, cracks spreading across its surface, but it did not break. Mu Qing moved his fingers, and the wall reconstructed instantly, as if time had reversed. Someone murmured in the stands. He's using wood chi in its purest form. Mo Tianhai narrowed his eyes. He attacked again. This time, not one, but 3 consecutive slashes, each more powerful than the last. Mu Qing raised both hands. 3 wooden walls emerged, one behind the other. The first slash destroyed the first wall. The second slash destroyed the second wall, but lost strength. The third slash struck the third wall and stopped, unable to completely break through it. Said Mu Qing calmly. He brought his hands together, and dozens of sharp wooden spears burst from the ground around Mo Tianhai, flying toward him from all angles. Mo Tianhai spun his sword, creating a vortex of destructive chi around himself. The wooden spears were disintegrated before they could touch him, turning into dust that scattered through the air. But Mu Qing was already moving. He rushed toward Mo Tianhai, his hands now covered in wooden claws as sharp as blades. His steps were light, almost silent, and his speed was surprising. Mo Tianhai tried to retreat, but Mu Qing was too fast. The wooden claws scratched across Mo Tianhai's arm, tearing his robe and the skin beneath. Blood flowed. Mo Tianhai gritted his teeth and counterattacked with a horizontal slash, releasing all his destructive intent in a wide wave. Mu Qing leaped back, but the slash still reached him. He crossed his arms, and a thick layer of wood enveloped his torso and limbs. The slash struck the wooden armor. The wood shattered in several places, and Mu Qing was pushed a few steps back, blood flowing from shallow cuts on his arms. But he was still standing, admitted Mu Qing, looking at his own injuries. Montauk Tianhai was breathing heavily. Each attack consumed a great deal of qi. He couldn't keep this up for long. Mu Qing finished. He raised his right hand to the sky. Ancestral forest technique. The arena floor trembled. Beneath Mo Tianhai's feet, giant roots burst forth from nothing, coiling around his legs, his torso, and his arms. They were as thick as ancient snakes and as strong as steel ropes. Mo Tianhai tried to cut them with his destructive intent. The roots trembled, some breaking apart, but new ones grew in their place instantly. It was like trying to cut the water of a river. Said Mu Qing, "These roots are directly connected to the qi of the ancient tree." Mo Tianhai gritted his teeth. He gathered all his remaining qi into a single strike, a vertical slash that should split everything before him. The invisible blade descended. The roots split apart. The arena trembled. Even the protective runes shone intensely, nearly breaking. But Mu Qing had already moved. He appeared behind Mo Tianhai the instant the strike was unleashed, his wooden claws aimed at the back of his opponent's neck. Said Mu Qing, his voice calm. Montauk Tianhai Flotze. He knew he couldn't dodge. The strike he had just unleashed had consumed nearly everything he had left. He sighed, lowering his sword. The judge announced. The audience applauded. It was a fight worthy of two elite warriors. Mo Tianhai stepped down from the arena, staggering, his arms covered in cuts and bruises. Kirian was waiting for him at the exit. Said Kirian, replied Mo Tianhai with a bitter smile. Mo Tianhai laughed, but the laugh quickly turned into a dry cough. He was taken away by the disciples of the ancient forest to receive treatment. Kirian turned his attention back to the arena. The final fight was about to begin. It was the fight between Huo Ling and the disciple of the Wind Sect. The audience erupted in excitement. Huo Ling was one of the favorites to win the entire competition, aside from Kirian. The girl from the Wind Sect, on the other hand, was an unknown, fast, and agile, but no one knew if she could face the overwhelming power of the second place. The two stepped onto the arena. Huo Ling was tall, with hair red like lava, and his eyes shone with an intensity that seemed to burn the air itself. His sword was long and curved, with a blade that looked as if it were made of solid fire. The girl from the Wind Sect was small and slender, with silver hair that floated as if submerged in water. She carried no weapons. Her hands were empty, but the air around her moved in visible whirlwinds. Chapter 3:18, Final Phase 8. Chapter 3:18, Final Phase 8. The girl from the Wind Sect acted first. She disappeared. Not literally, but her speed was so high that the naked eye could barely follow her. She moved like the wind, unpredictable, fast, and cutting. Huo Ling did not move. He simply smiled. When the girl appeared behind him with a compressed wind strike, Huo Ling swung his sword in a wide arc. A wave of fire expanded in all directions, forcing the girl to retreat. Said Huo Ling, but wine cannot extinguish fire. He raised his sword. Flamme-sword technique. Multiple blades of fire appeared around Huo Ling, spinning like a vortex of destruction. They flew toward the girl from the Wind Sect, forming a cage of flames. The girl tried to escape, using bursts of wind to deflect the blades, but it was impossible. The heat was too intense. The air around her was so hot that it burned her lungs with every breath. She attempted one last desperate attack, a concentrated wind blade so sharp it could cut steel. Hua Ling deflected it with a minimal movement of his sword, and then he attacked. A single strike, direct and simple. The blade of fire struck the girl on the shoulder, burning her robe and the skin beneath. She screamed and fell backward, out of the arena. The audience applauded thunderously. At the end of the day, the 7 winners were decided. Kirian from the verdant sword, Hua Ling from the flame sword, Mu Qing from the ancient forest, Mo Sun from the ancient forest, Yin Shui from the shadow valley, the disciple of the mortal fist, the disciple of the thorn flower. 7 warriors, 7 talents. The leader of the ancient forest sect rose, his voice echoing across the plateau. Now the final phase. The sun was already high on the horizon when the leader of the ancient forest sect raised his hand, asking for silence. 7 warriors remain, 7 talents. Now, the final phase will begin immediately. The rules are the same. Murmurs spread through the stands. 7 golden leaves floated from the great ancestral tree, spinning gently before flying toward each competitor. Kirian caught his eyes narrowed. The number 0. He would advance directly. Beside him, Hua Ling let out a dry laugh upon seeing Kirian's number. Hua Ling said, imagining that if any of them fought Kirian, they would have no chance. His advancing to the next phase without fighting was great. Kirian did not respond. He stored the leaf and stepped back into the area of already qualified participants. His eyes, however, remained fixed on the arena. He wanted to see how the others would fight. The list appeared in the sky. First fight. It would be Hua Ling against the disciple of the Mortal Fist sect. The second fight would be Mu Qing against the disciple of the Thornflower sect. And the third fight would be Mo Sun of the Ancient Forest against Yin Shui of the Shadow Valley. Kirian watched carefully. 3 fights. 3 spots for the semifinals in addition to his. The disciple of the Mortal Fist sect stepped onto the arena first. He was a broad-shouldered man with huge hands, calloused from decades of training. His skin had a grayish tone, like polished stone. He carried no weapons. His hands were his weapons. Hua Ling entered the arena with slow, almost lazy steps. His flaming sword glowed faintly in the light of the setting sun. The disciple of the Mortal Fist attacked first. His fist tore through the air with a boom, creating visible shockwaves. It was a blow that could shatter rocks. Hua Ling did not dodge. He raised his sword and cut. Fire and brute force collided. The warrior's fist was sliced by a blade of flame, and he recoiled with a muffled cry, blood flowing between his fingers. Murmured Hua Ling. He advanced. 3 quick strikes. The first burned the opponent's left arm. The second cut his chest. The third sent him flying out of the arena. The audience applauded, but without much enthusiasm. The fight was too short. The second fight was more balanced. Mu Qing faced the disciple of the Thornflower sect. The girl with thorns on her arms was fast and poisonous. Each of her strikes released small thorns that could paralyze an opponent. Mu Qing, however, was a master of wood. He simply raised a wall of living wood and let the thorns embed themselves in it. Said Mu Qing. He brought his hands together, and vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping around the girl's arms and legs. She tried to cut them with her thorns, but each vine cut was replaced by 2. In less than 2 minutes, she was immobilized. The third fight soon began. Mo Sun of the Ancient Forest against Yin Shui of the Shadow Valley. The 2 faced each other at the center of the arena. Mo Sun was tall and imposing, with green hair and eyes that glowed with wood chi. Yin Shui was the opposite, thin, pale, almost ghost-like. The fight began. Mo Sun attacked first, creating wooden spears that flew toward Yin Shui. The disciple of the Shadow Valley simply disappeared into a cloud of darkness. When he reappeared, he was behind Mo Sunday. A pale hand touched the back of the Ancient Forest disciple. Mo Sun froze. His eyes widened. His skin began to darken, as if life itself was being drained from his body. Someone whispered in the stands. Mo's son fell to his knees. He tried to raise a wooden wall, but had no strength left. Inshue gently pushed him out of the arena. The plateau fell silent. The victory was quick, silent, almost frightening. The leader of the ancient forest sect rose. The four semifinalists are Kirian of the verdant sword, Huoling of the flame sword, Mu Qing of the ancient forest. Kirian observed the three other warriors. Huoling, confident and blazing. Mu Qing, calm and solid. Inshue, silent and deadly. The competition was nearing its end, and, as Kirian had imagined, it would be simple to win. Chapter 319, Final Phase 9. Chapter 319, Final Phase 9. The sun was already high in the sky, shining brilliantly over the floating city. The central plateau was more crowded than ever. Cultivators from all domains had gathered to witness the semifinals. The floating wooden stands creaked under the weight of the crowd. Even the farthest branches of the giant trees were occupied by spectators who didn't want to miss a single moment. The four finalists stood at the center of the arena, beneath the imposing shadow of the great ancestral tree. Kirian of the verdant sword, Huoling of the flaming sword, Mu Qing of the ancient forest, Inshue of the shadow valley. For youths, for styles, for talents. The leader of the ancient forest sect raised his hand, and silence took over the plateau. The moment everyone has been waiting for has arrived. The semifinals of the gathering of domains. The rules are simple. Win and advance. He raised his right hand, and four golden leaves floated down from the great ancestral tree, gently spinning in the air before drifting toward each competitor. Kirian caught his. He looked at the number engraved in gold. Number 2. Beside him, Mu Qing held a leaf with the same number. Their eyes met. The disciple of the ancient forest gave a slight nod, a gesture of respect. Huoling raised his leaf. Number 1. Inshue, also number 1. The match list appeared in the sky, formed by bright golden characters. First semi-final match. Huoling, Flaming Sword, versus Inshue, Shadow Valley. Second semi-final match. Kirian, Verdant Sword, versus Mu Qing, Ancient Forest. Immediately, murmurs arose across the stands. Fire Qi against Shadow Qi. Inshue is terrifying, but Huoling placed second in the first phase. Aside from Kirian, he's clearly the strongest in this competition. Can Shadow extinguish fire? A young man commented with a grin. Very philosophical for just a fight, friend, another replied, shaking his head. And the second match? Mu Qing is strong, but Kirian is Kirian. I don't know, but Mu Qing has the advantage of wood. Wood can better resist cuts. Resist Kirian's eyes? We'll see. The buzz continued for several minutes, until the leader of the ancient forest sect raised his hand again. The plateau quieted. Huoling walked to the center with firm steps, his flaming sword already in hand. The dark red blade glowed faintly, like slumbering embers. Inshue glided into the arena like a living shadow. His feet barely seemed to touch the ground. His black and gray robe seemed to absorb the light around it, and his coal-black eyes did not blink. The leader of the ancient forest positioned himself between them. He himself would be the judge of that fight. You know the rules. No external treasures. No pills. Only your own strength. He raised his hand. Silence exploded into action. Huoling did not hesitate. His sword cut through the air in a flaming arc, sending a wave of fire toward Inshue. The heat was so intense that the air warped around the blade. Inshue vanished. The wave of fire passed through the empty space where he had been an instant before, striking the arena floor and leaving a scorched mark on the protective runes. Huoling spun quickly, his sword tracing a circle of flames around him. Inshue reappeared behind him, his pale hands extended like claws. A dark mist wrapped around his fingers, the devouring shadow technique that had drained Mo Sun's chi the day before. Huoling felt the cold touch on his back and reacted instantly. An explosion of fire burst from his body, a defensive technique that burned the air around him. Inshue retreated, the ends of his sleeves singed. For the first time, his impassive expression shifted slightly. A spark of surprise. "My fire burns even shadows," Hualing said, turning to face his opponent. Yin Shui did not respond. He simply bowed his head slightly and vanished again, but this time, it wasn't just a disappearance. Multiple shadows emerged around the arena. 5, 10, 20, each one in Yin Shui's form, each extending dark. "Hands toward Hualing, multiple shadow technique," someone murmured in the stands. Hualing narrowed his eyes. He couldn't just unleash fire in all directions. That would consume too much qi. Instead, he closed his eyes. The crowd murmured, confused. He closed his eyes? Madness. But Hualing wasn't giving up. He was sensing. Fire was not just sight. It was heat. It was energy. It was life. The shadows had no heat. Only one of them did. Hualing opened his eyes and swung his sword toward a specific point in the arena, a point that was empty, where there was no shadow at all. The flaming blade cut through the air. At that exact moment, Yin Shui was forced to materialize, his shadow technique broken by the precise strike. The shock in Yin Shui's eyes was evident. Hualing did not answer. He advanced. His sword danced like a living flame, each strike faster than the last. Yin Shui retreated, dodged, and used his dark mist to cushion the impacts, but Hualing's fire was relentless. The disciple of a shadowed valley tried to counterattack. His dark hands moved in a complex pattern, and a wave of darkness expanded from him, swallowing the surrounding light. Darkness enveloped Hualing. For a moment, he could see nothing, feel nothing. It was as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit. The crowd held its breath. But then a light, a red point at the center of the darkness. Then another, then 10. Hualing raised his sword above his head, and a bird of fire emerged from the blade. Not an ordinary bird, but a blazing creature so bright it seemed like a second sun. Supreme technique of the flaming sword. The phoenix burst outward, burning through the darkness like paper. Yin Shui was struck head-on by the shockwave and overwhelming heat. His body was hurled backward, crossing the arena's boundary and crashing heavily onto the plateau floor. His robe was burned in several places. Blood trickled from his lips, but he was still conscious, just unable to continue. The leader of the ancient forest sect raised his hand. Hualing wins. The plateau erupted in applause and shouts. But Yin Shui fought well. Hualing stepped down from the arena with heavy strides. He was breathing hard, his shoulders rising and falling quickly. The fight had consumed a great deal of his qi. Now, only one fight remained before the final. Kirian versus Mu Qing. Silence once again took over the plateau as the two warriors prepared to step onto the arena. Chapter 320, Final Phase 10. Chapter 320, Final Phase 10. The silence that took over the plateau was so dense that one could hear the wind blowing through the leaves of the great ancestral tree. Kirian walked to the center of the arena. His steps were light, his eyes calm. The black robe of the verdant sword swayed gently. On the other side, Mu Qing stepped forward with firm strides. The disciple of the ancient forest appeared serene, but his eyes shone with an intense green light. His hands were already covered by a thin layer of living wood. The leader of the ancient forest sect positioned himself between the two. Second semifinal match. He raised his hand. Mu Qing acted first. He stomped his foot on the arena floor, and immediately a wall of thick wood sprouted in front of him, covering his entire body. It was not an ordinary defense. It was a massive dome of dark wood, glowing with fluorescent green qi. Ancestral forest technique. The dome closed completely around Mu Qing, leaving only small gaps through which he could observe the outside. The wood was so dense it seemed capable of withstanding any attack. Kirian raised an eyebrow. His sword eyes flickered. The first invisible slash shot toward the dome, fast as lightning. The blade of qi and sword intent struck the wood with a dull sound. The dome trembled. A thin crack appeared on its surface. But the wood regenerated instantly, as if time had reversed. Living wood, Kirian murmured. He tried again. The second slash was stronger, concentrated on a single point of the dome. The impact was greater. The crack deepened, and for a moment it seemed the defense would shatter. But Mu Qing was no ordinary opponent. Inside the dome, he brought his hands together and channeled more qi into the wood. The crack closed again, and the dome became even thicker than before. The third slash came immediately. Kirian was giving no respite. The dome shook violently, but it did not fall. The audience murmured. 3 glances. While Kirian attacked, Mu Qing did not remain idle. Beneath Kirian's feet, the wooden floor of the arena began to move. Thick roots, as wide as a man's arms, sprouted from all sides, slithering toward him like hungry snakes. Kirian dodged the first group with a light leap. The roots brushed past his legs, but he was already in the air. The moment he touched the ground, more roots emerged. They were fast, coordinated, and relentless. Kirian moved like water between stones. His steps were precise, economical, almost like a dance. Every time a root came too close, his sword eyes flickered, and an invisible slash split it in half. The pieces of wood fell to the ground and were absorbed by the arena. Kirian noticed that. Mu Qing replied from inside the dome, his voice echoing through the wood. The great ancestral tree is connected to all living wood. As long as I stand upon it, my defenses regenerate. More roots emerged, this time not only from the ground but also from the sides of the arena. Large twisted trunks sprouted from the wooden walls surrounding the stage, advancing at high speed toward Kirian. He kept dodging, cutting, jumping. But even for Kirian, the sheer number of roots was impressive. For every root cut, 2 more appeared, and the arena absorbed the fallen pieces, returning the qi to Mu Qing. It was an almost perfect cycle. Kirian leaped backward, avoiding a trunk that passed inches from his face. He looked at the wooden dome, where Mu Qing remained hidden. "You are strong," Kirian said aloud, admitting it. Inside the dome, Mu Qing replied, "You too, but you still haven't used your sword." Kirian answered without changing his expression. "Because I didn't need to." His eyes changed. Something in the air shifted. Kirian touched the spatial ring on his finger. A white flash, and then a sword appeared in his hand. The moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, everything changed. The sword intent emanating from Kirian exploded outward like an invisible tidal wave. It was no longer just the pressure of his eyes. It was the pressure of a true swordsman, someone who had become one with his blade. The sharp qi that had previously dispersed through the air now concentrated on the blade, shining with a pure white light. The ancestral sword intent, the one Kirian had absorbed from the founder of the verdant sword, wrapped around the blade like a sacred mantle. The audience held its breath. That pressure, even the leader of the ancient forest sect narrowed his eyes. Kirian raised the sword above his head. There was no elaborate movement, no ornat technique, just a simple, direct, absolute strike. He brought the sword down. The slash that left the blade was not invisible like the previous ones. It was visible, a bright green blade of energy that cut through the air with a sharp hum. The trunks between Kirian and the dome were split as if they were made of paper. There was no resistance, only wood separating into 2 clean halves. The slash continued. It struck the massive wooden dome. For a moment, nothing happened. The dome remained intact, glowing with green qi. Then, a thin line appeared at its center. The line widened. The dome split into 2 halves, like a fruit being opened. The slash did not stop. Inside the dome, Mu Qing's eyes were wide. He raised his arms in a desperate defense, creating a wall of wood in front of him. The wall shattered like glass. The strike hit Mu Qing directly in the chest. His body was thrown out of the arena like a dry leaf. He flew more than 10 meters before hitting the plateau floor, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Blood trickled from his lips. His robe was torn from chest to abdomen. But he was alive. Kirian had controlled the strength of the strike. Silence took over the plateau for a long second. Then, the leader of the ancient forest sect raised his hand. Kirian wins. The plateau erupted. 1 strike. Mu Qing is incredibly strong. In the VIP stands, The envoys of the fourth-tier forces exchanged meaningful glances. "He finally showed a bit more of what he knows," one of them said. "Just a bit," another replied. Kyrian stored the sword in his spatial ring and stepped down from the arena. His face was calm. He passed by Huo Ling, who watched him with a serious expression. "The final will be between the two of us," Huo Ling said. The final of the Gathering of Domains was set. Kyrian versus Huo Ling. Chapter 321, The Final Battle. Chapter 321. The final battle. The great ancestral tree seemed to hold its breath along with the audience. The sun was at its zenith, pouring golden light over the central plateau. The floating stands were so crowded they looked ready to collapse at any moment. Thousands of eyes were fixed on the living wooden arena, where two youths faced each other. Kyrian of the verdant sword, Huo Ling of the flaming sword. The final of the Gathering of Domains. The leader of the ancient forest sect positioned himself between the two. His eyes swept over both competitors, evaluating and measuring. He raised his hand. Final of the Gathering of Domains. Kyrian versus Huo Ling. The rules are the same. He paused. The audience held its breath. Kyrian did not move. His sword eyes shone. The first cut came, invisible, fast and deadly. A blade of pure chi and sword intent sliced through the air toward Huo Ling. Huo Ling felt it before he saw it. As a sword user, his perception of sword intent was sharp. He felt the blade approaching like a cutting wind. His own sword intent burst from his body, and he raised his flaming sword in a precise motion. Flaming sword technique. A wall of rotating fire appeared before him. Kyrian's invisible slash collided with the shield, and both annihilated each other in an explosion of sparks and cutting wind. The audience murmured. "Of course." Kyrian showed no surprise. His eyes flickered again. The second cut came stronger than the first. Huo Ling gritted his teeth. He couldn't just block passively. His sword traced a circle in the air, and a suit of fire armor enveloped his body, dense flames burning at such a high temperature that the air around him distorted. The second cut struck the armor. The impact made Huo Ling step back, but the armor held. The flames flickered for a moment, then stabilized. The third cut came immediately, even stronger. This time, Huo Ling's armor nearly shattered. He was thrown 3 steps back, his feet dragging grooves across the wooden arena. Blood trickled from a thin cut on his shoulder. The armor had not completely blocked it, but he was still standing. Kyrian nodded inwardly. A small trace of respect arose in his chest. Huo Ling was a true swordsman, someone who walked the same path as him. He was not just any warrior. He was someone who had dedicated his life to the sword. Because of that, Kyrian decided to honor him. He touched his spatial ring. The sword appeared in his hand. The moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, the atmosphere changed completely. The sword intent emanating from Kyrian was so dense that some spectators in the nearest stands felt a chill run down their spines. Huo Ling felt his heart tighten. He had seen what Kyrian did to Mu Qing. One strike, just one strike, destroyed the living wood defense that had withstood 3 glances. And now, Kyrian was drawing his sword against him. A mix of nervousness and tension took hold of Huo Ling. He knew he couldn't just wait for Kyrian to attack. If that strike came, he wouldn't stand a chance. "I'll go on the offensive," Huo Ling decided. He stomped on the arena floor with force. A fire movement technique, his shoe soles burned the wood, and his speed surged. He advanced like a meteor, his sword already in motion. Flaming sword technique. Huo Ling's sword ignited with an immense flame, so bright it dazzled the eyes of those watching. The strike descended toward Kyrian like a wing of fire. Kyrian raised his own sword to defend. The metallic sound echoed across the plateau. Red and green sparks flew in all directions. Huo Ling did not stop. Strike after strike, he advanced like a whirlwind of flames. His sword slashed, thrust, and spun. Each blow was faster than the last. Kyrian defended and counterattacked. The swords met once, twice, 10, 20 times. The pace was dizzying. The audience could barely follow the movements. But something became clear quickly. Huo Ling was already injured. a thin cut on his right arm, another on his thigh, a third on his left shoulder where the fire armor had failed. Blood flowed from each wound, staining his red robe. Kirian, on the other hand, was completely unscathed. Every time Huoling attacked, Kirian defended, and at the exact moment of exchange, a small counterattack appeared, a subtle cut that Huoling could not fully block. They were not powerful strikes, but they were precise, and they accumulated. Huoling realized the truth in his heart. It wasn't just strength. Kirian was stronger, yes, several times stronger. But it wasn't only that. Kirian's combat experience was superior. The way he moved, how he anticipated attacks, how he found the smallest openings. It was as if he had fought 1,000 battles before. Huoling did not surpass him in anything. He jumped back, creating distance. His chest rose and fell rapidly. He was panting, exhausted, and wounded, but his eyes still burned. "If I'm going to lose," Huoling said, his voice hoarse. He raised his sword above his head. All the remaining qi in his body was channeled into the blade. The flames were red, so hot that the wood of the arena around his feet began to char supreme, flaming sword technique. The sky darkened for an instant, not because of clouds, but because the light seemed to be drawn into Huoling's sword. Then, the bird appeared. It was not a small bird like before. It was gigantic, as large as the arena itself. Its red fire wings spread wide, and the heat was so intense that the spectators in the nearest stands instinctively stepped back. The bird flew toward Kirian. Chapter 322, The Final Battle 2. Chapter 322, The Final Battle 2. It was not a small bird like before. It was gigantic, as large as the arena itself. Its red fire wings spread wide, and the heat was so intense that the spectators in the nearest stands instinctively stepped back. The bird flew toward Kirian. Kirian did not move. He simply concentrated his qi into the sword. His eyes shone as the ancestral sword's intent and sharp qi gathered on the blade. A deep green hue emerged, cutting and alive. In a few seconds, Kirian's sword shone with a green light that rivaled the bird's red fire. He raised the sword and cut. The strike was not complex. It was not a secret technique or an elaborate movement. It was just a cut, pure, direct, and absolute. The green blade sliced through the air. The white fire phoenix opened its mouth as if to swallow Kirian. The green cut entered through the phoenix's mouth and exited through its tail. The celestial bird split in half. The two halves of the phoenix continued flying for an instant, their bodies of fire breaking apart into embers that scattered across the sky like a rain of stars. The heat diminished. The light faded, and Kirian's cut continued. It struck Huoling squarely in the chest. The young man of the flaming sword was thrown backward like a burned leaf. His body flew more than 15 meters before crashing heavily onto the plateau ground, outside the arena. Blood flowed from his lips. His sword rolled away from his hand. He tried to stand but could not. His arms trembled. His chest burned. But he was alive. Kirian, once again, had controlled the force of the strike. The leader of the ancient forest sect raised his hand. Kirian wins. The silence lasted only a second. Then the entire plateau exploded. Shouts, applause, whistles. Thousands of cultivators rose from their seats, clapping and shouting Kirian's name. Even the envoys of the fourth-level forces applauded, some sincerely, others with thoughtful expressions. Kirian, the underdog won. Underdog? He was never an underdog. Kirian sheathed his sword and stepped down from the arena calmly. His face showed no euphoria, only quiet satisfaction. He passed by Huoling, who was being helped to his feet by disciples of the ancient forest. "Good fight," Kirian said. Huoling coughed blood but smiled. "You're a monster." Kirian almost smiled. Deep down, he knew that this competition had never truly been challenged for him. His level was far above everyone present. But at least, in the end, he had found an opponent who respected the sword as much as he did. The leader of the ancient forest sect stood at the center of the arena, his voice echoing across the plateau. "The gathering of domains has come to an end. The champion is Kirian of the Verdant Sword sect." The crowd applauded once more. Kirian looked at the sky. The sun was beginning to dip toward the horizon, painting it orange. The competition had ended. The sun was already low on the horizon when the leader of the ancient forest sect raised his hand, calling for silence. The plateau, which moments before had been erupting in applause and shouts, gradually quieted. Thousands of eyes were still fixed on the arena, but now the anticipation was different. The competition had ended. Now it was time for the rewards. As is tradition in the gathering of domains, the leader announced, his voice echoing across the plateau. He made a gesture, and disciples of the ancient forest appeared carrying trays of living wood covered with red cloths. A silver-haired youth stepped onto the stage, his face tired but proud. He received a pouch of spirit stones and a bottle of recovery pills. The man with calloused hands stepped up, limping. His fingers were still bandaged, but his eyes shone. The leader continued calling the names. 8th, 7th, 6th. Each of the top 10 received their rewards, some more valuable than others, but all significant. Mu Qing stepped onto the stage with steady steps, despite the injuries still marking his body. He received an ancestral wooden sword, as valuable as any spiritual metal weapon. Hualing was visibly injured, but he walked to the center of the arena with his head held high. He received a white flame inside a crystal lamp, a treasure that could strengthen any fire technique. The leader paused dramatically. Kirian stepped up calmly. His face showed no euphoria, only serene composure. The leader handed him an ancient scroll and a pouch of mid-grade spirit stones. This scroll contains an ancient sword technique, the leader said in a low voice, only for Kirian to hear. Kirian nodded in gratitude. It was not useful for Kirian, but it could serve as a reference, or he could give it to the Verdant Sword sect or sell it for a high price at an auction if he needed money. The rewards were distributed. The top 10 stepped down from the stage. The leader of the ancient forest raised his hand again. There was a general movement. The youths who had fought in the previous days, many still bearing visible injuries, walked toward the center of the plateau. Kirian joined them, as did Mo Tianhai, Mo Xia, Long Shui, Xinyu, and Wu Jian. The leader of the ancient forest bowed toward the VIP stands. Chapter 323, Recruitment. Chapter 323, Recruitment, Total Silence. The first to stand was a middle-aged man, dressed in a dark gray robe embroidered with silver blades. His eyes were sharp like an eagle's claws. "I am Yun Che, envoy of the Gray Blade sect," he said, his voice clear and direct. His eyes swept across the crowd of youths. Hualing raised his head, surprised. The younger brother was also called. Both exchanged looks of disbelief. Mo Tianhai held his breath. His fist clenched unconsciously. Xinyu, who still had his arms bandaged, widened his eyes. Mo Xia brought a hand to her mouth, holding back a cry of joy. Wu Jian, who was still limping, froze for a moment. Long Shui bit her lip, her eyes shining. Yun Che continued listing a few more names from other sects, but Kirian immediately understood what had happened. The envoy of the Gray Blade had named all 5 disciples of the Verdant Sword: Mo Tianhai, Xinyu, Mo Xia, Wu Jian, and Long Shui. All of them. Kirian knew that was no coincidence. The envoy was looking directly at him as he spoke the names. It was not about their talent, though they were talented. It was about creating a connection, a bridge. Kirian already belonged to a 4 degrees level force. The Blood Court. No one there would dare recruit him, but they could recruit his companions. They could earn his goodwill. "You have been chosen to enter the Gray Blade sect," Yun Che concluded, giving a shallow bow before sitting down. Mo Tianhai was the first to react. "We got in," he whispered in disbelief. Mo Xia began to laugh, a nervous and joyful laugh at the same time. Long Shui covered her face with her hands, her shoulders trembling. Wu Jian slapped Xinyu on the shoulder, who only nodded repeatedly, as if processing the information. In the VIP stands, Feng Yuan and Mei Ran watched everything with teary eyes. "He did it," Mei Ran said, her voice faltering. Feng Yuan nodded, his expression solemn. The envoy would not have chosen all 5 if it weren't for him. They will have a better future now, Mei Ran whispered. Feng Yuan placed a hand on Mei Ran's shoulder. A second envoy stood. It was a woman with green hair, dressed in robes that seemed to be made of intertwined roots. She looked at the crowd with calm eyes. Mu Qing inclined his head in respect. Mo's son, who was still recovering from his fight against Yin Shui, nodded weakly. Yin Shui, pale and silent as always, merely blinked slowly. The envoy named a few more individuals from smaller sects, then sat down. One by one, the envoys of the 4 degrees level forces stood and made their choices. The envoy of the Southern Wind Dynasty recruited the girl from the Wind sect and 2 other agile youths. The envoy of the Earth Forge recruited the War Hammer Disciple and other specialists in brute strength. The envoy of the White Crane sect recruited the Thornflower Disciple and 2 more healers. The envoy of the Scarlet Rock sect recruited the 2 Purple Rock Disciples who had survived to the final stages. The envoy of the Celestial River Alliance recruited 3 youths from aquatic domains. When the last envoy sat, all 100 youths had been invited by at least one force. Some, like Huo Ling and Mu Qing, received multiple invitations and had to choose. The leader of the Ancient Forest sect stood once more. The gathering of domains is officially concluded. The plateau erupted in applause. Spiritual fireworks were launched into the sky, bursting into colors that painted the night that was beginning to fall. Kyrian and his companions left the central plateau amid the euphoric crowd. The path back to the verdant sword tree was calm, almost silent. Everyone was processing what had happened. When they arrived, Feng Yuan and Mei Ran were already waiting for them in the central hall. "Come in," Feng Yuan said, his voice deep. They all sat in a circle. Mo Xia and Long Shui still had shining eyes. Wu Jian couldn't stop smiling. Xinyu was calm, but his eyes showed deep satisfaction. Mo Tianhai seemed more serious than usual. "You heard," Feng Yuan said. "Thanks to your talent, of course, but also thanks to Kyrian," Mei Ran added, looking at the young man. Kyrian shook his head. "They have talent of their own. I only. A door no one else could open," Feng Yuan said. "You gave us more than we could ask for. The Verdant Sword will be remembered for generations as the sect that produced a champion of the gathering of domains." He stood and made a deep bow to Kyrian. Mei Ran did the same. Kyrian stood up immediately. "Leader, I do," Feng Yuan said without raising his head. "Not only for them, but for everything you have done for our sect." Kyrian was silent for a moment. Then he also bowed slightly in respect. Night fell over the floating city. Outside, the celebrations continued. Spiritual fireworks lit the sky, and the distant sound of music and laughter echoed among the giant trees. Inside the verdant sword tree, however, there was a different calm. A quiet farewell. Montauk Tianhai approached Kyrian. "We leave for the Grey Blade sect early tomorrow," he said. "I will return with leader Feng Yuan and Elder Mei Ran to the Verdant Sword. After that," Montauk Tianhai nodded. The 2 young men exchanged a handshake. They needed no more words. Tomorrow, each would follow their own path. But that night, in the floating city among the great trees, they were just youths who had fought together and won. And that was enough. Chapter 324, Goodbye. Chapter 324, Goodbye. The night passed quickly over the floating city in the middle of the forest. Outside, the celebrations continued late. Spiritual fireworks lit up the sky every few minutes, and the sound of music and laughter echoed among the giant trees. But inside the verdant sword tree, everyone had retired early. There was a solemn calm in the air. They knew that the next day would bring farewells. Kyrian did not sleep immediately. He sat on the balcony at night, watching the floating city shine under the stars. His thoughts wandered between what had happened and what was to come. The gathering of domains had ended. Mo Tianhai and the others would head to the Grey Blade sect. He would return to the Verdant Sword and, after that, to the Blood Court. The path ahead was certain for him. When the first rays of sunlight began to break over the horizon, he stood up. He stretched his shoulders and went back inside. One by one, the others woke up. Mo Tianhai was the first to leave his room, already dressed in his black robe. His face was serious, but his eyes shone with a different light. Expectation. Xinyu appeared next, his arms still bandaged, but his posture firm. The burns from his fight against Hualing were still visible on his neck, but he seemed not to feel pain. Mo Xia and Long Shui came out together, the two talking in low voices. Their faces were excited, but there was a hint of sadness in their eyes. They were happy to leave for a 4 degrees level sect, but they would leave behind the only home they had known. Wu Jian was the last, limping slightly but with a smile on his face. You're all ready already? Mo Xia rolled her eyes. There's no time for tea. Feng Yuan and Mei Ran were already in the central hall, dressed in their best robes. The leader of the Verdant Sword looked more solemn than usual. Let's go, Feng Yuan said, his voice firm. The group left the Verdant Sword tree in silence. The floating city was already awake, even at that early hour. Cultivators walked along the suspended bridges. Merchants opened their stalls, and the scent of herbs and spiritual food filled the air. The path to the central plateau was short, but it felt long to all of them. Every step was a reminder that their time together was coming to an end. When they arrived, the central plateau looked completely different from the previous day. The floating stands, which had once been packed with spectators, were now occupied by groups of disciples, envoys, and members of the ancient forest sect. There was visible organization. Each 4 degrees level force had a marked area where their recruits gathered. The murmur was low and orderly. It was no longer the excitement of battles. It was the stir of departures, of farewells, of new beginnings. Kirian observed the scene carefully. On the left side of the plateau, the recruits of the Southern Wind dynasty were gathered. The girl from the Wind sect was among them, her silver hair floating softly even without wind. Beside her, 2 other youths of Wind domains chatted excitedly. Closer to the center, the recruits of the Earthforge were already arranged in 2 rows. The Warhammer disciple stood out among them, his imposing stature drawing attention. Near the great ancestral tree, the recruits of the Deep Roots sect waited in silence. Mu Qing and Mo Sun were there, both with calm expressions. In Shui, from the Shadow Valley, stood slightly apart from the others, his pale figure almost blending with the tree's shadow. The White Crane sect had set up an area covered with white fabrics, with a Thornflower disciple and other healers waited. The Scarlet Rock sect and the Celestial River Alliance also had their mark spaces. And on the right side of the plateau, near one of the suspended bridges that led out of the floating city, was the Gray Blade sect. Kirian recognized the envoy Yun Che immediately. The man in the dark gray robe stood with his arms crossed, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd. Around him, several disciples were already gathered, youths from various sects who had been recruited the day before. Let's go, Feng Yuan said, leading the group toward the Gray Blade area. As they approached, Yin Che saw them. His eyes fixed on Kirian for a moment, then moved to Mo Tianhai and the others. The disciples of the Verdant Sword, he said, his voice neutral. Punctual. Mo Tianhai stepped forward. Yun Ke nodded. Join the others. The 5 disciples of the Verdant Sword exchanged looks. The moment had come. Mo Tianhai turned to Feng Yuan and bowed deeply. Master, Eldame ran. Feng Yuan placed a hand on his shoulder. You are like a son to me. Take care of yourself. Mei Ran already had slightly teary eyes. She hugged Mo Tianhai, then Mo Xia and the others. Be happy, she whispered. Mo Xia was crying openly now. Long Shui bit her lip to keep from doing the same. Wu Jian, who always joked, was silent for the first time. Xinyu simply nodded, but inside he felt a bit saddened by the farewell. Kirian stood slightly apart, watching. He wasn't good with farewells, especially knowing that soon he would go farther than all of them. Mo Tianhai approached him. He asked with a half-smile. Kirian thought for a moment. The two exchanged a handshake. This time, firmer than the night before. Mo Xia ran up and hugged Kirian quickly before he could react. Long Shui did the same, though more reserved, while saying, "Thank you." Wu Jian just patted Kirian on the shoulder and said, Xinyu was the last, and simply nodded. The five joined the other recruits of the Gray Blade sect. Yinche made a quick count and nodded. He turned and began walking toward the suspended bridge that led out of the floating city. The disciples followed him in silence. Kirian, Feng Yuan, and Mei Ran stood still, watching the group leave. Mot on high looked back once. His eyes met Kirian's for a brief moment. He raised his hand in a wave. Kirian raised his in return. Then the group disappeared around the curve of the bridge, swallowed by the crowd. Kirian simply stood there, in silence, watching the horizon. The floating city continued to pulse with life around him. "Let's go," Feng Yuan said after a few minutes. The gathering of domains had ended. New paths had opened for everyone, and Kirian, once again, would soon move forward alone. Chapter 325. Last Day in the Verdant Sword Sect. Chapter 325. Last day in the Verdant Sword Sect. Kirian stood at the edge of the central plateau, watching the floating city move around him. Feng Yuan and Mei Ran had gone to speak with the leader of the Ancient Forest Sect about administrative matters, meeting formalities, recording the results, and perhaps one or two conversations about future cooperation. Kirian didn't ask for details. It wasn't his concern. He stayed there, alone, leaning against one of the enormous roots of the great ancestral tree that stretched to the edge of the plateau. Below him, the floating city pulsed with life. Disciples from various sects walked across suspended bridges, carrying weapons, scrolls, and supplies. Some groups were already departing, small flying ships taking off from platforms scattered throughout the city, carrying participants back to their domains. Kirian observed everything with calm eyes. The wind blew softly, carrying the scent of living wood and spiritual herbs. The sky was clear, a deep blue that seemed to stretch infinitely. It was a beautiful day to leave. Half an hour passed. Feng Yuan and Mei Ran finally returned, walking side by side. The face of the Verdant Sword leader was serious, but there was a faint satisfaction in his eyes. Mei Ran seemed calmer than in previous days, as if the worst had already passed. Said Feng Yuan as he approached Kirian. Kirian nodded. Feng Yuan touched his spatial ring. A flash, and the flying ship appeared before them, floating gently above the wooden ground. It was the same ship that had brought them to the meeting, but now it seemed much larger. Without the five disciples who had left for the Gray Blade sect, the internal space was empty. The three jumped aboard with agility. Feng Yuan took control at the bow. Mei Ran sat beside him, her hands resting on her lap. Kirian walked to the stern and sat alone, his back against the edge of the ship. The ship's spiritual engine hummed softly, and the return journey began. The flying ship quickly gained altitude, leaving the floating city behind. Kirian looked back as the city shrank, its giant trees becoming small green dots among the clouds. The great ancestral tree glowed like a golden candle on the horizon. After a few minutes, the city disappeared completely. The return trip was peaceful. The ship cut through the skies at a steady speed, passing over dense forests, snow-covered mountains, and valleys where bright rivers wound like silver ribbons. They crossed the territories of several smaller domains. Kirian recognized some by the mountain formations or the markings on the ground, beast hunting areas, spiritual herb cultivation fields, and small fortified towns. The sun moved slowly across the sky, from east to west. Time passed. Finally, the landscape began to look familiar. The mountains surrounding the Verdant Sword domain appeared on the horizon, sharp peaks covered with twisted pines, deep valleys where spiritual mist gathered. The ship descended gradually. Kirian saw the sect below, the dark wooden buildings, the training courtyards, and other structures. Disciples in the courtyards raised their heads as they saw the ship approaching. Some pointed to the sky, others ran to inform the elders. The ship hovered over the central area for a moment, then descended smoothly, touching the ground with a dull thud. Feng Yuan turned off the spiritual engine. The three disembarked. The leader stored the ship in his spatial ring with a gesture. At that moment, disciples began to gather around the inner area. They were eager and curious. News of the gathering of domains had not yet officially reached that remote domain. Leader Feng, An elder asked as soon as they stepped off the ship. Kyrian? Feng Yuan raised his hand, asking for silence. I will make an official announcement later. The elders obeyed, though reluctantly. Their eyes were still fixed on Kyrian, who remained silent. When they dispersed, Feng Yuan turned to Kyrian. It wasn't a question with malice. It was a statement. Both knew that Kyrian had not returned to stay. He had returned to close a cycle. Kyrian thought for a moment. Feng Yuan nodded, unsurprised. He turned to Mei Ran, who was at his side. Let's go. We have work to do. We no longer have core disciples to serve as the nucleus of the sect. Mei Ran nodded, her eyes briefly passing over Kyrian before turning back to the leader. The two walked away, leaving Kyrian alone in the central area. He walked to his courtyard. Upon entering the room, he saw the floor covered with remnants of herbs and jade plaques, traces of his days refining pills and studying formations. He knelt down and began organizing everything, separating what was still useful from what no longer served. The dried herbs were discarded. The jade plaques with useful notes were stored in his spatial ring. The room gradually became cleaner. When he finished, the courtyard was empty. Only the wooden walls and a lingering scent of herbs in the air. Kyrian decided that he would have dinner there, in his courtyard, one last time. He called a servant and asked for some supplies, beast meat, high-quality rice, and rare seasonings. The servant hurried to comply, returning about an hour later with the ingredients. Kyrian went to the small kitchen attached to the courtyard and prepared his own dinner. It wasn't anything extravagant, but the aroma that spread through the courtyard was comforting. He took the food to the outer area of the courtyard and sat on the wooden floor, his back against a pillar. He ate in silence, feeling the sharp wind of the sect pass across his face. The sky was dark now, dotted with stars. The moon shone faintly behind a thin layer of clouds. After finishing, Kyrian washed the utensils, stored everything, and returned to the room. He lay down on a simple wooden bed and closed his eyes. Sleep came quickly. Chapter 326, Gate and Mountain. Chapter 326. Gate in the mountain, he woke up before the sun rose. The sky was still dark, but there was a faint light on the horizon. Kyrian got up, stretched, and removed his black verdant sword robe. In its place, he put on a robe of the blood court. The dark red fabric adjusted to his body like a second skin. He looked at himself for a moment, then thought of something. His sword eyes glowed and then disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the sword-shaped pupils dissolved. His entire eyes turned into a deep crimson, glowing with a sinister light in the dimness of the room. Kyrian left the courtyard. He walked to the front of the sect's main hall. The sun had not yet risen, but there were already people waiting for him. Feng Yuan stood at the front, with Mei Ran right behind him. Several elders of the sect were around them, dressed in their best robes. Feng Yuan was the first to speak. Kyrian. His voice was deep, filled with restrained emotion. Even though you accepted me as your master, I couldn't teach you many things. He paused. I won't say much. Just be careful on your path from now on. I know you're going to places increasingly greater and more dangerous. Kyrian listened to everything in silence, then nodded. Feng Yuan smiled, a sad but sincere smile. He patted Kyrian's shoulder firmly. Mei Ran then stepped forward. Kyrian, you will always be welcome here, no matter where you go or what you become. Kyrian made a slight bow. The other elders said their goodbyes one by one. Kyrian did not have deep ties with most of them, but he treated them with respect. A slight bow for each. No more, no less. When the farewells ended, Feng Yuan and the others remained in the central area, watching. Kyrian went down to the stables in the inner area. Archon was there with his black-winged horse. The beast raised its head upon seeing him, its red eyes glowing with recognition. The black wings opened slightly, as if they knew it was time to leave. Kyrian mounted its back. He said in a low voice. Archon beat its wings. The wind rose around them, and then they took off. Kyrian did not look back. The verdant sword sect was left behind, shrinking until it became a small dot on the ground. The cutting wind of the sky struck his face, but he did not blink. His crimson eyes glowed like two embers in the dimness of dawn. Ahead, the horizon stretched endlessly. The blood court awaited him. The journey back to the blood court was not rushed. Kirian had no tight deadlines nor urgent commitments. He could simply fly and let the wind guide his path. Archon cut through the skies with its black wings, carrying its master on its back like a living shadow against the blue of the sky. Day after day, the landscape changed beneath them. Dense forests gave way to yellowed prairies. Prairies gave way to deserts of spiritual sand that shone under the sunlight. Deserts gave way to mountain ranges covered in eternal snow. Kirian observed everything with his crimson eyes, but his mind was elsewhere. He thought about what lay ahead. The blood court awaited him. Every few days, Kirian had Archon land in some isolated place. The black-winged horse needed to rest and eat. Kirian took some low-grade spiritual stones from his spatial ring and offered them to the beast, which crushed them with its powerful jaws as if they were grains. While Archon fed, Kirian took the opportunity to meditate or mentally review the knowledge he had learned. The wind blew around them, and the silence of the mountains or deserts was broken only by the sound of stones being crushed by the horse's teeth. After a few hours, they resumed the journey. Kirian expected the trip to proceed normally until the territory of the blood court. There was no reason for setbacks. The route was direct, the sky was clear, and Archon was strong. But fate, at times, likes to play tricks. It was the late afternoon of another day of travel. The sun was low on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. Kirian was flying over a rugged mountain range, already close to the border of the blood court. He recognized that region. He was only 2 days of flight from his destination. That was when his crimson eyes caught something strange. On a mountain to his left, embedded in the rocky slope like a wound in the stone, there was a large gate. It was not a common construction. Kirian immediately realized that something was hiding it. An illusion formation enveloped the entire place, distorting the light and deceiving the eyes. But his eyes were not ordinary. The illusion formation did not affect him. He saw the gate clearly, a structure of dark stone with ancient symbols carved into its surface. There was also a barrier formation protecting whatever lay on the other side. Kirian frowned. A hidden gate in the middle of a mountain, protected by 2 formations? That was not the work of nature. Someone had built that, and the fact that it was hidden suggested that it contained something valuable or something someone did not want to be found. Curious, Kirian had Archon descend. The black-winged horse glided in circles over the mountain before landing on a rocky platform near the gate. Kirian dismounted and walked to the entrance. Up close, the formations were more visible. The illusion distorted the air around the gate, creating a false image of the rock wall. But Kirian saw through it as if it were glass. Chapter 327. Inside the Gate. Chapter 327. Inside the gate, Kirian studied the 2 formations carefully. The first, the illusion formation, was relatively simple. Its purpose was merely to hide the gate from casual glances. Any cultivator with sharp perception or training in formations could notice that something was wrong. But most people would simply fly over the mountain without noticing anything. The second, the barrier formation, was more complex. An invisible membrane of chi enveloped the entire gate, preventing entry by anyone unauthorized. Kirian touched the barrier with the tip of his fingers and felt a solid resistance. But there was something strange. Both formations were weak, very weak, as if they had been left there for a long time, without maintenance, and were about to fall apart on their own. Kirian estimated that, in a few days, both formations would disappear completely. Kirian murmured, more to himself than to Archon. He could simply wait a few days and come back. But curiosity was stronger. Kirian decided he would open the formations himself. He had studied formations in the books he read during his time in the Verdant Sword. He understood enough to deal with simple and weakened formations like those. First, the illusion. Kirian focused. His crimson eyes glowed as he examined the structure of the formation, searching for its core, the central point where all the formation's energy was concentrated. With his eyes, he could see the flow of chi moving through the symbols carved into the gate and the surrounding rock. The core was in a jade plaque hidden behind a rocky protrusion a few meters from the gate. Kirian walked there. The plaque was covered in dust and cracks, another sign of the formation's advanced age. He removed it from the rock with a smooth motion. Immediately, the illusion wavered. A drop of scarlet blood appeared at the tip of his finger. He flicked it toward the plaque with a sharp snap. The drop struck the center of the jade plaque. Kirian's blood, imbued with his essence, his chi, his intent, spread across the surface of the plaque like fire on dry paper. The symbols engraved in the jade shone intensely for a moment, then went dark. The plaque split into 3 pieces. At the same instant, the air around the gate distorted violently. The image of the rock wall that concealed the entrance fell apart. The great dark stone gate emerged completely, visible to anyone looking in that direction. Kirian approached the invisible membrane protecting the gate. It was weak, but still resilient. He calculated that he would need a few strikes with all his strength to break it by brute force. But Kirian did not like wasting unnecessary energy. Instead, he decided to use his knowledge of formations to find a weak point. His crimson eyes scanned the barrier millimeter by millimeter, analyzing the flow of chi, searching for irregularities. The barrier was old and poorly maintained, full of points where chi accumulated unevenly, creating internal tensions. It was, in essence, similar to the barriers described in the formation books Kirian had studied, but simpler, more basic. Kirian found the weakest point in less than a minute. It was a small fracture in the structure of the barrier, where 2 flows of chi collided at different angles, creating an instability. If he applied enough force at that exact point, the entire barrier would collapse. Kirian raised his right hand. 5 drops of blood emerged from the tips of his fingers, floating in the air like small red jewels. They spun slowly, then merged into a single larger drop, denser, pulsing with chi and blood intent. The drop glowed with a crimson light, so intense it looked like a small star. Kirian aimed at the weak point of the barrier and released it. The drop of blood shot forward like an arrow, cutting through the air with a sharp hum. The drop struck the weak point. The barrier trembled violently. Cracks spread from the point of impact, like spiderwebs forming in shattered glass. The invisible membrane shuddered once, twice, 3 times. Then, with a sound like glass shattering, the barrier broke apart. Fragments of chi shimmered in the air for an instant before dissipating completely. Kirian lowered his hand. The barrier no longer existed. He approached the great dark stone gate. Now, without the formations protecting it, the gate seemed even more imposing. The symbols carved on its surface were ancient, a dialect Kirian did not fully recognize, but which seemed to belong to a much earlier era. What would someone hide there? And why? Kirian placed his hands on the gate and pushed. At first, nothing happened. The gate was heavy, very heavy. Kirian felt his muscles tense beneath the red robe of the blood court. He channeled chi into his arms and pushed again. This time, the gate groaned. Slowly, very slowly, the 2 stone doors opened, revealing a dark passage that led into the heart of the mountain. Kirian entered. The interior was cool and dry. The air carried the scent of ancient dust and damp stone. His crimson eyes quickly adjusted to the darkness, revealing a short corridor that led to a larger chamber. He walked to the end of the corridor and entered the chamber. It was a large room, rectangular in shape, carved directly into the mountain rock. There was no furniture, no decorations, no sign of life. Only bare stone walls and, in the center of the room, a tomb. Kirian stopped. It was a stone coffin, raised on a low platform. The lid was closed, and there were no inscriptions or symbols indicating the identity of whoever lay within. The coffin was simple, almost austere, but the very existence of that place, hidden by 2 formations, suggested that its occupant was not an ordinary person. Kirian understood then. He had found the tomb of some ancient cultivator, someone who, for unknown reasons, had chosen to be buried there in the solitude of the mountain, far from prying eyes. Chapter 328, Inside the Gate 2. Chapter 328, Inside the Gate 2. Kirian understood then. He had found the tomb of some ancient cultivator, someone who, for unknown reasons, had chosen to be buried there in the solitude of the mountain, far from prying eyes. Interested, Kirian approached the coffin. He examined it carefully, searching for traps. Many cultivator tombs were protected by deadly mechanisms, poisoned needles, offensive formations, and even imprisoned spirits that attacked intruders. But that coffin seemed clean. There were no traces of chi flowing around it, nor warning symbols carved into its surface. It was just a block of stone, silent and inert. Kirian thought he was lucky. On his way back to the blood court, he had found this. Perhaps the tomb contained something useful, a forgotten treasure, an ancient scroll, or at least some spiritual stones that could aid him in his future journeys. He placed his hands on the coffin lid and pushed it aside. Stone scraped against stone, a rough sound that echoed through the chamber walls. Millennia-old dust rose into the air, making Kirian cough lightly. When the lid fell to the ground with a dull thud, Kirian looked inside. There were only bones. A complete skeleton lying on its back, hands crossed over its chest. The bones were ancient, so ancient they looked ready to crumble into dust at the slightest touch. The robe that had once clothed the body had long since disintegrated, leaving only fragments of dark fabric clinging to the bones. But on the bones of the right hand, something gleamed, a spatial ring. Kirian picked it up carefully. It was a simple ring, made of a dark metal he did not recognize. There were no symbols or inscriptions, just a circle of metal polished by time. Kirian closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into the ring. The internal space was vast, much larger than he expected for such an ancient ring, and it was full. First, Kirian saw the spiritual stones, a considerable amount of mid-grade stones, stacked in one corner like a small mountain. Kirian quickly estimated. There was enough there to sustain his cultivation for quite some time. Then, the spiritual herbs. Dozens of them, stored in jade boxes to preserve their effectiveness. Kirian recognized some rare herbs he had only seen mentioned in ancient scrolls. Others were completely unknown to him. Weapons as well. Swords, spears, axes, and daggers. Some glowed with residual chi, indicating they had been forged by master craftsmen. Others were simpler, but still of higher quality than the sword Kirian had once possessed. Jade plaques. Dozens of them, stacked neatly. Kirian knew what that meant: cultivation techniques and battle techniques. For any other cultivator, those plaques would be the most valuable treasure in the ring. For Kirian, however, they were secondary. But it never hurt to have more knowledge. Kirian was studying the contents of the ring when a sound pulled him from his concentration. A noise is coming from outside the chamber. Footsteps. Someone is approaching. Kirian raised his head, his crimson eyes glowing in the darkness. He slipped the ring onto another finger and turned toward the entrance. The voice that echoed through the corridor was furious. Damn it! The footsteps quickened, turning into a run. Kirian remained still, watching the chamber entrance. Whoever was coming did not seem friendly. The sound of footsteps echoed through the stone chamber for several endless seconds. Then, two people appeared at the entrance. The first was a young man who looked to be around 20 years old, with black hair tied in a high bun and wearing an immaculate white robe. On the chest of the robe, embroidered in silver threads, was the symbol of a white tower, 3 spires rising toward the sky. His face was handsome but twisted by an expression of barely contained fury. Beside him stood a middle-aged man of ordinary appearance. So ordinary he would be easy to ignore in a crowd. He wore a simple gray robe and carried no visible weapons. But his eyes were sharp, and his posture suggested years of combat. Experience. Both exuded spiritual pressure. Kirian assessed them quickly. The young man was at the 7-degree stage of core formation. The older man was at the peak of the realm, perhaps even at the threshold of the next level. The two looked at Kirian, and their eyes ran over his dark red robe. The young man's expression changed. Fury gave way to momentary surprise. which quickly turned into scorn. He laughed loudly, a sound that echoed through the chamber like the cawing of a crow. "Ha ha ha," he said, shaking his head. He took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with malice. He pointed to the symbol on Kirian's robe. Kirian frowned. The hatred in the young man's voice was palpable, almost poisonous. It wasn't just the disdain of one cultivator for another. It was something personal, something deep. Kirian asked, his voice calm despite the tension in the air. The young man smiled, an ugly smile, full of teeth and contempt. He paused, as if savoring the words. He lifted his chin. Kirian thought, recalling where he had heard that before. Kirian didn't have time to process the information. The young man advanced. His speed was extreme, far greater than Kirian expected for someone at the 7th stage. The air in the chamber stirred, and wind chi formed around the sword the young man drew in a fluid motion. The blade came down toward Kirian's throat. It was fast, precise, and lethal. Kirian did not retreat. He raised his right hand toward the attack. His palm opened, and blood burst from his pores, coagulating instantly in the air before him. In the blink of an eye, a massive blood spear formed. Kirian wielded it as if it were an extension of his own body, blocking the sword strike with a metallic crash. The impact made the air tremble. And then Kirian pushed. The blood spear surged forward with overwhelming force, throwing the young man back as if he were a dry leaf. He flew across the chamber, arms flung wide, until the older man caught him by the shoulder, cushioning the impact. The middle-aged man had a sour expression on his face. His voice was low and calculating. He pointed with his chin toward Kirian. The young man straightened, adjusting his white robe with a sharp motion. His face was red with anger, not from the blow itself, but from having been repelled, from having appeared weak in front of his subordinate. He said, his teeth grinding. His eyes locked onto Kirian again, and the hatred in them seemed to triple. Kirian watched everything in silence, his blood spear still pulsing in his hand. He did not know who those two were, nor why they hated him so much. But he knew one thing. They would not let him leave that place alive. Chapter 329, Inside the Gate 3. Chapter 329, Inside the Gate 3. Kirian remained still in the center of the chamber, the blood spear pulsing in his right hand like a living extension of his own arm. The air in the chamber was heavy with tension. The smell of ancient stone mixed with the hostile chi that emanated from the two intruders like a poisonous vapor. The millennial-old dust that Kirian had stirred when opening the coffin still floated in the air, creating a thin mist that danced under the crimson light of his eyes. Kirian's eyes glowed in the dimness. They were cold, strange, and intimidating. Each crimson iris seemed to contain an ocean of stagnant blood, reflecting light in a way no ordinary human eyes should. He analyzed every detail of his opponents, the position of the young man's feet, the breathing of the older man, and the flow of chi within their bodies. And then something clicked in his mind. He remembered. Wei Feng had mentioned that name. Wei Feng had said, as one of his last wishes before death. Kirian didn't know much about this so-called White Tower. He had never bothered to ask around. But now, looking at the two before him, he was beginning to understand that there was something about the tower he should know. Just by the way they looked at him, as if he were an insect that needed to be crushed, it was already clear that it wasn't anything good. The hatred in the young man's eyes wasn't momentary anger. It was something deeper, something cultivated over years, perhaps generations. They hated Kirian as if they had been enemies for a long time, even though they had just met for the first time. Kirian noticed the disgust and hostility the two harbored toward the blood path. It wasn't just a matter of cultivation techniques or philosophies. It was personal. The young man looked at the red robe of the blood court as if he saw in it the death of someone dear. Kirian decided in his mind. The boy's face was twisted with fury after being thrown aside so easily by Kirian, a cultivator of such inferior cultivation. The humiliation burned in his eyes more than any physical wound. The young man's cultivation, 7 degrees stage of core formation, was now fully unleashed. An oppressive pressure filled the chamber, causing the stone walls to tremble slightly. At his side, the middle-aged man maintained a neutral expression, but his eyes showed the same disgust, perhaps even deeper. He was clearly the guardian and subordinate of the young man, but his loyalty did not lessen his hatred. "Spat," the young man said, his voice trembling with rage. "Don't think you'll leave here alive," added the middle-aged man, his voice calm but filled with venom. Kyrian tilted his head slightly, without emotion. His voice was neutral, almost indifferent. And it was true. From the way the two looked at him, from the killing intent that emanated from their bodies like incense smoke, Kyrian knew it didn't matter what he said. To those two, he was already dead. He just didn't know it yet. The young man did not wait for further answers. His sword gleamed with a sharp wind chi, so dense it seemed solid. Invisible blades formed in the air, slicing the suspended dust into even smaller fragments. The attack was fast, precise, and loaded with killing intent. Kyrian did not retreat. He raised a blood spear and spun his body in a fluid motion. The spear collided with the wind blades in a series of rapid impacts, generating explosions of red sparks that lit up the chamber like lightning. The sound of the clashes echoed through the stone walls, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. The young man advanced. His speed was impressive for the 7 degrees stage. Kyrian could see that he was indeed a talent, perhaps one of the best of his generation in the White Tower. His sword danced through the air like a whirlwind, creating a storm of invisible cuts aimed at Kyrian's vital points. The neck, heart, eyes, and wrists. Each strike was designed to kill, but Kyrian saw everything. His crimson eyes registered every flow of chi, every angle of attack, and every slight muscle contraction that preceded a strike. He dodged with minimal movements, a step to the side here, a tilt of the torso there, almost lazy, as if he were dancing in slow motion while the world around him rushed. The blood spear blocked the most dangerous blows. Each collision generated a thunderous sound that echoed through the stone walls, and red sparks flew in all directions. The middle-aged man watched in silence, motionless like a statue. He did not intervene yet. His eyes, however, did not miss a single movement of Kyrian. He finally murmured, snarled the young man, his fury increasing with every blocked strike. He accelerated the pace. His sword became a white blur in the dim chamber. Strikes that were once fast now became frantic. He was no longer fighting with technique, he was fighting with anger. And Kyrian knew what happened when someone fought with anger. He sighed and finally counterattacked. Kyrian took a step forward. The blood spear extended like a living serpent, stretching beyond its normal length. The strike was simple and direct, without flourish, but filled with his blood intent. The spear pierced the air, ignoring the wind blades that tried to deflect it. It cut through the storm like a boat through waves, and struck the young man's shoulder with brutal force. The impact was sharp. The sound of bone cracking echoed through the chamber. The young man was thrown against the opposite wall, his body slamming into the stone with a dull thud. He spat blood, a dark red jet that stained his immaculate white robe. His eyes were wide, not from pain but from shock. His voice came out shaky, faltering. A 1 degree stage. Kyrian did not respond. He advanced again. The blood spear dissolved in his hands, transforming into droplets that spun in the air for a moment before reforming into a long dagger of solid blood. The blade was shorter than the spear, but denser and sharper. Kyrian wielded it with the same ease. He struck. Chapter 330. Inside the Gate 4. Chapter 330. Inside the Gate 4. The young man blocked desperately, raising his sword at a crooked angle. The blades met with a metallic crash that made his teeth grind. The force behind Kyrian's attack was overwhelming. The young man's feet slid across the stone floor, leaving deep grooves. His arm trembled under the weight of the block. He tried to counterattack, releasing a cutting wind technique directly at Kyrian's chest, but he simply twisted his body. The blood dagger sliced the technique in half as if it were paper. The wind blades dissipated in the air, harmless. The middle-aged man finally moved. He appeared beside Kyrian like a ghost, without sound, without warning. His hand transformed into a claw that shone with sharp chi, so dense it distorted the air around it. The attack was silent and lethal, aimed at Kirian's neck, a strike meant to kill instantly. Kirian turned his head at the last instant. The claw passed centimeters from his skin, so close he felt the cutting wind against his jugular. Only a few strands of hair were torn away, falling slowly through the air. Kirian did not hesitate. He counterattacked with his elbow, a brutal movement, short and direct. The impact struck the man's chest with enough force to shatter rock. The middle-aged man was thrown backward, his body crashing against the opposite wall with a dull thud. He slid across the ground but rose quickly, his eyes now showing something that had not been there before. Surprise. He had thought Kirian was dead in that strike. His attack had been silent, fast, and designed for a professional assassin. Kirian had been focused on his young master, distracted by the close-quarters fight. It was the perfect opening. But Kirian was not an ordinary fighter. His peripheral vision never let the older man leave his field of view. Even while exchanging blows with the young man, even while his blood dagger cut through the air, Kirian kept a corner of his mind and a corner of his vision fixed on the guardian, who was the stronger enemy. The moment the man moved to attack, Kirian saw it, and moved. After that, Kirian's expression darkened. That strike had been faster than he expected. If not for the advantage of his eyes, which allowed him to see everything an instant before the attack materialized, he might have been seriously injured, perhaps even killed. The reality of the situation settled over him like a heavy cloak. These two hated him with all their strength for a reason he didn't even fully understand. Their enmity was at its peak. There would be no dialogue. There would be no negotiation. There would be no surrender. Those two could not leave that place alive. Kirian raised the blood dagger, his crimson eyes glowing in the dimness of the chamber. The air around him seemed heavier now, filled with the promise of death. The young man pushed himself up from the wall, coughing more blood. His white robe was stained red, a red that was not originally its own. His expression shifted between fury and fear. The middle-aged man positioned himself in front of the young man, his stance now entirely defensive. He had underestimated Kirian. He would not make the same mistake twice. He said, his voice low. The young man gritted his teeth but nodded. Kirian watched them, unmoving. The stone chamber, which had once been a silent tomb, was now an arena of death. The air in the chamber changed. Kirian closed his eyes. Only for a second. His crimson eyes went dark, and the dimness of the chamber seemed to deepen even further. The two opponents in front of him exchanged glances, confused. Why had he closed his eyes? In the middle of a fight? Against two enemies who wanted his death? It was madness, or it was a trap. The White Tower youth hesitated for a moment, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. But the middle-aged man did not hesitate. He saw the opening, or what seemed to be an opening, and advanced. He shouted, and the young man followed. The two shot forward at high speed, their figures becoming blurs in the dimness. The young man's wind chi cut through the air ahead of him, clearing the way. The older man's chi claw shone like a blade ready to sever. They crossed the chamber in less than a second. It wasn't fast enough. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the chamber. It was not like the sound of a normal explosion. It was deeper, a thunder that seemed to come from both sky and earth at once, reverberating through the stone walls and making the ancient dust leap from the ground. An intense violet light illuminated the entire space. The two opponents charging toward Kirian were struck by something they could not see. An invisible force, as fast as lightning, because it was lightning, hit them head-on. The young man was the first to be thrown back. His body arched in the air as if struck by a giant hammer, his arms flung open, and his sword flew from his hand. He slammed into the stone wall with a dull thud that made his back ache just to hear it. The middle-aged man lasted a little longer. His chi claw tried to block, but the lightning pierced his defense as if it did not exist. He was hurled against the opposite wall, his body leaving a mark in the stone. Both spat blood. The young man coughed, his chest burning. He lifted his head, his eyes scanning the chamber frantically, searching for Kirian. What? His voice came out shaky, almost a whisper. He could not see Kyrian anywhere. Only darkness and dust floating in the air. That was when he saw, at the back of the chamber, beyond the open stone coffin, beyond the platform where the ancestors' bones lay, two eyes were looking at him. They were not the crimson eyes from before. They were purple eyes, deep as the abyss, with lightning-shaped pupils that pulsed slowly, as if they were waiting. The chamber lit up and dimmed as lightning danced around Kyrian. Small arcs of electricity leapt from his shoulders to his arms, from his arms to his blood dagger. The sound of thunder was continuous now, a low rumble that made the chest vibrate. The blood dagger was still in his hand, but now the blood within it glowed with violet reflections, as if the lightning had infused itself into the very essence of the weapon. Chapter 331. Inside the Gate, 5. Chapter 331. Inside the Gate, 5. The young man felt a chill run down his spine. He exclaimed, instinctively stepping back. What the hell is this? Wasn't he a cultivator of the blood path? He moved behind his guardian, his eyes still fixed on Kyrian. The arrogance that had once filled his chest had completely evaporated. In its place, only a cold, creeping fear remained. He had not been able to see the attack. He had not sensed the chi approaching. He had not had time to raise his sword to block. The middle-aged man rose from the wall, his expression now as hard as stone. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He said, his voice low and controlled. But, and it was true, Kyrian still wore the same red robe of the blood court. He still wielded the same blood dagger. But something about him had changed. The pressure emanating from his body was different. It was not just the pressure of a cultivator of the blood path. It was something older, more savage. As if thunder itself had taken human form. The man ordered, positioning himself in front of the young man. And prepare your protective treasure. It was difficult for him to admit. He was at the peak of core formation, several stages above Kyrian. In any normal fight, he should have been able to crush a 1-degree stage opponent with one hand tied behind his back. But Kyrian was not a normal opponent. The purple eyes staring at him were terrifying. There was something in them that made his survival instinct scream. And the speed Kyrian had shown in his counterattack, he could not even process what had happened. The man clenched his fists and channeled all the chi in his body into his hands. The chi claws became denser, sharper. If he could not win by technique, he would win by brute force. Kyrian observed everything with a cold expression. In his hand, the dagger made of blood still remained, the beast blood he had received from the inheritance. And now, imbued with the lightning chi that Kyrian possessed, it was more lethal than ever. Lightning danced around Kyrian's body like a living mantle. Small arcs of electricity leapt from his hair, from his shoulders, and from the tips of his fingers. The sound of thunder was constant, a deep rumble that filled the chamber. Kyrian moved. The sound of thunder intensified. Violet light filled the chamber. In an instant, Kyrian was at the back of the room. In the next instant, he was in front of the middle-aged man. It was so fast that the man barely had time to react. He raised his hand in the form of a chi claw at the last moment, placing it between his chest and Kyrian's blood dagger. The two forces collided. The impact was violent. The sound of the dagger striking the chi claw echoed like a broken bell. Sparks, red and violet, flew in all directions. The man was sent flying again. His body hit the wall with enough force to create cracks in the stone. He spat blood, not a trickle, but a jet that stained his gray robe. His arms trembled. His chi claws had shattered on impact. He felt at his knees, gasping, and he realized he was not a match for Kyrian. It didn't matter the difference in stages. It didn't matter the years of training, the accumulated techniques, or the experience in past battles. Kyrian was on an entirely different level. The man lifted his head, his eyes meeting the young man's. A decision was being made there, a decision no guardian likes to make. He shouted, his voice echoing through the chamber. I will hold him back. He stood up. His legs trembled, but he stood. All the remaining chi in his body was channeled into his hands, into his arms, and into every inch of his skin. He did not need to win. He only needed to buy time. The young man did not hesitate. Before the man even finished speaking, he had already dashed toward the chamber's exit. His feet barely touched the ground. His breathing was fast and ragged. He had not looked back. He didn't need to. He knew what his guardian was doing, and he was desperate to escape. Kyrian saw the young man run. Saw his figure disappear into the dark corridor that led out of the mountain. But he did not worry immediately. The middle-aged man was between him and the exit, and that man, even wounded, even exhausted, still represented a threat. Kyrian would have time to kill him first. Then he would pursue the young man. The man advanced. It was not a sophisticated attack. There was no elaborate technique or flourish. It was just a man throwing all the chi he had left into a single desperate strike. His hands transformed into claws again, not 2, but 4, 6, 8. Chi claws appeared around his body like the limbs of a demon, each sharp enough to cut steel. He attacked. Kyrian moved. The sound of thunder echoed once more. Violet light filled the chamber. Kyrian's blood dagger cut through the air in a swift arc. Not once, not twice, but 5 times. Each strike was faster than the last. Each aimed at a different point on the man's body. The chi claws tried to block. The first claw was cut. The second as well. The third, the fourth, and the fifth all were split apart by the lightning-infused dagger. Kyrian's 6th strike hit the man's shoulder. The 7th struck his chest. The 8th struck his right arm, which fell to the ground with a wet sound. The man dropped to his knees. Blood gushed from his wounds. His gray robe was completely red. His eyes were glazed, but he was still conscious. "Run," he whispered, before collapsing to the stone floor. Kyrian looked at the fallen body for a moment. The man was still breathing, barely, but breathing. He did not have time to finish him. The young man was already far away. Kyrian turned and dashed toward the chamber exit, his steps leaving marks of lightning on the stone floor. The dark corridor stretched ahead of him, and at its end, an opening to the sky. He ran. The wind cut against his face. The sound of thunder followed him. When Kyrian finally emerged from the mountain, the sun had already completely set. The sky was dark, dotted with stars. Chapter 332. Lightning in the Night. Chapter 332. Lightning in the night, Kyrian emerged from the stone gate with the speed of lightning. His feet barely touched the ground of the rocky platform before his purple eyes were already sweeping the horizon in search of the fleeing young man. Night had fully fallen over the mountain range, and the moon had not yet risen. Only the stars dotted the dark sky like distant sparks. But Kyrian did not need light to see. His eyes, now transformed by the activation of lightning chi, pierced the darkness as if it were day. Every shadow was sharp, every outline clear. And there, descending the rocky slope in a desperate run, was the young man in the white robe. He ran as if death itself were at his heels. Because it was. Kyrian spotted the young man's destination, a flying bee station on a rock further below, its wings already open, ready to take off. It was a silver-feathered eagle, large enough to carry 2 people, with eyes that shone in the dark like torches. The young man was about 300 meters away from it, running in a straight line. Desperate, Kyrian did not hesitate. The lightning dancing around his body intensified. The sound of thunder echoed through the mountain like a war drum. He shot forward. The speed was so high that the air around him screamed. With each step, the rocky ground beneath his feet cracked, marked by small craters left by the explosion of his momentum. In less than 3 seconds, he had covered half the distance. The young man heard the thunder. He looked back, and his eyes widened in terror. Kyrian was coming straight at him, his purple eyes shining in the darkness like beacons of judgment. The lightning surrounding his body illuminated the slope in violent flashes, turning the night into a stormlit day for fractions of a second. The young man shouted. He wouldn't make it to the beast in time. With a quick motion, the young man touched the ring on his finger. A golden light enveloped his body instantly. A protective treasure activated. A translucent barrier formed around him, glowing with ancient symbols that Kyrian did not recognize. At that same instant, Kyrian attacked. He did not use the blood dagger. He didn't need to. His index finger rose, pointed in the young man's direction, and the lightning surrounding his body concentrated at the tip of his finger. A single point of violet light, so bright it hurt to look at. The bolt fired. It was not an ordinary lightning strike. It was a spear of pure violet light, so fast it seemed to have crossed space before even being fired. The bolt struck the young man's golden barrier. The impact was deafening. The barrier trembled violently, cracks spreading across its surface like luminous spiderwebs. The young man was thrown to the side, rolling across the rocky ground, but the barrier held. The lightning, however, did not stop. It passed through the barrier, not breaking it, but passing through it as if it were made of water, and continued in a straight line, straight into the flying beast. The silver-feathered eagle had no time to scream. The bolt struck it directly in the chest, piercing its body from one side to the other. Burnt feathers flew through the air. Charred flesh scattered. The beast fell to the ground with a dull thud, its eyes still open, its life already extinguished. The young man looked at his dead mount and felt the last thread of hope snap. He slowly stood up, staggering. The golden barrier still glowed around him, but now it was full of cracks, pulsing weakly like a candle about to go out. Kirian approached with slow steps. There was no haste in his movement. There was no urgency, only a cold, calculated calm. Each step echoed on the rocky slope like a funeral bell. The young man instinctively stepped back, his back hitting a wall of rock. There was nowhere left to run. He shouted, his voice trembling. "Wait." Kirian kept walking. "You can keep what you took from the tomb. Keep everything. I won't tell anyone." Kirian stopped, not because the young man's words convinced him, but because he wanted to. See how far that coward would go. The young man interpreted the pause as a chance. His voice grew louder, more desperate. "You don't know who I am. My master is the Grand Elder of the White Tower, a cultivator of the spiritual fusion realm. If you kill me, he will find out." Kirian tilted his head slightly. "If you kill me, he will find you, and he won't kill you quickly. He will torture you for days, weeks." The young man's voice became sharper, more frantic. "Not even the blood court will be able to protect you. You will die." He was shouting now, shouting to cover his own fear, shouting to try to convince Kirian and himself that he still had some power in that situation. "You don't know what you're doing. Let me go now, and I can forget this. I can even let you keep what you stole." He paused to breathe. Kirian remained silent for a long moment. Only the mountain wind blew between them, cold and cutting, mixed with the smell of the burned beast. Then Kirian smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was not a smile of understanding or forgiveness. It was a cold smile, so cold that the young man felt the blood in his veins freeze. It was a smile of disgust. Before, that young man had wanted to kill him for nothing, for invading a tomb that Kirian hadn't even known belonged to someone, for wearing a red robe, for existing. He had advanced with killing intent, without hesitation, without dialogue. Kirian had been nothing more than trash of the blood path, to be eliminated. And now, faced with imminent death, that same young man begged, shouted, exchanged arrogance for fear, contempt for desperation. Chapter 333. End of the battle. Chapter 333. End of the battle. Kirian raised a finger toward the young man. He said, his voice low and calm. Lightning began to gather at the tip of his finger again. Violet light filled the hillside, illuminating the young man's pale, sweaty face. The young man's face twisted. It was no longer fear. It was something beyond fear, a deep, primal panic that distorted his features into a mask of terror. He knew he would not be able to block that attack. His barrier was broken. His guardian was dead. His mount was dead. He was alone. He screamed, his voice hoarse from shouting so much. "I swear I will kill you. You will die." Kirian fired. The beam of violet light left his finger at the same instant, slicing through the air toward the young man's heart. But at the exact moment of impact, something happened. Another barrier appeared in front of the young man, not the golden and cracked barrier he had used before, but a different one, brighter, as if it were made of solidified sunlight. Kirian's beam struck the barrier and dissipated, creating an explosion of violet and white sparks. And then, a strange energy enveloped the young man's body. It was not common chi. It was not wind, fire, earth, water, or wood. It shone in white, pure and intense, wrapping every inch of the young man's body like a cocoon of light. The young man laughed. It was a hysterical, manic laugh, his eyes wide and his mouth open in a smile that was not a joy. He shouted, "You lost, you trash. I will come back." The white light exploded. Kirian raised an arm to shield his eyes. When the light dimmed, the young man had disappeared. There was no body fallen on the ground. There was no trace of blood or pieces of flesh. Only the empty place where he had been and the dead beast a few meters away. Kirian lowered his arm. His violet eyes scanned the hillside, the sky, and the surrounding mountains. He activated the full capacity of his special eyes, trying to see as far as possible, searching for any trace of the young man. Nothing. The young man had simply disappeared. Kirian frowned. This was a type of treasure, rare artifacts that activated automatically when the bearer was in mortal danger. Some created barriers. Some healed wounds. Some teleported the user to a safe place. And that one was among the rare. Very rare, Kirian thought. He sighed lightly. He did not care much. The young man had escaped, yes. He would return one day, probably with reinforcements, seeking revenge. But Kirian did not care about that at the moment. Kirian dismissed the lightning. The violet eyes faded, and the crimson eyes returned. The sound of thunder ceased, and the night became silent once again. Only the mountain wind blew, cold and indifferent. The rocky slope, which moments before had been illuminated by violet flashes, was now submerged in the natural darkness of the night. Kirian stood still for a moment, listening to the silence. The young man had disappeared. The beast was dead. The guardian was dying inside the chamber. But there was something Kirian had not recovered. He turned and walked back toward the stone gate in the mountain. His steps were slow, almost lazy, as if he were in no hurry. And he was not. The young man was already far away. If the teleportation treasure had taken him somewhere safe, there was no point in chasing after him. The entrance to the tomb was still open, the dark stone gate wide, like a hungry mouth. Kirian entered the dark corridor again, his crimson eyes instantly adjusting to the absence of light. The smell of blood and ozone still lingered in the air. In the main chamber, the middle-aged man was lying on the ground, motionless. The blood that had poured from his wounds had formed a dark pool around his body, faintly reflecting the light of Kirian's eyes. Kirian approached. The man was dead. His eyes were open, glazed, fixed on the stone ceiling as if still searching for something. The right arm had been cleanly severed at Kirian's 8th strike, and the chest was open from a deep cut that exposed. Broken ribs. Kirian felt no remorse. He knelt beside the body and took the man's left hand. On the ring finger, a simple spatial ring gleamed faintly, a circle of dark metal, without adornments, functional. Kirian removed it and stored the items inside in his own ring. Then he stood up. He looked at the body once more, then at the open stone coffin, the ancestor's bones still inside. The chamber was silent now, as if it had never been violated. Kirian turned and left. Outside, the night was even darker. Clouds had covered the stars, and a cold wind blew from the north, carrying the scent of distant rain. Kirian whistled. The sound echoed across the slope, sharp and clear. High above, a shadow moved among the clouds. Archon descended in a swift dive, its black wings cutting through the dark air like blades. The beast landed beside Kirian with a softness that contrasted with its imposing size. Its red eyes glowed in the darkness, and its nostrils flared, sniffing the scent of blood in the air. Kirian mounted the back of the black horse. He said, lightly patting the beast's neck. Archon beat its wings. The wind rose around them, strong enough to lift small stones from the ground. The black wings spread fully, and with a powerful thrust, the beast took off. The mountain was left behind. Kirian did not look back. He watched the dark silhouette of the peak gradually shrink, the stone gate becoming a small black dot on the slope until it completely disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 334, White Tower. Chapter 334, White Tower. The tomb had been opened. The contents of the ancestor's ring were in his hands. The guardian was dead. The young man had fled. The journey to the blood court would continue. Kirian flew for the rest of the night, crossing mountain ranges and deep valleys under the starry sky. Archon flew in a straight line, its wings beating in a steady, hypnotic rhythm. The wind cut across Kirian's face, but he did not blink. When dawn arrived, painting the horizon in shades of orange and pink, Kirian had Archon land in an isolated valley. The beast needed a rest. Kirian did as well. He fed Archon with some low-grade spirit stones and sat on a flat rock, meditating for a few hours. After resting, they continued. The second day of travel was monotonous. Dark clouds began to appear on the horizon ahead. Not ordinary clouds, but the heavy clouds that marked the approach to the territory of the Blood Court. The sky gradually grew darker and the air heavier. Kirian recognized that landscape. The desolate plains stretched out before him, a sea of cracked earth and low, twisted vegetation. The wind howled through the fissures in the ground, creating sounds that resembled laments. Above, the black clouds swirled slowly, as if they were alive. And at the center of the plain, invisible to most, stood the fortress. Kirian flew directly toward the illusory barrier. His crimson eyes saw through it with ease, the great black wall, the red veins pulsing like arteries, and the spiked towers rising toward the clouded sky. He passed through the barrier without impediment. The air changed instantly. Outside, the chi was turbulent wild. Inside the barrier, the chi was dense and controlled, as if the fortress itself breathed. Kirian had Archon land in the stables of the outer area. A servant of the court, a young man in a gray robe, ran to receive the beast. Kirian said, dismounting. The servant bowed deeply. Kirian walked toward the main entrance of the fortress. The black doors opened on their own as he approached, creaking on their ancient hinges. The interior of the blood court was silent. Not in the sense of emptiness. There were servants moving through the corridors, coming and going in their daily tasks. Kirian did not find Bai Zhu or the others in the corridors. They were probably on some mission or training in their own quarters. He did not ask. His destination was the Blood Core Hall. He climbed the wide stairs of dark stone, passed by guards who recognized him, and led him through without question, and finally arrived before the great doors of the hall. They were open. Inside, the hall was empty, except for one man. Dong Zhun stood in the center of the room, his hands clasped behind his back. He wore his usual robe, red like coagulated blood, with black embroidery. His dark hair was tied in a simple bun, and his short beard was neatly trimmed. He was not looking at the door, but Kirian knew that Dong Zhun had sensed his arrival long before he entered. The leader of the blood court turned slowly. His eyes swept over Kirian from head to toe, evaluating, measuring. He nodded. Dong Zhun said. It was not a question. It was a statement. Kirian inclined his head in a gesture of respect. Dong Zhun asked directly, without preamble. Kirian nodded. Yes. Dong Zhun made a gesture with his hand, indicating that Kirian should approach. Kirian summarized the events of the meeting of the domains, the fights, the opponents, and the final victory. He did not go into many details. Dong Zhun did not need to know every sword movement or every technique used, only enough to understand the result. Dong Zhun listened in silence, without interrupting. When Kirian finished, he nodded again. Good. Kirian did not respond. There was something else that needed to be said. On the way back, Kirian said, his voice neutral, I encountered two people. The name hung in the air like a cloud of poison. Dong Zhun frowned immediately. His expression, which moments before had been relaxed, hardened like stone. He asked, his voice suddenly. Lower, more controlled. Yes. They tried to kill me, Kirian replied with the same calm as always. They were not strong enough. I killed one of them. Dong Zhun frowned even more. His hand, which had been relaxed at his side, clenched into a fist for a moment before opening again. Those damned fools, he muttered, more to himself than to Kirian. Kirian noticed Dongzhen's strained expression. The furrowed brow, the clenched fist, the way his eyes narrowed upon hearing the name of the White Tower. It was not just irritation. It was something deeper. Frustration. Perhaps even helplessness. Kirian grew more curious. "Let's go to my room," Dongzhen said, turning toward a side door in the hall. Kirian followed him. Dongzhen's room was on the upper level of the Blood Core, a tower separate from the rest of the fortress. The walls were lined with dark wood, and a large stone table occupied the center. Scrolls, jade slips, and maps were spread across it, indicating that Dongzhen had been studying something before Kirian's arrival. Dongzhen sat behind the table in a tall chair with a straight back. Kirian remained standing in front of the table, as was appropriate for a disciple before his leader. Dongzhen remained silent for a moment, organizing his thoughts. Then he began. "The White Tower is a 4 degrees level force, just like the Blood Court," he said. Kirian inclined his head. "It seems the matter is deeper than I expected." Dongzhen sighed, a tired sound, like someone who had told that story many times before. "Well, Chapter 335, White Tower 2. Chapter 335, White Tower 2. He leaned back in a chair, his eyes fixed on some distant point on the wall, as if he were looking through time. Kirian listened in silence. It was a powerful sect, extremely powerful. The Five Demons sect dominated the entire northern territory with force and blood. There was no one who dared challenge them. Whoever stood in their way was killed. Dongzhen paused. They dominated the northern territory for hundreds of years. How this sect was extinguished has been lost to history. The records are vague, contradictory, and full of gaps. Some say they were destroyed by an alliance of other sections. Others say they were consumed by their own malicious techniques. Dongzhen raised his hand, showing 5 fingers. He began to curl his fingers, one by one. The path of blood, the path of corpses, the path of bones, the path of souls. Since the sect's extinction, cultivators who follow these paths have been deemed demonic and malicious by many. Hunted, persecuted. Kirian listened to everything without interrupting. His face remained impassive, but his mind worked quickly. Dongzhen continued. But not all forces that hunt cultivators of these paths do so out of ideological conviction. Some. The White Tower is one of those forces. They present themselves as purifiers, as enforcers who cleanse the world of evil. But the truth is that they are driven by 2 things. Fear that the Five Demons sect may one day return, and greed, because every cultivator of the path of blood they kill, they loot. Technique, treasures, spirit stones. Kirian frowned slightly. "In the Blood Court?" Dongzhen laughed, a bitter sound. "If it were only the White Tower, I would have destroyed them long ago. They are strong, yes, but not stronger than us." He paused. Kirian raised an eyebrow. "The White Tower is only the tip of the spear. The White Palace is powerful, much more powerful than the Blood Court." Dongzhen sighed. "Well, let's just say the chain continues. 2 degrees level forces. That is why we cannot act openly against the White Tower. Because if we destroy them, the White Palace will come after us." Dongzhen looked directly into Kirian's eyes. "Do you understand now? It is not about strength." Kirian remained silent for a long moment. He said finally. Kirian asked. "He said his master is the great elder of the White Tower." Dongzhen frowned again. "That is problematic. This great elder is the most powerful person in the White Tower, not something we can ignore. You deal with it when it happens." Kirian said, his voice calm. Dongzhen looked at him for a moment, then shook his head. "You are stubborn. But, well, you are right. For now, stay in the court for a while." Kirian nodded to Dongzhen, but did not turn to leave immediately. There was still something on his mind. He began, his voice calm but direct. Dongzhen, who was already preparing to end the conversation, halted his movement. His eyebrows lifted slightly, but his expression did not show surprise, only a silent confirmation of something he had already suspected. He asked, leaning back in his chair again, "When?" Kirian did not answer immediately. He had already thought about it during the long days of the return journey, while Archon cut through the skies and the cold wind struck his face. The blood court was his temporary base, the place where he could train and prepare for what was to come. But it was not his final destination. Dong Zhen watched Kirian with eyes that had seen many disciples depart. Some returned stronger. Others were never seen again. He knew Kirian was different, someone with a destiny far beyond the blood court. There was no point in trying to hold him back. "I will leave in the coming months," Kirian said at last. "My final destination is the Central Territory. But until then," Dongzhen nodded slowly. The Central Territory, the heart of the cultivation world. The place where the greatest sects clashed, where the rarest treasures were found, and where the greatest geniuses in history had left their marks. It was where all ambitious cultivators eventually headed. Kirian was no different. Dongzhen asked. The Central Territory is dominated by them. Chapter 336, New Mission. Chapter 336, New Mission. Kirian thought for a moment. He had already considered that. His skills in alchemy and formations were not negligible. He could refine pills and sell them. He could create formations and charge for them. He could be independent. Kirian replied. Dongzhen laughed, a short laugh, almost a cough. He stood up from the chair and walked to the window, looking at the cloudy sky outside. The dark clouds of the plain swirled slowly, as if they were alive. "Baizhu and the others should return in the next few days," he said, without turning. "You could do one last mission together." He paused. Kirian nodded. He stood up and made a slight bow. Dongzhen waved his hand, dismissing him. Kirian left the office and descended the wide, dark stone stairs. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the empty corridors. The blood court was silent at that hour. He passed through the blood core hall, where the great blood core pulsed faintly, and entered the corridor that led to the dormitories. His room was as he had left it, simple, functional, and without excess. A dark wooden bed, a stone table, and a few empty shelves. Kirian closed the door behind him and threw himself onto the bed. The exhaustion from the days of travel and the battle on the mountain finally caught up with him. He closed his eyes and slept. Kirian woke the next day with the sky still dark outside. There was no sun on the plain of the blood court, only the black clouds that blocked the light and the spiritual lamps that illuminated the corridors. But his body, trained to wake early, stirred him at the same time as always. He sat up in bed and stretched his neck. Days of stagnation ahead, he thought. Kirian took the alchemy cauldron Dongzhen had given him from his spatial ring. It was a good quality cauldron, with runes engraved on its surface that helped control the temperature and the purity of the pills. He placed the cauldron on the stone table and began to sort the spiritual herbs he had bought over the past months. Herbs for rank 4 pills. Nothing too advanced, but enough for practice. He chose a simple recipe, chi recovery pills, and began to work. Gray fire heated the cauldron. Kirian added the herbs one by one, controlling the timing and temperature with precision. His eyes followed every reaction inside the cauldron, every transformation of the herbs into pure essence. The first pill came out imperfect. A small crack on its surface, the color slightly too dark. With 89% purity, Kirian analyzed the mistake, adjusted the flow of qi, and tried again. The second was better. The third is almost perfect. He continued until noon, still immersed in the task. When he finally stopped, he had refined dozens of pills, almost all above 90% purity. He stored them all in jade bottles and placed the bottles in his ring. Then he switched activities. Kirian took out some blank jade plates and began engraving formations on them. Protection formations, concealment, attack. Nothing too complex, but useful for anyone who needed quick defense. He worked until night, his eyes burning from concentration. The jade plates glowed faintly with the symbols he engraved, each line of qi placed with surgical precision. When he finished, he stored the plates and lay down. The next day, he did everything again, and the next, and the next. Thus, 5 days passed. Kirian refined dozens of rank 4 pills and some rank 5 ones, the latter with much more difficulty. He felt that something was missing when refining rank 5 pills, but he still achieved occasional success. He also created more than 20 formation plates of different types, each one a small work of art in miniature. But his cultivation remained stagnant. Kirian sat on the bed after the 5th day, looking at his hands. The chi in his eyes was stable, but it did not advance. He had reached the first stage of core formation, and the next stage seemed distant. The limit of his eyes was an annoying obstacle, preventing him from becoming stronger quickly. He knew that there were cultivators who spent decades in a single stage. For most, core formation was a realm of long journeys, where each small advancement required years of effort. But Kirian was not most people. He recalled, that was how he had advanced so quickly until now. Not just talent, but that strange power that resided within the book, consuming hostility and turning it into progress. He decided, just as he was thinking that, a loud knock echoed on the door. Kirian stood up and walked to the entrance. He opened the door. Baiju was outside. The tall and robust young man stood with his arms crossed. A wide smile spread across his face. He wore his usual blood court robe, and his eyes shone with excitement. "Ah," he said, giving Kirian a firm slap on the shoulder. His eyes swept over Kirian from head to toe, and the smile widened. Oh, he was looking at Kirian's cultivation, the 1-degree stage of core formation, the same realm that he and the others had reached a few months ago. Kirian nodded. "Come," he said, turning and starting to walk down the corridor. Everyone is gathered in the core hall. Kirian closed the door and followed him. The two walked in silence through the dark corridors of the fortress. Baiju did not ask about the journey. When they reached the blood core hall, the others were already there. Everyone approached Kirian, greeting him. Dongjun raised his hand, asking for silence. "You can talk later," he said, his voice deep. Everyone quieted immediately. Dongjun walked to the center of the hall and began to speak. Chapter 337, New Teachers. Chapter 337. New Teachers. Dongjun walked to the center of the blood core hall. The crimson light emanating from the great core pulsed faintly behind him, casting dancing shadows on the dark stone walls. All the disciples were silent, their eyes fixed on the leader of the court. Dongjun began, his deep voice echoing through the hall. He paused, sweeping his gaze across the disciples' faces. In the military branch of the blood court, several elders have gone out on a mission to eliminate a certain force that was threatening our borders. The military branch, at this moment, has dozens of new disciples without proper supervision. Dongjun crossed his arms. You will go to the military branch and become instructors for the new disciples for 3 weeks. Kirian said nothing. The mission was, indeed, simpler than the extermination mission they had carried out before. It would only be somewhat longer. 3 weeks was not much time. He saw no problem in it. These would be his last moments with Baiju, Mei Li, Li Fun, Kai, and Yin Ling before departing for the Central Territory. A gradual farewell, perhaps even a good one. While Kirian remained silent, the others exchanged glances among themselves. Baiju had an expression of surprise. Usually, they were the ones receiving instruction. Now, they would become the teachers. Kirian, however, was already accustomed to it. He had already taught Yinyu in the Verdant Sword sect. He had already taught Baiju and the others during their training in the court. Teaching new disciples would be no different. Prepare yourselves and depart as soon as possible, Dongjun concluded, before turning and leaving the core hall. His footsteps echoed through the corridors until they disappeared completely. Baiju was the first to break the silence. He exclaimed, his eyes shining. He was originally from the military branch. Each of Dongjun's direct disciples came from a different branch of the blood court, except Kirian, who had entered directly into the main fortress. For Baiju, that mission was an opportunity to see old companions again, to walk through corridors he had known since childhood. I haven't visited the military branch in years, Kai said, his voice low and calm. There was a different glint in his eyes. I've never been to the military branch, Yin Ling commented, tilting her head. I've heard it's huge. It is, Baiju confirmed proudly. Kai crossed his arms, a lazy smile on his face. 3 weeks as a teacher. That'll be a nice change of pace. Meili said nothing, but her eyes rested on Kirian for a moment before drifting away. So it's settled, Baiju said, clapping his hands. We leave tomorrow morning. The disciples dispersed, each heading to their quarters. The next day dawned with the sky still dark over the plain. Kirian was already ready before dawn. He put on his red blood court robe, placed his spatial ring on his finger, and left the dormitory. At the stables, Archon was already waiting for him. The black-winged horse flapped its wings impatiently, as if it knew a journey was coming. Kirian mounted its back and waited. The others arrived shortly after. Baiju mounted a crimson war crow. Li Fun mounted another, as did Kai, Yin Ling, and Mei Li. The birds lined up beside Archon, forming a small squad. Baiju was at the front, guiding the way. He shouted, snapping the reins. The group took off. The wind cut across the disciples' faces as they gained altitude. The Blood Court fortress was left behind, shrinking until it became a dark point in the desolate landscape. The black clouds swirled above them, but they flew beneath them, following the rugged terrain. Baiju knew the way better than anyone. He had grown up in the military branch and trained there for years before being chosen by Dongjun as a direct disciple. He explained as they flew side by side. Yinling asked, "To protect the fortress in case something happens," Baiju replied. "The military branch is the court sword." Kirian listened in silence, but his thoughts were elsewhere. He doubted that anything could threaten the main fortress with Dongjun there. The leader of the Blood Court was a powerful cultivator. Kirian still did not know exactly his level of strength in battle, but he could feel that Dongjun could kill him effortlessly. The journey was long but monotonous. They flew throughout the first day, landing only briefly at night for the beasts to rest and feed. Kirian fed Archon with some spirit stones and meditated for a few hours before continuing the journey. The second day was the same. The terrain below them gradually changed. The desolate plain gave way to gentle hills, then to a forest of twisted, dark trees. The sky remained overcast, but the clouds were less dense than above the fortress. Finally, at the end of the second day, Baiju raised his hand. Kirian narrowed his eyes. Ahead, there was nothing but a hill covered with dark trees. But his crimson eyes saw beyond the surface. An illusion barrier covered the entire area, creating a false image of the landscape. Behind it, a massive structure rose, much larger than the Blood Court fortress. The military branch was a fortress in itself. Black stone walls stretched for hundreds of meters in every direction. Watchtowers dotted the walls at regular intervals, and at the center, a main building rose several stories high, with curved roofs and red flags fluttering in the wind. Kirian could see disciples training in the inner courtyards, servants carrying supplies, and other disciples walking through the corridors. There was life there, a lot of life, unlike the court's fortress. The group passed through the illusion barrier without difficulty. As soon as they crossed, the true appearance of the military branch was revealed to all. Yin Ling murmured, her eyes wide. "It really is huge," Kai agreed, letting out a low whistle. Baiju smiled, proud. They landed in a large stone courtyard at the center of the fortress. Disciples nearby stopped what they were doing to look. Murmurs quickly spread. "Look at the robes. And that one over there? I've never seen him before. He looks..." Kirian dismounted from Archon and looked around. The gazes of the military branch disciples were curious but respectful. They knew that those who came from the main fortress were the best among the best, the direct disciples of Dongjun himself. Baiju took the lead. He ordered a group of servants who approached at a run. The servants hurried to obey. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you could give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 338, New Teachers 2. Chapter 338, New Teachers 2. Baiju then guided the group through the internal corridors of the military branch. Kirian observed everything with attentive eyes. The architecture was different from the main fortress, more functional, more geared toward training and war. The walls were thicker. The corridors are wider. There are training rooms at every corner, with wooden dummies and wall targets. They were led to a room on the upper floor of the main building. The doors were tall, made of dark wood with red metal fittings. Inside, a man awaited them. He was the leader of the military branch. He wore light black plate armor, and his eyes were sharp like blades. He stood up when the group entered. He said, his voice rough. Baizhu replied, making a bow. The leader's eyes swept over the group. He recognized Li Fun, Kai, Yin Ling, and Mei Li. The leader said, "Yes," Kirian replied, simply. The leader nodded and took 6 badges from a drawer in his desk. They were small emblems of red metal, with symbols engraved on their surface. "These are temporary elder badges," he explained, handing one to each of them. In the military branch, each disciple has a badge that shows their position. He looked at each of them. "With it, all new disciples must respect you to the utmost." Kirian took the badge and fastened it to his robe. The metal was cold against his chest. Baizhu stored his badge and turned to the others. They left Leader Zhao's room and walked to the main arena of the military branch. It was an enormous space, much larger than the arena of the meeting of the domains. Stone platforms rose at different levels, each with different training purposes. There were areas for hand-to-hand combat, areas for practicing techniques, areas for meditation, and even areas for archery. Baizhu gave an order to one of the passing servants. "Gather all the new disciples in the main arena." The servant ran to obey. About 30 minutes passed. Gradually, the new disciples began to arrive, young people of varying ages, some 15 years old, others 20. They wore gray robes of the military branch, and their expressions ranged from curiosity to confusion. They gathered at the center of the main arena, forming a crowd of about 120 youths. Kirian observed them in silence. Most were in the early stages of the Qi liberation realm. Murmurs spread among the disciples. "Look, that's Baizhu. Baizhu. And those others?" Baizhu stepped forward and raised his hand. Silence settled immediately. "My name is Baizhu," he said, his voice loud and clear, echoing through the arena. "I am a direct disciple of Leader Dongjun, and I originate from this military branch." He pointed at the others. "These are my companions. Li Fun from the Shadow Branch, Yin Ling from the Resource Branch, Kai from the External Missions Branch." He paused and looked at Kirian. "And this is Kirian, a direct disciple of Leader Dongjun, and—" The murmurs returned, louder this time. "Leader of the direct disciples? He looks young." Mei Li and the others showed no surprise at Baizhu's words. After all, Kirian truly functioned as a leader for all of them. In missions, he was the one who made decisions. In training, he was the one who taught. Even without a formal title, Kirian was the center of the group. Baizhu continued, "The elders of this branch are on a mission and will only return in 3 weeks." Looks of surprise spread through the crowd. Baizhu said, "Each of us will teach a small group of new disciples. You will be divided into 6 groups." He raised his hand again to silence the murmurs. "I know some of you may be skeptical. We are young. We do not have the elders' experience. But I can guarantee that each of us is strong enough to teach what we know." The new disciples looked at one another. It was true. They could feel that those 6 were stronger, much stronger. Baizhu then smiled. A wide, excited smile. He said, "I had an idea. What do you think about after the 3 weeks, holding a competition between the groups?" Kai's eyes lit up. He said, leaning forward, "That's a great idea." Yinling thought for a moment, biting her lower lip. Then she nodded. "Why not?" Li Fun simply nodded, his face as impassive as ever. Mei Li raised her chin, confident. All eyes turned to Kirian. "Of course," he replied, his voice calm. Baizhu clapped his hands. Then it settled. 3 weeks of training. After that, the competition. He then began to divide the crowd. Each of the 6 teachers received 20 disciples. Kirian observed the youths assigned to him, young faces, curious eyes, and others filled with determination. There were boys and girls, tall and short, strong and weak. Kirian said, turning and walking toward one of the more distant training platforms. 20 disciples followed him in silence. None dared to speak. Kirian stopped at the center of the platform and turned to face them. You have 3 weeks to learn as much as you can. I will not teach techniques. He raised his hand. Show me your fighting stances. The disciples exchanged confused glances, but obeyed. They assumed stances, some good, others terrible. Kyrian observed each of them with his crimson eyes, noting every mistake, every misalignment, and every weakness. 3 weeks, he thought. Enough time to turn them into something decent. He began to walk among them, correcting postures, adjusting arms, and repositioning legs. He did not shout. He did not threaten. He only corrected. You're leaving your right side open. Your breathing is wrong. The chi flows irregularly. Your eyes are on the ground. The disciples began to understand. That young man with crimson eyes was not just strong. He was meticulous. Every correction had a purpose. Every word made sense. And, slowly, they began to improve. The 3 weeks stretched ahead, and Kyrian knew the final competition would be a good way to measure their progress. And perhaps to say goodbye. Chapter 339, New Teachers 3. Chapter 339, New Teachers 3. The 3 weeks in the military branch of the Blood Court passed like a gust of wind. The sun, or what passed for a sun beneath the dark clouds of the Northern Territory, rose and set, and Kyrian was there at every dawn, standing at the center of the training platform, waiting for his 20 disciples. They arrived out of breath, some still adjusting their robes, others already with their hands wrapped, ready for training. None were late. In the first week, 2 had arrived late. Kyrian did not shout at them. He did not punish them. He only looked into their eyes for a long second, and they were never late again. Kyrian could not teach core techniques. After all, he did not use any, and they would not learn much in 3 weeks. Techniques took months to be mastered and years to be perfected. What he could teach was more fundamental. More important, he could teach how to fight, Kyrian said as he walked among the aligned disciples. A powerful technique executed on a weak foundation is like a sharp sword in the hands of a child. His crimson eyes swept over every posture, every breath, every flow of chi. He saw everything. He said, pointing to a thin boy with dark hair, "Your left shoulder is higher than your right. That creates unnecessary tension in your spine." The boy adjusted his shoulder, surprised that Kyrian had noticed something so small. He pointed to a girl in the back row. "Your breathing is shallow. You're holding the air in your lungs instead of letting it flow. Chi follows the breath." The girl exhaled slowly, inhaled deeply, and felt the immediate difference. The chi that had been stagnant in her meridians now moved more fluidly. He pointed to a muscular young man in the front. "Your feet are too far apart. You think that gives stability, but it actually reduces your mobility." The young man brought his feet closer, feeling strange at first, but then more agile. Correction after correction. Adjustment after adjustment. Kyrian did not tire. His eyes did not fail. In the first week, the disciples were uncoordinated. In the second, they began to move as a unit. In the third, Kyrian decided to test them. "All of you against me," he announced, standing at the center of the platform. "You may use what you have learned. You may fight as a team. You may try to surround me." The 20 disciples exchanged glances. 20 against 1. It seemed easy. It was not. Kyrian moved among them like a living shadow. Every strike they attempted met empty air. Every attempt to surround him was thwarted by a step here, a dodge there, and an unexpected turn. He did not counterattack. He only evaded. His hands were clasped behind his back. The disciples attacked again, all at once, coordinated, using the flanking techniques Kyrian had taught them. Kyrian simply took a step forward and turned. The dodge was so subtle that most of the disciples did not even realize what had happened. Suddenly, they were misaligned, striking at each other, creating openings that Kyrian could have exploited if he wished. None touched his clothes. The fight lasted 5 minutes. When Kyrian finally stopped, the 20 disciples were out of breath, some fallen on the ground, others leaning on their knees. None had touched him, Kyrian said, and there was truth in his words. The disciples looked at him with new eyes. It was no longer fear. It was respect. From that day on, the training became more intense. The disciples arrived earlier and left later. They practiced the basic movements repeatedly: stances, breathing, chi flow, dodges, and simple attacks. Kyrian corrected them tirelessly. And slowly, they transformed. A boy named Lien, who could barely hold a sword correctly in Kyrian's view, now wielded his blade firmly. A girl named Yu, who had some fear of physical contact, now attacked with confidence. A young man named Feng, who had been arrogant and inattentive, now listened to every word Kyrian said with attention. Not all stood out. Some were naturally more talented than others. But all improved. All evolved. At the end of the third week, Kyrian looked at his 20 disciples and felt something close to satisfaction. They were not ready warriors, but they were no longer novices. They knew how to fight. The 3 weeks were not only training. Kyrian also spent time with Baizhu and the others. Dongjun had mentioned that Kyrian would leave soon, and everyone wanted to make the most of their last moments together. They did not know when they would see each other again, if they ever would. The one who showed this the most was Mei Li. On several days, she woke Kyrian early. She knocked on his door before dawn, just as she had done in the Cloud Empire, when they shared the Crimson Lotus residence. Kyrian opened the door, and there she was, already dressed, already ready, her eyes shining in the dim light. She asked, even knowing that Kyrian had already been awake for hours. She entered the room and sat on the bed, or on the stone chair, or was simply on the floor, leaning against the wall. Kyrian sat as well. They talked about anything. Mei Li talked about her disciples, about how some were stubborn and others dedicated. Kyrian talked about his. Mei Li talked about the future, about how she wanted to grow stronger, travel, and see the world. Kyrian talked about the Central Territory, about what he expected to find there: powerful forces, ancient treasures, and challenges that would test his limits. Usually, Mei Li guided the conversation. Kyrian responded, but he did not dislike it. In the last weeks, before the journey to the Central Territory, those morning conversations were a moment of calm before the training, the fights, and the departures. On one of those mornings, Mei Li remained silent for a long moment. Kyrian did not ask what was wrong. He knew she would speak when she was ready. She said finally, without looking at him, Chapter 340, New Teachers 4. Chapter 340, New Teachers 4, Mei Li said finally, without looking at him. Kyrian did not respond immediately. He said, after a long moment, not knowing exactly what to say. Mei Li smiled, a small, almost shy smile, one that rarely appeared on her face. You won't forget about us, will you? In the Central Territory. Kyrian looked at her. Mei Li nodded, as if that one word was enough. And it was. Besides the conversations with Mei Li, Kyrian also dined with Baizhu and the others on several nights. They gathered in a private dining room in the military branch, seated around a dark wooden table, with steaming dishes of spiritual food between them. They spoke loudly, laughed, and argued. Baizhu told stories of when he was young in the military branch, the mischief he and other disciples caused, elders who punished them, and competitions they won and lost. Kai spoke about past missions, about beasts he faced, and about injuries that had nearly killed him. Yin Ling listened attentively, asking occasional questions. Li Fun, as always, spoke little, but when he did, everyone listened. On one of those nights, the conversation turned to the future. Baizhu said, filling his cup with spiritual wine, It's my home. It always has been. Kai agreed. The court gave me everything. My strength, my weapons, my brothers. Yin Ling nodded. The resource branch still needs me. I still have a lot to learn. Li Fun simply said. Everyone looked at Mei Li. She took a while to answer. One day, when I'm strong enough, she said. The others exchanged glances. Baizhu laughed, breaking the silence. When you go, Kyrian will already be a big shot there. A legend. Kyrian did not respond, but a small smile curved his lips. Mei Li said, her eyes still fixed on him. He will be famous. The last day of the 3 weeks arrived. Baizhu was in the central arena before dawn, organizing the fighting platforms and marking the spaces for the competition. His enthusiasm was contagious. Kyrian arrived shortly after, with his 20 disciples behind him. They walked in formation, in silence, their eyes fixed ahead. In 3 weeks, They had learned more than in years of previous training. Li Fun, Kai, Yin Ling, and Mei Li arrived soon after, each with their respective groups. 120 disciples gathered at the center of the main arena. 6 groups, 6 teachers, 1 competition. Baizhu climbed onto an elevated platform, from where he could be seen by all. He announced, his voice echoing through the arena. We will see the result of 3 weeks of training. Each of you was instructed by a direct disciple of leader Dongjun. He looked at Kirian, then at the others. Now, you will show what you have learned. The competition will be simple. Each group will send 5 representatives. They will fight in a series of individual matches. Murmurs spread among the disciples. 5 representatives. Each group would choose their best. Baizhu said. The groups dispersed, each gathering around their teacher. Kirian looked at his 20 disciples. He said, there is no time for modesty. The disciples exchanged glances. Lien, the boy who could barely hold a sword, now held his with confidence. Yu, the girl who had feared physical contact, now had her fists clenched. Feng, the arrogant one, was now quiet waiting. Lien said, stepping forward. Said Yu. Said Feng. 2 others volunteered. Kirian observed them for a moment, then nodded. The other disciples did not complain. They knew those 5 were the best. The half-hour passed quickly. Baizhu climbed the elevated platform again. The fights were intense. Each match was a true battle. The disciples had learned well from their teachers. Each group had a distinct style, reflecting the personality and techniques of the one who taught them. Baizhu's disciples were aggressive, advancing without hesitation, pressuring their opponents from the first second. Li Fun's disciples were silent, moving like shadows, attacking when least expected. Yin Ling's disciples were strategic, using the environment to their advantage, creating traps with qi. Kai's disciples were resilient, absorbing blows and counterattacking with brute force. Mei Li's disciples were balanced, alternating between defense and attack with fluidity. And Kirian's disciples, they were precise. Every movement had a purpose. Every strike was economical. They did not waste energy. They did not expose themselves unnecessarily. They fought as Kirian fought, with calm, with efficiency, with controlled lethality. Lien won his first fight with a quick strike to the opponent's leg, unbalancing him and finishing with the sword pointed at his neck. Yu won the second with a series of dodges that left her opponent exhausted before a single precise counterattack. Feng won the third with constant pressure, forcing his opponent to make mistakes. The other 2 won their fights as well. In the end, Kirian's group had the highest number of victories. Baizhu climbed onto the platform, his smile wide. The winner of the competition is... Kirian's disciples burst into celebration. They hugged Lien, and Yu Feng shouted and jumped. Kirian watched with a neutral expression, but inside him there was a quiet satisfaction. Baizhu approached him. See? Kirian replied simply. Kirian looked at his disciples, who were still celebrating. Magdi smiled. The competition ended at dusk. The disciples dispersed, exhausted but happy. The 6 teachers remained in the central arena, watching the sky darken. Baizhu said, breaking the silence. Kirian nodded. Chapter 341, Map of the North. Chapter 341, Map of the North. The sun, or what passed for the sun beneath the dark clouds of the Northern Territory, was already high in the sky when Kirian, Baizhu, and the others decided to stay one more day in the military branch. There was no rush to return. The mission had been completed. The new disciples were trained. The competition had been a success. One more day would make no difference. Kirian spent the morning walking through the corridors of the military branch, observing the disciples train. Some recognized him and bowed. Others simply waved, shyly. He didn't care. At the beginning of the afternoon, the disciples from his group approached. Lien, the boy who could barely hold a sword 3 weeks earlier, stood at the front. He held his blade firmly now, his eyes shining with a confidence that hadn't existed before. Professor Kirian, he said, bowing. The other disciples imitated him. Kirian observed them in silence. You have improved, he said finally, but do not stop now. The basics you learned are only the beginning. Keep training. Keep correcting your mistakes. The disciples exchanged glances. Some smiled. Others had determined eyes. We will not forget what you taught us, said you. The girl who had overcome her fear of physical contact. Kirian nodded. At the end of the afternoon, the elders of the military branch returned. Kirian was in the central arena when the flying beasts appeared on the horizon, a formation of crimson crows and war eagles, all carrying elders in red robes with tired expressions. The elimination mission had been long and difficult, but it seemed successful. The leader went out to receive them. There were greetings, quick reports, questions, and answers. The elders noticed the presence of the direct disciples in the fortress, and some of them approached to talk. Kirian stayed at a distance, observing. Meili asked, appearing at his side. I have nothing to say to them, nor do I know them, Kirian replied. Meili did not insist. The next day, at dawn, the group departed. The flying beasts took off from the central platform of the military branch, gaining altitude quickly. Below, the new disciples gathered to watch. Some waved. Others simply watched in silence. Kirian did not look back. The journey back to the Blood Court Fortress would take 2 days, just like the trip there. But something was different now. The air seemed heavier. The silence between them was deeper. They flew in formation, Archon in front, the crimson crows behind. The wind cut across their faces. The dark clouds swirled above. Baiju tried to start a conversation at first. That phone from Kirian's group. He improved a lot. Kirian's group was one of the weakest at the beginning. Was that on purpose? Baiju. That's because Kirian doesn't waste time on nonsense, and he's an excellent teacher, Yinling said. Leifan said nothing, but his eyes were fixed on Kirian. Meili was also silent. As they approached the fortress, the atmosphere between them grew even colder. Everyone had their own thoughts. No one wanted to be the first to say what everyone already knew. Kirian was leaving. During the 3 weeks in the military branch, they had talked about it. About the future. About the Central Territory. About how Kirian could not stay in the court forever. But one thing was to talk about the departure, abstracting the moment. Another was to feel the moment approaching, each wing beat bringing the end closer. When the Blood Court Fortress finally appeared on the horizon, hidden behind the illusion barrier, visible only to their eyes, the group accelerated. They passed through the barrier. They landed in the central courtyard of the fortress. Servants ran to take care of the beasts. The disciples dismounted in silence. Dongjun was already waiting for them in the Blood Court Hall. He stood in the center of the room, his hands clasped behind his back as always. Baiju stepped forward. Leader Dongjun, he said, bowing, the mission in the military branch has been completed. The new disciples were trained. The elders returned and resumed command. Dongjun nodded. His eyes scanned the group, resting for a moment on each of them. When they reached Kirian, he stopped. Kirian, he said. The others understood the message. Baiju, Kai, Yinling, Li Fun, and Meili bowed and withdrew, leaving Kirian and Dongjun alone in the hall. Silence settled. Dongjun said. Kirian nodded. Dongjun remained silent for a moment. His eyes traveled over Kirian from head to toe, as if memorizing every detail. I thought you would stay a few more months, he said finally. But you are right. Staying here will not increase your strength. You need greater challenges. Kirian did not respond. He didn't need to. Dongjun sighed. You have done more for this court than many disciples who have been here for years. You taught the others. You shared your experience with them and made them improve greatly. You fought alongside them. He raised his hand and touched his spatial ring. A large scroll appeared in his hand, so large that Kirian needed both hands to hold it. Kirian asked. Kirian unrolled the scroll. It was a map. It was not an ordinary map. It was detailed, carefully drawn, with annotations and firm handwriting along the edges. Kirian recognized the handwriting. It was Dongjun's. This is a map of the Northern Territory, Dongjun said. At least half of it. He stepped closer and pointed to different points on the map. Dongjun's finger moved to other areas. Chapter 342, True Departure. Chapter 342, True Departure. Here, dangerous places. Deadly natural formations. Territories of ancient beasts. He pointed again. Here, territories of other fourth-level forces and above. Dongjin stepped back. This map will not help you reach the Central Territory. The Northern Territory is vast, far too vast for a single map to guide you there. But it will at least help you reach the center of the Northern Territory. Kyrian rolled up the scroll carefully and stored it in his spatial ring. He said. Dongjin nodded. Is the least I can do. The two remained in silence for a long moment. Then, Dongjin placed a hand on Kyrian's shoulder, a rare gesture. Be careful out there, Kyrian. Dongjin released his shoulder. Rest. Kyrian nodded once and left the hall. Outside the hall, the others were waiting. Bai Zhu, Kai, Yinling, Li Fun, and Mei Li were leaning against the corridor walls, speaking in low voices. When Kyrian appeared, they straightened. Bai Zhu asked. I'm leaving tomorrow morning, Kyrian replied. No one pretended to be surprised. We already knew, Kai said. They walked together through the corridors. There was no destination, just walking, being together, making use of the last hours. You're going to be missed, Yinling said, her voice lower than usual. I'll miss fighting alongside you, Kyrian replied. Bai Zhu laughed. Kyrian saying he'll miss someone? Kyrian almost smiled. Almost. They had dinner together that night. It was not a special dinner, just the simple food of the court, served in the common room. But no one complained. They talked about small things. Memories. Past missions. Difficult training. Mei Li stayed beside Kyrian the entire night. She did not speak much, but she was there. Kyrian felt her presence like a silent warmth. When the night ended, they said their goodbyes. See you tomorrow, Bai Zhu said. See you tomorrow, the others replied. Kyrian nodded and walked to his dormitory. The next morning came too quickly. Kyrian woke before dawn, as always. He put on his red robe of the Blood Court. He placed his spatial ring on his finger. He looked one last time at the simple room, with stone walls and sparse furniture. There was nothing there he needed to take. He left. The corridor was empty. The spiritual torches burned faintly, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Kyrian walked toward the Blood Core Hall. They were already there. All of them. Dongjin stood in the center of the hall, his hands clasped behind his back. Bai Zhu stood at his side, arms crossed. Kai leaned against a column. Yinling stood near the entrance. Li Fun was in his usual corner, silent. And Mei Li stood in front of everyone, her eyes fixed on Kyrian. Kyrian stopped before them. You didn't need to come, he said. Of course we did, Bai Zhu replied. Kyrian did not argue. Dongjin stepped forward. Kyrian, he said, even so, you were one of the best disciples I have ever had. The Blood Court will always be your home. If one day you need shelter, allies, anything, Kyrian bowed. He turned to Bai Zhu. Take care of them, Kyrian said. You know I will, Bai Zhu replied. Kyrian looked at Kai. Kyrian looked at Yinling. Keep studying. Yinling nodded, her eyes shining. Kyrian looked at Li Fun. You don't speak much, but I know you hear everything. Li Fun nodded slightly. Finally, Kyrian looked at Mei Li. The two stared at each other for a long moment. Mei Li asked, You already know everything I would say, Kyrian replied. Mei Li smiled, that small, almost shy smile that rarely appeared on her face. Yes, she said. She stepped forward and, before Kyrian could react, hugged him. It was quick. 1 second, maybe 2. Then she stepped back. Come back someday, she said. I will return, Kyrian replied. He turned and walked toward the exit of the hall. No one followed him. In the stables, Archon was already waiting for him. The black-winged horse flapped its wings impatiently, as if it too was eager to depart. Kyrian mounted. Let's go, he said. Archon took off. The Blood Court fortress was left behind, the black walls, the pointed towers, and the corridors where Kyrian had spent so many months. He saw the figures of Dongjin and the others in the central courtyard, watching him leave. Kyrian raised a hand in a wave. Bai Zhu raised his hand back. Then, the fortress disappeared behind the illusion barrier. Kyrian turned toward the horizon. Ahead, the northern territory stretched infinitely. Dark clouds, distant mountains, unknown lands. The central territory awaited him. Kirian departed toward the south of the Northern Territory. Below him, the desolate plain of the Blood Court stretched like a sea of cracked earth and twisted vegetation. The wind howled through the fissures in the ground, raising clouds of dust that danced like ghosts under the diffused light of the dark clouds. He flew for hours, following the notes on Dongjun's map. The scroll was open in his hands, the firm handwriting of the court's leader guiding each change of direction. According to the map, Kirian's first destination was a city called Red Smoke City. It was about 15 days of travel from there, at Archon's constant speed. 15 days crossing the Northern Territory, passing through small cities, fourth-level forces, beast territories, biomes that changed every 100 kilometers. Kirian stored the map and focused on the flight. Chapter 343, City of Red Smoke. Chapter 343, City of Red Smoke. The first 3 days of the journey were monotonous. The desolate plain gave way to gentle hills, covered in yellowish grass that swayed in the wind like slow waves. Small herds of beasts grazed along the slopes, lifting their heads when Archon's shadow passed over them. Kirian spotted a few small cities along the way, clusters of stone and wooden buildings surrounded by walls. He could see cultivators training in open courtyards, merchants carrying goods along the roads, and children running between the houses. He did not land in any of them. There was no need. On the fourth day, the landscape changed. The gentle hills gave way to a dense forest, tall trees with thick trunks and wide canopies that intertwined above, blocking the view of the ground. Kirian flew above the treetops, watching the green sea stretch to the horizon. The air became more humid. The scent of wet earth and decaying leaves rose up to him. He saw a winged beast flying below, a large creature with leathery wings and a long tail, which observed him for a moment before diving toward the forest, likely in search of prey. Kirian did not care. On the sixth day, he flew over the territory of a 4 degrees level force. He recognized it by the symbols on the banners fluttering above the walls of the city, a silver crescent moon over a dark blue background. The Silver Moon Sect, one of the forces that had sent representatives to the domain gathering. Kirian did not slow down. There was no reason to announce himself. He simply passed by, a shadow in the sky, invisible to most. Someone in the fortress must have seen him, however. Kirian felt a spiritual sense directed toward him, a probing scan, likely from some curious elder. He did not block it. He did not react. He simply continued flying. The probe lingered for a few seconds, then withdrew. Kirian moved on. On the 7th day, the forest came to an end. Suddenly, the trees disappeared, replaced by a rocky plateau, gray and barren. The ground below was covered with loose stones and ancient craters, as if something enormous had fallen from the sky long ago. Kirian felt something strange in the chi of the place. It was murky, heavy, as if something was corrupting the spiritual energy of the region. He looked around with his crimson eyes, searching for the source. Nothing, at least nothing visible. He stored the information in his mind and kept flying. The 8th and 9th days were spent crossing a desert. The air was dry, almost painful to breathe for ordinary people. Archon beat his wings with more effort, clearly uncomfortable. Kirian fed the horse a few spirit stones, and they continued on. In the middle of the desert, he saw ruins. Ancient structures half buried in the sand, broken columns, collapsed walls, and faceless statues. Kirian could not tell which force those ruins had belonged to, nor how long they had been abandoned. On the 10th day, the landscape changed again. The desert was left behind, replaced by low hills covered in twisted, creeping vegetation. The air, once dry and hard to breathe, began to change. It grew hotter. Kirian frowned. He lifted his eyes. On the horizon, a mountain rose. It was not an ordinary mountain. It was a volcano, a gigantic volcano, its peak lost in dark clouds. From its crater, red smoke rose in thick columns, staining the surrounding sky with a blood-orange hue. Kirian felt the heat increasing with each beat of Archon's wings. The black-winged horse neighed in discomfort, but kept flying. Kirian took out Dongjun's map and consulted it. There it was. The volcano was marked on the map, with a note beside it. Active. Dangerous. And to the south of the volcano, a few days' flight away, the city of red smoke. Kirian put the map away. He could see why the city had that name. The red smoke from the volcano must spread across the region, tinting the sky with a reddish color. It must be an impressive sight. For Kirian, it was just another landmark along the way. He had Archon fly higher, trying to avoid the more intense heat. Rising from the slopes of the volcano. From above, he could see the structure of the mountain more clearly, the slopes covered in dark rocks, the fissures from which smoke escaped, and the rivers of lava slowly flowing down its sides. Kirian kept flying. On the 11th day, Kirian flew over a small city on the outskirts of the volcano. The buildings were low, made of dark stone, with slanted roofs so that volcanic ash would not accumulate. The streets were mostly empty, but Kirian saw some cultivators walking between the buildings. He noticed that many of them wore robes with symbols of flames or mountains. They were likely local forces, smaller sects that specialized in fire techniques, taking advantage of the proximity to the volcano. Kirian did not land. He kept flying. On the 12th day, he spotted another volcano. This one was smaller than the first, but still imposing. It also released red smoke, staining the sky around it. Kirian began to understand the geography of the region. It was not an isolated volcano, but a volcanic chain, stretching for many kilometers. The heat was intense now. Kirian felt his robe stick to his skin, and even Archon seemed uncomfortable. He then shifted from his crimson eyes of the blood path to his ice eyes, causing the temperature around Kirian and Archon to drop by several degrees. He fed the horse more spirit stones, and they continued. On the 13th day, Kirian flew over a battlefield. It was not a recent battle. The bodies had already been removed and the weapons collected. But the marks on the ground remained, craters opened by powerful techniques, grooves carved by sword strikes, and areas where the earth had been melted by extreme heat. Kirian estimated the scale of the conflict. Dozens of cultivators, perhaps hundreds, at least some in the core formation realm, perhaps even higher. He wondered which forces had fought there and why. But there was no one to ask, only the hot wind and the marks on the ground. Kirian kept flying. On the 14th day, he began to see the first structures of the city of red smoke. At first, there were only a few isolated houses on the outskirts, low constructions of dark stone. Then, small villages with open markets and dirt roads. Then, suburbs, dense residential areas with narrow streets and dark alleys. And finally, the walls. The city of red smoke was surrounded by tall walls, made of dark volcanic stone, with watchtowers at regular intervals. Red banners fluttered at the top of the walls, and Kirian could see guards patrolling the walkways. Beyond the walls, the city rose in layers, built along the slopes of a low hill. The rooftops were all dark, stained by volcanic ash. And above it all, the sky was tinted red by the smoke of distant volcanoes. Kirian had Archon glide in circles above the city, observing. It was large, not as large as the floating city of the ancient forest sect, but still impressive. Kirian estimated that hundreds of thousands of people lived there, perhaps more. He saw temples, markets, residential areas, and, at the center of the city, a tall building that stood out from the others, likely the headquarters of the force that governed the region. Kirian did not know which force it was. Dongzhen's map did not specify. He had Archon descend. The beast landed in an open area on the outskirts of the city, near a small grove of twisted trees. Kirian dismounted and guided Archon. He put on a cloak over his red robe, hiding the symbols of the blood court. He did not know how the local forces viewed the blood path. Better not to risk it. Kirian walked toward the city gates. The road was busy. Travelers, merchants, and cultivators entered and left the city in a constant flow. Kirian blended into the crowd, his face partially covered by the hood of the cloak. At the entrance, guards armed with spears checked those who entered. He passed without trouble after paying low-grade spirit stones. Inside the city, the smell of ash and sulfur was strong. Kirian took a deep breath, feeling the local chi different from what he was used to in the blood court. Hotter, more turbulent, as if the very air were burning. He walked through the narrow streets, observing the shops and markets. There was everything: weapons, pills, scrolls, beast pelts, and rare minerals. Merchants shouted offers, attracting customers. Children ran between the legs of adults. Kyrian felt something he had not felt in a long time. He was alone. Not in the physical sense, there were people around him, dozens, hundreds. Alone in the sense of having no one by his side. No allies, no companions, no master. Just him. Kyrian set the thought aside for later and kept walking. He needed to find a place to stay. The city of Red Smoke was only the first stop on a long journey, but Kyrian was determined to make the most of it. Chapter 344, City of Red Smoke 2. Chapter 344, City of Red Smoke 2. Kyrian dismounted from Archon on the outskirts of the city of Red Smoke. The heat rose from the ground like the constant breath of a distant furnace, vibrating the air and distorting the view of the horizon. The black-winged horse flapped its wings once, clearly bothered by the high temperature, its red eyes glowing with impatience. A city guard, wearing light armor of black scales that gleamed under the diffuse light of the red clouds, approached upon noticing the high-level beast. His eyes widened slightly when he saw Archon's imposing figure. A winged horse was not common even in the Northern Territory, where exotic beasts were more frequent, said the guard, making a respectful bow. Would you like to leave it in the city's official stables? Kyrian nodded without saying anything. The guard gestured for him to follow. They walked down a side street wide enough for large beasts. The municipal stable was just a few minutes from the main gates, a sturdy construction of volcanic stone with a reinforced roof and several spacious stalls. The smell of hay mixed with ash and beast manure filled the air, a characteristic odor of any city that housed cultivator mounts. Inside, several handlers worked, some brushing beasts, others carrying buckets of water and feed. A robust, middle-aged man with old burn marks on his arms approached quickly, his eyes evaluating Archon with experience. He asked, his voice rough but professional. Kyrian replied, his voice calm. Take good care of him. The handler looked at Archon with respect and a bit of apprehension. High-level beasts could be temperamental, and that black horse exuded a pressure that made the other animals in the stables instinctively move away, said the handler, pointing to a more shaded area. It has natural ventilation and shade all day. Kyrian took out several mid-grade spirit stones from his ring and handed them to the man. The stones glowed faintly, pulsing with pure chi, more than enough for a week of care. That should cover his care and feeding for a week. The handler's eyes lit up at the quality of the stones. He made a respectful bow, deeper than before. You can leave him with us, sir. Kyrian gave Archon one last look. The black horse watched him with intelligence, its ears upright, as if it understood every word. Kyrian briefly touched its snout, a quick, almost imperceptible gesture, before turning and leaving. The horse neighed softly, like a farewell. Now alone, Kyrian walked toward the center of the city. The heat was absurd. Even being at a relatively safe distance from the great volcano, whose red smoke stained the sky, the air seemed to vibrate with accumulated heat. The black stone ground retained the day's temperature and released it slowly, turning the streets into a slow oven. Each breath carried the smell of sulfur and ash, as if the very air were burning. Ordinary cultivators sweated profusely, some using chi techniques to cool themselves minimally. Merchants fanned themselves with improvised fans. Pack animals panted in the shade of buildings. Kyrian, however, did not sweat. His eyes were still in their ice form, white pupils shaped like delicate snowflakes, glowing with a supernatural coldness that violently contrasted with the surrounding environment. A crisp, cold energy emanated from his body, creating a small pocket of mild temperature around him. Wherever he passed, people felt an unexpected breeze. Some turned their heads, surprised. Others whispered among themselves. Most simply stepped aside, feeling the icy energy that seemed to repel the heat. Ice chi. In the city? Kyrian did not care about the attention. If he could remain comfortable using his own power, why wouldn't he? Hiding out of fear of others' gazes was not his style. The city of red smoke was enormous. It's impossible to explore everything on foot in just one day. The streets rose and fell along the slopes of the hill, forming a labyrinth of alleys, stairways, and connected squares. Dark rooftops stained with volcanic ash stretched as far as the eye could see. Red and orange banners fluttered everywhere, emblazoned with symbols of flames and mountains. Kirian walked at an unhurried pace, his eyes scanning shop facades, smaller temples, and inner courtyards where disciples trained. The architecture was unlike anything he had seen, sturdier, more functional, and adapted to the heat and constant ash. Many buildings had water channel systems running along the walls, likely for cooling. It was the smell that caught his attention first. A rich aroma of roasted meat, seasoned with unfamiliar spices, something spicy, earthy, and slightly sweet, drifted from a three-story restaurant with a black stone facade and red lanterns lit even during the day. Kirian's stomach, which had been fed mostly with roasted beast meat during the 15 days of travel, gave a clear signal. He did not need to eat to survive. He could go weeks, even months, sustaining his body solely with qi. That was a basic ability for any cultivator in the core formation realm. But Kirian liked to eat. It was one of the few simple things he had enjoyed since childhood. On this long journey to the Central Territory, he had decided something. He would try the food of every place he passed through. Each city, each force, and each culture had its own flavors. And Kirian wanted to taste them all. He entered the restaurant. A young attendant in a light robe and hair tied with a red scarf approached quickly, but paused for a second upon feeling the wave of cold that accompanied Kirian. Her eyes widened as she noticed the snowflake-shaped pupils. She said, regaining her composure. Kirian said simply. The young woman swallowed nervously and guided him upstairs. On the first floor, as he had already sensed from the energy of those present, there were only weak cultivators in the body refinement and qi accumulation realms. Simple conversations, loud laughter, and the strong smell of cheap drinks. Rough hides and worn robes. People who had barely begun on the path of cultivation. On the second floor, the atmosphere was calmer and more refined. Cultivators in the qi liberation realm, most of them and a few in the core formation realm, occupied the tables. The robes were better, the accessories more expensive. The conversations were quieter, more measured. When Kirian reached the top of the stairs, the cold emanating from him spread through the hall like a sudden winter breeze. Several heads turned. Conversations quieted for a few seconds. He ignored the looks. He chose a table slightly apart, near a window overlooking the busy street, and sat down. The cloak still partially covered his red robe of the blood court, but it did not completely hide his eyes nor the icy energy. Chapter 345, City of Red Smoke, 3. Chapter 345, City of Red Smoke, 3. The attendant brought the menu. Kirian opened the wooden scroll and read the names of the dishes. Flame beast ribs roasted with volcanic herbs. Mushroom soup grown on the hot slopes. Smoked meat with black pepper from the mountain range. Vegetables sautéed in fire seed oil. None of it was familiar to him. Kirian said, returning the menu. The attendant widened her eyes, but nodded and quickly walked away. It didn't take long for the food to start arriving. Steaming wooden trays were placed on the table one after another. Kirian tasted each dish calmly, savoring every bite. The seasonings were strong, almost aggressive, but harmonized perfectly with the heat of the environment. It was completely different from anything he had eaten at the Blood Court or the Vernsword sect. As he ate, his ears picked up the conversations around him. Most of the customers were cultivators from different forces. From their clothing, it was possible to identify at least 4 distinct sects or clans, symbols of flames, mountains, swords, and shields. However, they all spoke about the same subject. Kirian paid closer attention to the table beside him. 2 men, one wearing a gray robe with flame embroidery and the other a dark blue cloak with a mountain symbol, spoke in low but excited tones. Said the first, cutting a piece of meat. Agreed the second, his eyes shining. After so many joint expeditions, we finally located where his tomb might be. You're right. The first man paused meaningfully. I feel the elders will try to enter the interior of the volcano no matter what. The second man smiled. Kirian continued eating, chewing slowly as he absorbed the information. Ming Hai. He had never heard the name, but from the reverent tone and the clear ambition in their voices, he must have been an extremely powerful cultivator. Probably someone in the spiritual fusion realm, or even higher. An inheritance of that level was enough to make several fifth-level forces temporarily ally, even if only for a short time. Kirian had no immediate interest in getting involved. He was just passing through. He would stay a few days in the city to rest, and then continue his journey. The Central Territory was still far away. Even so, he listened to a few more conversations. Most revolved around the inheritance, speculation about what kind of technique Ming Hai had left behind, whether there would be legendary fire treasures, or even a method to control lava. Some commented on the danger of the great volcano, where even elders at the peak of the core formation hesitated to enter. He finished the meal, wiped his lips with a linen cloth, and called the attendant. The young woman calculated. Kirian paid with a mid-grade spirit stone, leaving a generous tip. The attendant made a deep bow, still impressed by the cold energy that lingered in the place even after he stood up. Back on the streets, the heat greeted him again. His ice barrier, however, protected him comfortably. Walking along the main street, his eyes stopped on a well-positioned clothing store. The facade was elegant, with fabrics displayed in the window and a carved wooden sign. Kirian decided to enter. A middle-aged saleswoman, with attentive eyes and calloused hands from years of working with fabrics, approached with a professional smile. "Welcome, young man. Looking for something specific?" Kirian replied. The saleswoman raised her eyebrows, but did not question. She guided him to a section at the back of the store, where higher-quality fabrics were displayed. Kirian examined the options calmly. Dark red, like coagulated blood. Ice blue, which would match his current eyes. Black with subtle silver thread embroidery. Silver gray, discreet and elegant. Dark green, which slightly resembled the verdant sword sect. He did not have a specific favorite color. He knew he was handsome, very handsome, so any clothing would suit him well. But he also thought about practicality. Different colors would match better with his different types of eyes. Ice eyes would match blue or white. Sword eyes would match green or black. Crimson eyes would match red. Kirian said, pointing at the robes he had selected. And 2 more cloaks. The saleswoman blinked, surprised. "Sir, this is a large purchase." She calculated quickly. Kirian paid without hesitation. He stored the clothes in his spatial ring. The pieces would take little space since the ring was large, and nodded in thanks. He left satisfied. He looked for an inn. He didn't need to walk far. A few blocks from the clothing store, he found a stone building with wrought iron balconies and golden plaques at the entrance. The sign read, with elegant hand-carved letters. The appearance was classy, with guards at the door wearing light armor and short spears. The interior hall was spacious, with dark leather sofas, crystal chandeliers, and a polished marble counter. Kirian reserved the best available room for 3 days. The receptionist, a young woman in elegant clothing, did not hide her surprise when Kirian paid in advance with mid-grade stones. She personally guided him to the room on the top floor, with a privileged view. The room was spacious, with a large darkwood bed, a work table, and a private balcony. Kirian opened the balcony doors and stepped out. Outside, the city stretched below him, a sea of dark rooftops and winding streets, and in the distance, the silhouette of the great volcano whose red smoke continued to rise lazily into the sky. The sun was setting behind the mountain, tinting the smoke in shades of orange and purple. It was a strangely beautiful sight. Kirian took a hot bath, the irony of using hot water in such a hot place not lost on him, and changed clothes. He put on one of the new robes, the ice blue one, which matched perfectly with his current eyes. Then, he lay down on the soft bed. The ceiling was high, with dark wooden beams. Kirian stared at them for a long moment, his thoughts wandering. The day had been long, but satisfying. For the first time in weeks, he felt truly alone, but not in a bad way. It was a calm solitude. A new page. He closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he would explore more of the city. He would discover what else the city of red smoke had to offer, its markets, its forces. And perhaps he would learn a bit more about this inheritance of Ming-Hai. Kirian fell asleep to the distant sound of the city pulsing outside and the heat of the volcano dissipating under the night that fell. Chapter 346, City of Red Smoke 4. Chapter 346, City of Red Smoke 4. Kirian woke up before dawn, as was his habit. The faint light entering through the balcony of the golden ash pavilion painted the room in reddish tones, a reflection of the constant smoke from the distant volcano. The heat was already beginning to rise from the stone floor, even at that early hour, but the cold energy of his eyes kept the area around him pleasantly cool. He got up and put on the ice blue robe he had bought the day before. The fabric was soft and durable, perfect for the journey that still lay ahead. He tied his hair back with a simple leather cord. He went down to the lobby and stepped out into the still quiet streets of the city of red smoke. The morning air was slightly more bearable than during the rest of the day, but the heat was already beginning to rise from the volcanic stone ground as a constant reminder of what was to come. Kirian walked unhurriedly toward one of the busiest streets in the commercial district, where food stalls were beginning to open their doors and windows. The smell of grilled meats, bread baked in stone ovens, and soups seasoned with volcanic herbs filled the air, creating an aromatic haze that enveloped the early passers-by. He stopped at a simple stall run by a middle-aged couple whose faces were marked by time and heat. The man turned skewers of meat over glowing embers with skillful hands, while the woman served steaming bowls of a dark, rich broth. Kirian asked. The woman smiled, wiping her hands on a grease-stained apron. Skewers of fire beast wings with ash bread and red leaf tea, young master. Kirian ate standing beside the stall. The meat was juicy, with a strong, spicy smoked flavor that awakened the senses. The bread had a crispy crust from the ash mixed into the dough, an earthy taste that contrasted with the sweetness of the tea. It wasn't as refined as the previous day's meal, but it carried an authentic flavor of the city, direct, honest, and unpretentious. Satisfied, he continued walking. The street market stretched for several blocks, a labyrinth of colorful stalls and improvised tents that had sprung up overnight. Cultivators moved among them, bargaining, touching the goods, and arguing prices as if every coin were a matter of life and death. Kirian wandered calmly, his snowflake eyes scanning each stall with an attention most people did not notice. Many stalls sold items for cultivators. Common swords are made with imperfect spiritual iron, light armor of beast leather, poorly cured pelts, low-quality chi crystals, and withered herbs. Kirian could clearly see the difference between what was being sold and what was truly valuable. Most of the items were of low value, swords with flaws in the spiritual steel that would break in the first serious clash, armor with weak chi reinforcement that could barely deflect a weak strike, and cracked crystals that leaked energy. Even so, the vendors shouted inflated prices with enthusiasm, as if they were offering ancient treasures. This sword was forged in the flames of the lesser volcano. Kirian passed without reacting. He could feel the poor quality just by looking, his perception sharpened by his eyes capturing every imperfection in the chi flow of the displayed objects. At another stall, a man sold pure fire spirit stones from the heart of the volcano, which were, in fact, just ordinary stones dyed with red powder. Kirian almost shook his head. Such obvious frauds worked because most buyers did not have enough knowledge to distinguish real from fake. It was at a more discreet stall, managed by an old man with a gray beard and trembling hands, that Kirian found something useful. The man sold dried herbs, roots, and flowers harvested from the slopes of the volcanoes. His goods were not visually appealing. Many had withered leaves or broken roots, and for that reason most passers-by ignored his stall. But for Kirian, who possessed vast knowledge and alchemy accumulated during his studies over the past months, some of those seemingly ordinary plants were high quality. Materials, excellent quality, even. His eyes stopped on a handful of silent fire leaves. The herb was rare, difficult to find, and extremely useful for stabilizing rank 3 and 4 pills with fire properties. Beside them were spiritual ash root, excellent for advanced recovery pills, and volcanic flower petals, which increased the explosive power of offensive pills when used in the correct proportion. The old man was not an alchemist. He had no idea of the true value of what he held in his hands. Kirian asked, pointing to a varied batch of herbs he had mentally selected. The old man stroked his gray beard, his eyes evaluating Kirian cautiously. 10 low-grade stones per handful, young man. He extended his hand, showing palms hardened by work. Kirian bought everything he considered useful. Nearly 30 different types of herbs and roots that could be used to refine pills from rank 1 to rank 4. He paid just over 100 low-grade spirit stones. The old man smiled in satisfaction, believing he had made a good deal. Kirian carefully stored everything in his spatial ring. Those herbs would be very useful during the long journey to the Central Territory. He spent the rest of the day exploring the city more thoroughly. He walked through different districts, each with its own atmosphere and purpose. The blacksmith district, where the sound of hammers striking anvils never ceased, echoed through the narrow streets like a constant metallic symphony. The alchemist district, with shops filled with the smell of burning herbs and colored smoke drifting out of the windows, where alchemists of various levels worked over their cauldrons. And the higher residential sector, where stone houses with hanging gardens offered a better view of the volcano and its inhabitants, seemed more affluent. At one of the most interesting points in the city, Kirian stopped before a large fissure in the ground. The crack was surrounded by carved stone railings and armed guards who watched over the entrance. From it, a constant stream of bright, thick lava rose slowly from the underground, flowing through controlled channels before being directed into containment tanks made of black stone. The heat there was intense, far greater than in the rest of the city. Kirian felt his ice barrier working harder to keep him comfortable. Many cultivators sat around the area, meditating in the lotus position. The fire chi there was extremely dense, almost tangible, forming visible ripples in the air like heat over a desert. Others bought small flasks or containment orbs filled with purified lava, paying good prices to the guards who controlled access. Kirian observed for a while, his ice eyes recording every detail. He did not fully understand the uses of that lava, perhaps for forging special weapons, refining rare materials, or even as fuel for advanced fire formations. Some cultivators seemed to be absorbing the chi directly from the source, sweating profusely, but with expressions of deep satisfaction on their faces. Chapter 347, A Visit. Chapter 347, A Visit. During the afternoon, Kirian stopped at 2 more restaurants. In one of them, he tried a volcanic seafood stew that came from underground heated lakes, strange creatures with hard shells and soft white meat, slowly cooked in a broth of spicy herbs. In the other, he tasted sweets made with honey from fire bees. The flavor was extremely spicy and sweet at the same time, a contrast that burned the tongue while also soothing it. The city was vibrant, full of life and contrasts. The constant heat, the red smoke in the sky that tinted everything in shades of orange. The people hardened by life near the volcanoes. Everything created a unique atmosphere that Kirian had never experienced anywhere else in the Northern Territory. It was different from the Blood Court, with its darkness and blood. Different from a Verdant Sword sect, with its forests and wind. It was a city built on fire and ash, and its inhabitants reflected that in every gesture. When the sun began to set, tinting the smoke in even deeper shades of red and orange, Kirian arrived at a large central square. He stopped, surprised by the number of people gathered. Thousands of cultivators and residents filled the space. The square was completely packed, with people even on the stairways of the surrounding buildings and on the balconies of the upper floors. The murmur was loud, a mixture of excited voices, nervous laughter, and speculation, but a clear anticipation hung in the air, dense like the smoke that covered the sky. Curious, Kirian approached, calmly making his way through the crowd. His cold energy caused people to move aside naturally, giving him space without him needing to ask. At the center of the square was an elevated stage of black stone, polished by constant use. 4 elders stood upon it, each wearing different robes representing their respective forces. Their voices, amplified by chi, echoed throughout the square with crystal clarity. Kirian quickly understood what it was about. The 4 elders were announcing the formation of a large joint expedition to explore the last and most dangerous of the ancient volcanoes in the range, the Great Volcano. The one whose red smoke dominated the horizon, said an elder with a long beard and flame-patterned robes, his arms open in a dramatic gesture. Any cultivator willing may participate in the expedition. Another elder continued, his voice deeper and more serious. Each small group will be led by a representative of one of the 4 great forces present here. When the inheritance is discovered, it will be divided fairly among the participating forces. Those who contribute significantly to the expedition, especially whoever finds the exact location of the tomb, will receive generous rewards. The crowd murmured excitedly. Many young cultivators had eyes shining with ambition and greed, imagining themselves discovering the tomb and being rewarded beyond their wildest dreams. Kirian remained in the square for nearly half an hour, listening to the details. The elders explained basic safety rules, meeting points at the base of the volcano, and how the reward system for discoveries would work. The enthusiasm was palpable, almost contagious. However, Kirian felt no urge to participate. He had already decided on his plan. He would spend 1 or 2 more days exploring the city, trying more of the local food, and resting properly. Then he would continue his journey toward the next major city indicated on Dongzhen's map. The Central Territory was still very far away. When the announcements ended and the crowd began to disperse into excited groups, Kirian turned around and left the square. He dined at a quieter restaurant near his inn. He ordered a dish of grilled fish with volcanic herb sauce and a jug of light spiritual wine. He ate slowly, reflecting on the day, on the city, and on the expedition he would ignore. The city of red smoke was interesting, full of life and opportunities, but it was not his destination. After finishing the meal, he paid and returned to the Golden Ash Pavilion. He went up to his room, took another bath to wash off the sweat and ash of the day, and lay down on the soft bed. The distant sounds of the city still reached him, excited voices talking about the expedition, hurried footsteps on the stone streets, and the hot wind carrying particles of ash that softly tapped against the windows. Kirian closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he would explore the last district he had not yet visited. After that, he would prepare Archon and continue his journey south. Sleep came quickly and peacefully. Knocks on the door. Kirian opened his eyes immediately, alert. The light entering through the balcony indicated that the sun had not fully risen yet. It was early, very early for visitors. He sat up on the bed, quickly put on the ice blue robe, and walked to the door. His cold energy was already active, his snowflake eyes glowing in the dim light of the room. He opened the door. 5 people stood outside. Kirian frowned, finding it strange. He did not recognize any of them. They wore different robes, some made of fine fabrics, others simpler, but all clean and well kept. There was a tall young man in a scarlet robe, a young woman with her hair tied in a high bun wearing dark blue garments, a thin man in a gray robe with silver embroidery, a woman with a serious expression in green clothing, and a round-faced young man in a yellow robe. Kirian examined each of them quickly, his icy eyes capturing details others would not see. Then his perfect memory worked. One of them, the young man in the scarlet robe, he recognized. He had been sitting at a distant table in the restaurant where Kirian had dined the day before. Kirian had seen him in his peripheral vision while eating, but had not paid attention. Now, the presence of that man at his door so early the next morning was not a coincidence. Kirian asked, his voice calm but direct. "You're here for me." The 5 young people exchanged quick glances among themselves. The young man in the scarlet robe stepped forward, apparently the group's spokesperson. His eyes were fixed on Kirian's icy eyes, studying them with an expression that mixed admiration and respect. He said, making a respectful bow. We want your help with something. Chapter 348, A Visit to. Chapter 348, A Visit to. Kirian observed the 5 young people standing in front of the door to his room with a completely neutral expression. His snowflake-shaped eyes glowed in the dim corridor, the cold energy emanating from his body making the air around him visibly cooler. He assessed each of them in seconds. All of them were in the final stages of the Chi Liberation Realm, the 8th stage or peak of the realm, from what he could sense. Their auras were stable and solid, but clearly inferior to his. None of them showed hostility or murderous intent. On the contrary, what Kirian perceived was a mixture of expectation, cautious respect, and a hint of anxiety. It was not an ambush. It was a visit with a purpose, Kirian repeated, slightly furrowing his brow. The words sounded strange to his ears. He had been in the city of Red Smoke for only 2 days. He knew no one there. He had no allies nor enemies. It was strange that someone would seek him out specifically. For what? The tall young man in the scarlet robe stepped forward, making a respectful bow. Kirian recognized him. He was the same young man who had been sitting at a distant table in the restaurant the night before. Kirian had seen him in his peripheral vision while eating, but had not paid attention. Now, he was standing right in front of him. The young man raised his head and spoke, his voice firm despite the respect his posture showed. Kirian did not respond verbally. He simply nodded once. He had been at the square the previous day, had seen the 4 elders on the Black Stone stage, and had heard the announcements about the joint expedition. It was the main topic in the city. The young man continued, gesturing to the other 4. Kirian repeated the question, more directly this time. The 5 young people exchanged quick glances. The leader hesitated for only a second before answering, his eyes fixed on Kirian's. I saw you last night at the restaurant. All of us noticed. The pure ice chi that you emanate is extremely rare in this region. Here, almost everyone cultivates the path of fire. It is what we have in abundance: volcanoes, lava, and heat. He paused, organizing his thoughts. As we approach the great volcano, the temperature and dangers increase drastically. The heat is not just uncomfortable. It weakens defenses and attracts fire beasts that live along the slopes. Kirian listened in silence, his snowflake eyes registering every word. But with someone like you, capable of controlling cold and emanating ice chi, our work in exploring the surroundings would be greatly facilitated. The young man looked directly into Kirian's eyes. That is why we came to hire you. It will not be for free. We will pay a fair amount in mid-grade spirit stones, 500 stones per day of exploration, plus a bonus if we are the first to find something relevant. Kirian remained silent for a few long seconds. 500 mid-grade spirit stones per day was a respectable amount for many, but money was not what weighed most in his decision. He had planned to finish exploring the city today and leave tomorrow or the day after. Dongzhen's map had several cities marked, and the Central Territory was still far away. However, the idea of simply walking through the same streets again no longer seemed so appealing. The city of Red Smoke was interesting, but he had already seen the essentials. The markets, the districts, the lava fissure. Another day, there would be repetitive. Seeing the great volcano up close, on the other hand, that was different. It was not a detour, it was an experience. An opportunity to observe an extreme environment, to perhaps learn something new, and all of it being paid for. Besides, there was the matter of the inheritance. Kirian asked, his voice calm. The young man in the scarlet robe answered quickly, as if he had expected the question. Obviously, you will have your share. The 4 great forces of the city of Red Smoke keep their word. They have a reputation to maintain. The inheritance will be divided, proportionally according to the contribution of each group and each individual. Those who contribute to finding the tomb and the inheritance will receive generous rewards. Kirian thought for a few more moments, his cold expression unchanged. The proposal was reasonable. The young people seemed sincere. There was no poison in their words, nor any apparent hidden motives. Just a group of average cultivators trying to increase their chances of success by hiring someone with a complementary ability. Kirian did not need the money. but the experience of exploring an active volcano seemed interesting. In the end, he decided, all right. The 5 young people broke into relieved smiles. The tension they carried on their shoulders seemed to dissolve instantly. The leader made another bow, deeper this time. Thank you very much. One by one, they introduced themselves, giving their names and the forces they belonged to. Kyrian did not care much about most of them, names of people he would probably never see again after this expedition, but he memorized those who seemed more important. The leader, the tall young man in the scarlet robe, was Pan Zheng, a disciple of the Mountain Flame sect, one of the 4 great forces organizing the expedition. The other 4 were his companions from his sect or allied forces. Kyrian replied simply after the introductions. The 5 found the names strange, different from the common names everyone had, shorter, sharper. Some raised their eyebrows, others exchanged glances, but no one commented. Perhaps it was a title or a cultivation name he had adopted. It was none of their business. All right, said Pan Zheng, turning toward the corridor. I'll introduce you to the rest of the group. Then we will depart immediately for the great volcano. Kyrian nodded and followed the 5 out of the Golden Ash Pavilion. Chapter 349, Great Volcano. Chapter 349, Great Volcano. The group did not waste time. Pan Zheng and the others walked at a fast pace through the city streets, which were already beginning to fill with morning activity. Kyrian followed them effortlessly, his ice eyes scanning the surroundings out of habit. They exited through the main gates of the city of red smoke without standing in line. Pan Zheng showed a metal badge to the guards, and they immediately allowed them through. Outside, near the gates, the rest of the group was already waiting. As Kyrian had expected, there were approximately 10 people gathered, all wearing robes similar to those of Pan Zheng and his companions. They were, apparently, disciples of the Mountain Flame sect and allied forces, and most of them did not seem pleased with the delay. An older man, appearing to be around 50 years old and wearing a more elaborate scarlet robe than the younger ones, stood firmly at the center of the group, arms crossed and expression tense. His energy was stronger than the others. Kyrian evaluated quickly. He was at the 4 degrees stage of the core formation realm. Not impressive by the standards of an elder, but respectable. He said sharply, looking at Pan Zheng and the others. Let's go, or by the time we arrive, someone will have already found the tomb. His eyes then fell on Kyrian. He examined the newcomer from head to toe, the ice blue robe, the snowflake-shaped eyes, and the cold energy that contrasted violently with the heat of the environment. For a moment, he seemed surprised. Then his eyes narrowed. The elder asked, his voice filled with disbelief. You really brought a first-stage cultivator as if you were the great help we needed. The faint arrogance in his tone was evident. He looked at Kyrian as if he were a lost child they had brought by mistake. Kyrian remained impassive. He did not care about the elder's opinion. His strength was not measured by stages, and he knew that better than anyone. But there was no need to prove anything. He was not there to impress anyone, nor to gain validation from a mediocre elder of a sect he did not even know. Pan Zheng felt embarrassed by his superior's attitude, but did not dare to argue. He simply lowered his head. Pan Zheng said, his voice low. The elder laughed, a dry sound. The other members of the group also seemed impatient. Some looked at Kyrian with curiosity, others with indifference. Most, however, were clearly bothered by the delay. They were the last group to depart. The other groups, from the other 3 great forces, had already left the city before dawn. The pressure of starting the exploration later than the competitors was palpable. Even so, no one dared to confront Kyrian openly. The cold energy he emanated was intimidating, and his strange eyes, with white snowflake-shaped pupils, unsettled them more than they would like to admit. Some, however, seemed relieved. Low murmurs circulated among the younger disciples. Ice. The other groups don't have anyone like this. Kyrian did not introduce himself to the larger group. There was no need. He remained beside Pan Zheng in silence, waiting. The elder leading the group, whose name Kyrian still did not know and did not care to know, cast a few more suspicious glances in Kyrian's direction, but said nothing more. He had probably already decided that the ice cultivator would be Pan Zheng's problem. The elder ordered at last, turning toward the south. The entire group began to move. 19 people, including Kirian, departed from the gates of the city of red smoke at high speed. They did not use mounts. The terrain beyond the gates was too rugged for large beasts, and mounts would only be useful further ahead, where the landscape opened up. For now, running was the best option. The hot wind struck their faces as they advanced south. The great volcano dominated the horizon, an imposing silhouette of black stone and smoke that seemed to grow with every step. It was impossible to ignore its presence. The landscape changed quickly. First, low hills, covered in twisted vegetation, dwarf trees with dark trunks and ash-colored leaves, adapted to constant heat and lack of water. Then, more arid terrain, with dark rocks and fissures in the ground from which hot steam escaped. Kirian ran with ease, keeping pace with the group without effort. His physical conditioning was excellent, and his ice energy protected him from the heat that made the others sweat profusely. Pan Zheng ran beside him, taking the opportunity to talk. He explained between controlled breaths. The outer area, farther from the crater. There the heat is intense, but still bearable. The ground is unstable, full of caves and tunnels formed by ancient lava flows. Kirian listened attentively as Pan Zheng spoke. The intermediate area is much more dangerous. The temperature increases drastically. The fire chi in the air is so dense that even cultivators trained in fire chi have difficulty breathing. The beasts are stronger, more aggressive. Kirian asked. Pan Zheng lowered his voice slightly. No one has entered the inner area and returned to tell the story in the last 100 years. They say that even elders at the peak of core formation hesitate to approach it. The temperature there is so high that metal melts. Kirian processed the information. He asked. Pan Zheng seemed pleased by the interest. He said, his eyes shining. They say he reached the spiritual fusion realm and completely mastered volcanic fire chi. Not like ordinary fire cultivators who use external flames. Spiritual fusion realm, the same realm as Dongzhen. Kirian stored the information. Pan Zheng continued, a place where fire reigns supreme. Chapter 350, Great Volcano 2. Chapter 350, Great Volcano 2. Kirian ran beside Pan Zheng, maintaining a steady pace as the group advanced toward the volcano. The hot wind carried particles of ash that clung to skin and clothing, but his ice chi created a subtle barrier that kept his body cool and clean. The landscape around them had already changed completely. The gentle hills and twisted vegetation on the outskirts of the city had given way to an arid and hostile terrain, where only the most resilient life forms could survive. Kirian observed everything with his snowflake eyes. Kirian commented, without taking his eyes off the horizon where the great volcano loomed like a wall of stone and fire. Pan Zheng nodded, breathing steadily as he ran. Despite the physical effort, his voice did not waver. The sect's ancient records say that Ming Hai wasn't just strong. He was a monster in his time. He had no opponents of his age in the entire volcanic mountain region. Kirian absorbed the information in silence. For 100 years. That was longer than many entire forces lasted. Longer than most ordinary cultivators lived. Pan Zheng continued, his eyes shining with admiration as he spoke. He devoured fire. Kirian raised his eyebrows slightly. Spirits. He had read about them in the blood library. They were beings born naturally in places with extremely high concentrations of qi after thousands of years of condensation and spontaneous evolution. They were not created by humans, nor could they be forced into existence. According to the records, spirits were intelligent, conscious, and had extremely temperamental personalities. Some were benevolent, others indifferent, and others outright hostile. But all shared one trait: they considered themselves superior to humans. After all, while humans needed thousands of years of cultivation to reach higher realms, a spirit was born with immense power. It was extremely rare for a human to establish a friendly relationship with a spirit. Even rarer were those cases where a spirit accepted following a human or sharing its power. Kirian thought. He had no expectations of forming a bond with something that saw itself as superior. But seeing a spirit with his own eyes, something many cultivators spent their entire lives without ever achieving, would already be worth it. Pan Zheng continued speaking, unaware of Kirian's thoughts. Kirian asked, returning to the main topic. Pan Zheng replied. And so the hunt began. For years, the forces explored every inch of the range, every smaller volcano, every cave, every fissure. Many secondary treasures were found, which only strengthened the belief that the main inheritance truly existed. He paused briefly to breathe. After several years, only one place remained unexplored. The last volcano, the largest, the oldest, the most dangerous in the entire range. The young man pointed toward the imposing silhouette dominating the horizon. In my view, it makes perfect sense for the tomb to be there. The other volcanoes are like its children, smaller, younger, and less powerful. Ming Hai would have chosen the strongest one for his eternal rest. Kirian did not respond immediately. The logic made sense. A cultivator of Ming Hai's level would not bury himself in an ordinary place. He would choose a location worthy of his power. The conversation continued for some time as they ran. Pan Zheng spoke about ancient legends, about how Ming Hai supposedly created techniques that allowed him to control lava as if it were flowing water, and about battles against legendary beasts that lived deep within the volcanoes. Kirian listened attentively, mentally separating exaggerations from accounts that seemed grounded in truth. The terrain grew increasingly hostile. The gentle hills gave way to black, rocky slopes, cracked by centuries, perhaps millennia, of volcanic activity. The ground beneath their feet was no longer soil, but a mixture of compacted ash and stone that crumbled under their boots with a dry crunch. The air smelled of sulfur and burnt rock. The odor was so strong that Kirian felt his tongue go numb. Finally, after nearly 4 hours of intense running without significant breaks, the group reached the outskirts of the great volcano. They were still at the base of the immense mountain, at the lowest parts of its foothills. The actual ascent had not even begun. Even so, the heat was already extreme, far greater than what they had felt in the city of red smoke. The air visibly shimmered, distorting everyone's vision as if they were looking through boiling water. Some of the weaker members of the group had already activated full chi barriers to protect their bodies. Sweat streamed down their faces in steady lines, and their breathing was heavy, as if every breath required effort. Kirian, on the other hand, was perfectly fine. His ice eyes remained active, glowing with a pale blue that contrasted sharply with the orange and red environment around them. The cold chi emanating from his body created a small area of coolness, no more than a meter around him. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.